Welcome to Lord of Obsession, a journey through the dark corridors of power and passion. Before you dive into the depths of this story, please be aware that this book contains themes and elements that may be disturbing to some readers. Trigger warnings. This novel includes depictions of violence, explicit content, blood, stalking, and elements related to the Mafia underworld that may be challenging. There are dark themes and violence throughout. The sex is explicit and rough in nature, although always with consent. These elements are crucial to our narrative, but might not be suitable for all audiences. Please consider your comfort with these themes as you proceed. Your well-being is important to me as you explore the intense world of Dario and Raphael. Enjoy the tumultuous ride of forbidden desires and perilous obsessions.
Chapter 1. Raphael. I check my watch, 8:47 p.m. The library's vaulted ceiling traps the evening shadows, darkening the corners between towering bookshelves. Most students cleared out an hour ago, leaving behind the heavy silence I prefer. My notes spread across the worn oak table in precise columns, blue tabs for precedent cases, yellow for key arguments, red for potential counterpoints. Everything in its place. Everything under control. From my chosen spot, back corner, clear view of the entrance, solid wall behind me, I can monitor the entire reference section while appearing completely absorbed in my work. Old habits. Even here, in the sanctity of Valmont College's law library, I can't fully silence the security instincts drilled into me since childhood. A Valenti never sits with his back exposed, even one who pretends he's not a Valenti at all. The brass lamp beside me casts a warm circle of light across my workspace, carefully arranged to eliminate any shadows that might obscure my notes. I've claimed this same table 3 nights a week for the past semester. The librarians know me by name but have learned not to engage in small talk. Their footsteps echo against the Gothic archways as they make their final rounds, the sound mixing with the soft hum of ancient heating vents and the whisper of pages turning. The upcoming exam on constitutional law demands perfect focus, but my hands keep smoothing non-existent wrinkles from my shirt sleeves. 3 members in my study group linger by the reference desk, gathering their things. Their whispered conversation carries across the quiet space, plans for drinks at the Grove, celebrating the end of midterms. I keep my eyes fixed on my textbook as they pass, responding to their wave with a small nod. The invitation hangs unspoken between us. They've stopped asking me to join them weeks ago. Easier this way. Safer. The Grove is owned by the Rossi family, and the last thing I need is to run into any cousins who might report back about my social activities. My uncle already watches too closely, questioning my dedication to law school. As if my perfect GPA isn't enough to prove I'm serious about building a legitimate future. The fluorescent lights hum overhead as I highlight another passage, adding it to my color-coded system. My neck aches from hunching over books for hours, but I ignore it. One more chapter to review. One more step toward becoming untouchable through legal expertise rather than family connections. I reach for my coffee, long since gone cold, and my hand trembles slightly. Exhaustion from maintaining this rigid control or something else? I push the thought away and focus on my notes and the comforting order of legal arguments laid out in precise lines. A group of first-year students whispers too loudly near the periodicals section, their nervous energy betraying their own upcoming exams. I catch fragments of their conversation, something about tort law and precedents. Their textbooks are new, the spines barely cracked, highlighted passages still neat and organized. They haven't learned yet how to truly study law, how to dissect every case until its skeleton is laid bare. I remember being that naive once, before I understood how laws could be twisted, manipulated, and used as weapons by families like mine. My phone buzzes silently in my pocket, probably another message from my cousin Luca about the upcoming family dinner. I leave it unanswered. He understands my need for space during exam week, even if the rest of the family sees it as another sign of my rebellion. The phone screen's glow would disturb the careful balance of light I've created anyway, threatening the bubble of control I've built around myself in this corner of the library. But even as I immerse myself in constitutional precedents, part of me remains alert, scanning the shadows between bookshelves and cataloging the sound of every footstep. Always watching, always ready. The weight of the Valenti name ensures I'm never truly alone with my studies, never fully free of the world I'm trying so hard to escape. The heavy legal texts surrounding me are both shelter and armor, each memorized case another brick in the wall I'm building between myself and my family's legacy. I check my watch again, 8:53 p.m. The library closes at midnight. 3 hours and 7 minutes to finish reviewing this chapter. I straighten my already straight papers and push back my shoulders, ignoring how the perfect posture makes my spine ache. My reflection in the darkened window shows a perfect law student, pressed shirt, neatly combed hair, focused expression. The image I've crafted as carefully as my study notes. Control. Focus. It's all I have. The first prickle of awareness hits me at 9:17 p.m. A shift in the air, subtle enough that anyone else might miss it. But I've spent my life learning to read these signals, the way prey animals sense a predator's approach before seeing it. Someone is watching me. I don't lift my head from my constitutional law textbook, but my senses sharpen, cataloging my surroundings with practiced precision. 2 students remain at the long table near the windows, both wearing Valmont hoodies, both genuinely absorbed in their studies. A girl with bright red hair stands in the stacks 3 rows over, scanning book spines with tired eyes. The elderly librarian, Mrs. Keating, sorts returns at her desk. None of them are the source of this crawling sensation along my spine. My hands don't shake as I turn the page, carefully maintaining the appearance of focused study. But my mind races through recent family events, potential threats, and forgotten obligations. It's been 3 weeks since I last attended a family dinner. 2 months since I refused to help cousin Marco with his legal question about offshore accounts. A week since I ignored another invitation to Uncle Salvatore's weekly card game. The leather chair to my left creaks as someone shifts their weight, and my muscles tense. But it's just another law student. I recognize him from my criminal procedure class, gathering his books to leave. His footsteps echo against the hardwood floors before they fade. 8 people left in the library now. 8 potential threats, though the rational part of my brain insists they're just students and staff. I reach for my coffee cup, using the motion to scan the room again. The massive arched windows reflect the library's interior against the darkness outside, creating overlapping layers of shadows and movement. Perfect cover for someone who knows how to use it. And there, a flicker of movement in the reflection, too controlled to be casual. Someone is standing in the row of bookshelves behind me, partially hidden by the constitutional law volumes. A memory surfaces. 2 weeks ago, a black SUV idling outside my apartment building. I'd dismissed it as paranoia then. Now, I'm not so sure. My fingers itch for the knife I used to carry before I committed to this clean life. All I have now are heavy law books and a sharp mind. Sometimes I wonder if that's enough. Mrs. Keating switches off the lights in the rare books section, plunging that corner of the library into darkness. The shadows between the shelves deepen. I've spent years training myself out of my family's habits, the constant checking of exits, the strategic positioning, the hidden weapons, but right now, every instinct screams danger. The watching presence feels closer now, more focused. Not a casual observer. This is intentional. I start gathering my notes with deliberate calm, maintaining the facade of a student simply ready for a break. But each movement is calculated, each paper aligned at perfect angles. Control is critical. Show any weakness, and the memory hits without warning. Age 13, my first lesson in survival from Uncle Salvatore. A Valenti who loses control loses everything. His voice had been calm as he'd explain how to sense a threat and how to maintain composure while planning escape routes. The same skills I'm using now, despite my best efforts to leave everything about that life behind. My phone buzzes again. Luca's name lights up the screen, and for a moment, I'm tempted to answer. One call to my cousin, and I could have family security here in minutes. But that would mean admitting I still need their protection. That I still belong in their world. Instead, I close my textbook with steady hands, its weight reassuring. The watching presence hasn't moved, patient in a way that speaks of training. Professional. My heartbeat remains even through sheer force of will, but sweat gathers at the base of my spine. All my careful plans, my controlled routine, my clean life, they suddenly feel fragile, like a house of cards in a growing storm. 9:23 p.m. In 6 minutes, the library's coffee shop closes. A natural reason to take a break, to change positions. To get a better look at whoever's watching from the shadows. I begin the meticulous process of organizing my notes into their labeled folders, each movement a study in forced calm. But beneath my controlled exterior, old instincts stir to life, ready for whatever comes next. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm halfway to the coffee shop when I see him. Dario Greco. The name hits me like a physical blow, though I keep walking, my steps measured, expression neutral. He leans against the philosophy shelves with calculated casualness, one ankle crossed over the other, designer jacket intentionally rumpled. Everything about him is intentional, I realize, from his artfully disheveled dark hair to the way his posture suggests both laziness and lethal grace. My heart pounds against my ribs, but I maintain my pace. A Greco. Here. In my carefully constructed sanctuary. He's watching me with dark eyes that miss nothing, and I know my calm departure has already told him too much about my training. A normal student would have startled at his presence, would have shown some reaction to the predatory stillness in his stance. Coffee shop's closing, he says as I pass, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Better hurry. I don't break stride, don't acknowledge him. The 5 steps past him are the longest of my life. His cologne hits me, something expensive and subtle, incongruous with the rumors I've heard about his work as a family enforcer. The youngest Greco son, the most volatile. The one they send when they want to send a message written in blood. The coffee shop's fluorescent lights feel harsh after the library's dim warmth. The barista is already cleaning the espresso machine, but she knows me and starts my usual order without needing to ask. I stand at the counter, my back to the wall, and finally allow myself to really look at where Dario stands through the shop's glass partition. He's younger than I expected. Maybe a year older than me, but there's something ageless about the way he holds himself, something that speaks of violence witnessed and dealt. While I've spent years in libraries learning to interpret laws, he's been learning to break them in increasingly brutal ways. The Greco family's attack dog, unleashed on their enemies. What hell is he doing here? Last cup of the day, the barista says, sliding my coffee across the counter. Her smile falters as she glances past me, and I know without looking that Dario has moved closer. I pay in cash, I always pay in cash, and wrap my hands around the cup. The heat burns my palms, but I welcome it. A tangible sensation to focus on. The barista hurries to finish her cleaning, clearly unsettled by something she can't quite name. She's picking up on Dario's energy, the coiled violence he doesn't bother to hide. When I turn, he's examining the cafe's bulletin board with apparent interest, but his attention is still on me. I can feel it like a physical touch. The coffee shop suddenly feels too small, too exposed. But returning to my study spot means passing him again, closer this time in the narrow passage between cafe tables. I start walking, forcing myself to move at the same measured pace as before. 3 steps. 2. 1. As I draw even with him, he shifts his weight slightly, and every muscle in my body tenses for an attack that doesn't come. Instead, he just smiles, slow and deliberate, letting me see the predator behind his casual pose. Careful with that coffee, he says softly. Be ashamed to stain such a nice shirt. The threat is clear, though wrapped in mundane words. I keep walking, even as my mind catalogs the possible meanings. A warning? A promise? Or just a Greco playing games with a Valenti who dares to pretend he's nothing more than a law student? Back at my table, I set the coffee down with steady hands, but I can't stop my eyes from tracking his reflection in the windows. He's made no move to follow, still lounging against the shelves like he has every right to be here. Like he hasn't just shattered the carefully maintained boundary between my two worlds. The coffee burns my tongue as I sip it, bitter and familiar. My notes swim before my eyes. Constitutional law suddenly seems absurd in the face of family law, the ancient rules of power and revenge that govern our world. I straighten my papers again, a futile attempt to impose order on a night that's spinning rapidly out of control. In the window's reflection, Dario finally moves, sliding into a seat with a clear view of my table. Settling in. Watching. Waiting. My sanctuary has become a cage, and we both know it. 10 minutes. I've reread the same paragraph on judicial precedent 10 times, absorbing nothing. Dario hasn't moved from his chosen spot, but his presence fills the library like smoke, choking out my concentration. My carefully organized notes mock me with their color-coded tabs and highlighted passages, as if legal knowledge could protect me from someone like him. I maintain the pretense of studying, but my mind races through possibilities. The Greco family hasn't directly moved against the Valentis in 3 years, not since the warehouse incident that left 4 dead. Uncle Salvatore's détente with Antonio Greco is supposed to be holding. Unless something's changed. Unless I've missed something in my self-imposed exile from family politics. The redhead from earlier hurries past my table, shooting nervous glances at Dario. Smart girl. Even without knowing who he is, she senses the danger. Within minutes, the remaining students follow her lead, gathering their things with poorly concealed urgency. The library empties like a beach before a storm. Only Mrs. Keating seems immune, moving between the shelves with the same unhurried precision she's shown for the past 3 years. Her cart squeaks slightly as she shelves returns, the sound unnaturally loud in the tense silence. I should leave too. Pack up my notes, retreat to my secured apartment, make some calls. But that would mean letting him win. Showing weakness. Library closes in 15 minutes, Mrs. Keating announces, her voice echoing against the vaulted ceiling. She doesn't seem to notice, or chooses to ignore, the tension radiating between me and my unwanted observer. I begin my usual end-of-session routine, but everything feels off balance. My movements are too stiff, too controlled. My notes slide into their folders with sharp, angry sounds that betray my fraying composure. Dario watches it all with dark amusement, like a cat studying a particularly entertaining mouse. When he finally stands, the movement is liquid grace, dangerous and deliberate. He stretches, his jacket riding up just enough to reveal the gun holstered at his hip. He's not trying to hide it and making sure I see it. My hands clench around my textbook, knuckles white with tension. He takes his time walking past my table, close enough that I catch another whiff of that expensive cologne mixed with leather and something metallic. Gun oil, maybe. His fingers trail across the polished wood of my table, a casual violation of my space that sets my teeth on edge. "You've got good taste in study spots," he says, voice pitched low enough that Mrs. Keating won't hear. Nice and quiet. Private. His smile shows too many teeth. "We should talk sometime. About law. I've got some questions about criminal procedure." The threat hangs in the air between us, wrapped in a veneer of collegiate friendliness. I focus on packing my bag, each book and folder placed with precise movements that take every ounce of control I possess. The writing center offers tutoring services. He laughs, the sound rich and dangerous. "But they're not Valentis, are they? Not like you." He leans closer, dropping his voice further. "No matter how hard you try to hide it." My pulse jumps, but I keep my face blank as I stand, shrugging my bag onto my shoulder. The weight of my books is reassuring, even as I calculate whether they'd make an effective weapon if needed. 3 years of law school, of maintaining perfect control, of building a life outside the family's reach, all of it crumbling under the weight of his predatory gaze. "Have a good night," I say, the bland politeness of my tone a deliberate choice. I head for the exit, measuring each step carefully. His soft laughter follows me, sliding under my skin like a blade. "Sweet dreams, Raphael," he calls after me, my name in his mouth a promise and a threat. I don't look back. Don't acknowledge the way my hands shake slightly as I push through the library's heavy doors. Don't think about how he knew my name, or what his presence here means for my carefully constructed future. The night air hits my face, cold and sharp, but it does nothing to dispel the feeling that everything has shifted. My sanctuary is compromised. My control is slipping. And Dario Greco is watching me walk away, his interest a tangible weight between my shoulder blades, heavy as a target.
Chapter 2. Dario. I arrive at the gym 20 minutes before Raphael Valenti. Always 20 minutes early, enough time to secure the ideal vantage point and watch him try not to notice me. His schedule is a masterpiece of precision. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6:45 a.m. Like fucking clockwork. The kind of routine that makes stalking him almost too easy, though no less entertaining. The early morning crew barely glances my way as I claim the bench press near the mirror wall. They know better. 3 weeks of showing up here, and even the meathead regulars have learned to give me space. Smart boys. Wish I could say the same for my security detail, hovering by the smoothie bar like a pair of obvious assholes. I catch Marco's eye in the mirror and jerk my chin toward the door. He hesitates, dad's orders and all that shit, but eventually leads his partner outside. Good. I don't need babysitters for this. I start a lazy set of presses, barely feeling the weight. My mind is already racing ahead to Raphael's arrival, anticipating the tight line of his shoulders when he spots me. The way he'll try to pretend I don't exist while his body betrays every moment of awareness. Fucking beautiful, his control. Makes me want to shatter it piece by piece. The gym's floor-to-ceiling windows paint the weight room in early morning light, all clean lines and professional polish. Everything here is designed to look legitimate, respectable. Just like Raphael in his perfectly pressed shirts and color-coded notes. But I saw the truth in his eyes last night in the library. The predator's instinct he tries so hard to bury. He might have fooled anyone else with that ice-cold law student act, but I know what hides under expensive cotton shirts and careful manners. I recognize my own kind. 6:43 a.m. Right on schedule, Raphael pushes through the glass doors. His gym clothes are as methodically chosen as his study spot. Black shorts, gray shirt, everything fitted but not tight. Nothing flashy. Nothing to draw attention. My lips curl into a smile as I watch his reflection. All that effort to blend in just makes him stand out more, like a wolf trying to play at being a sheep. He clocks me instantly. I see it in the microscopic pause in his stride, but keeps walking to the cardio section. Sets up at his usual treadmill with mechanical precision. Every movement measured, controlled. It's fucking mesmerizing. I add another plate to the bar, metal clanging loud enough to make him twitch. Just slightly. Just enough. The morning crowd starts to fill in around us. College kids and early bird professionals, all wrapped up in their own little worlds. None of them have a clue what they're sharing space with. 2 predators playing at being normal, though only one of us is still pretending. I take my time with each rep, letting Raphael feel the weight of my attention. His form on the treadmill is perfect because of course it fucking is. But I can see the tension coiling through him with each stride. The way his eyes flick to my reflection when he thinks I'm not watching. He's burning to know why I'm here, what game I'm playing. Good. Let him wonder. The real fun is watching his control slip, degree by degree. It's there in the sweat darkening his shirt faster than his careful workout should cause. The way his fingers clench too tightly on the treadmill's handles. Every crack in his composure feeds something hungry in my chest. Makes me want to push harder, dig deeper, find out what it takes to make him snap. My phone buzzes, probably Dad wanting an update on my college attendance. Like that matters. The only subject I'm studying is the way Raphael's jaw clenches when I rack my weights too loud. The subtle tells that betray his training. 3 years of playing student haven't erased the killer's instincts bred into Valenti bones. He's just buried them under law books and respectability. Time to change that. Behind him, the sun breaks through the morning clouds, painting his silhouette in sharp relief. It's almost poetic, this little scene he's built for himself. The dedicated law student getting in his morning workout before class. All clean lines and productive energy. But I can read the violence in the way he runs, each stride too precise, too measured. No wasted movement. No weakness shown. He runs like someone used to being chased. Dad would tell me I'm wasting my time here. That if we're going to move against the Valentis, it should be something direct. Bloody. Send a real message. But he doesn't see what I see. Doesn't understand how much sweeter it'll be to take apart all this careful control piece by piece. To make Raphael remember exactly what he is and what blood runs in his veins. The same blood I'm going to spill one way or another. The gym manager hovers near the front desk, pretending not to watch me. Smart man. He's already figured out that trouble follows me, even if he doesn't know exactly what kind. I roll my shoulders, enjoying the way he flinches when I stand. Everyone in this place operates on instinct, even if they don't know it. Pure animal awareness of the apex predator in their midst. Everyone except Raphael. He just keeps running, spine straight, eyes forward. But I know better. I know exactly how aware he is of every move I make. It's a dance we're starting, him and me. And I plan to lead. 30 minutes. That's how long I let him pretend I don't exist. Let him finish his careful cardio routine and move to the weight section, his every movement rigid with restraint. Now he's at the leg press, and I can't help but admire the raw strength he tries to disguise. Another crack in his perfect facade. Another tell he can't quite hide. I take my time approaching, circling around the machines like I'm deciding what to hit next. The weight room's cleared out a bit. Something about the energy rolling off me tends to send the morning crowd scurrying to their corporate jobs. Fine by me. Fewer witnesses to what comes next. That's some heavy weight for a law student, I say, positioning myself where he can't ignore me. His form doesn't break and he finishes his rep with the same controlled precision, but I catch the slight flutter of his pulse at his throat. Then again, you're not just any law student, are you? He doesn't answer, just starts his next set. The weights clash with carefully regulated force, his breathing measured and even. But I see the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers grip the handles too tight. Every inch of him screaming awareness while he plays deaf and dumb. You know, I've been watching you, I continue, leaning against the adjacent machine. All these perfect little routines. Same schedule, same machines, same controlled bullshit. Must be exhausting trying so hard to be normal. I let my voice drop lower, intimate. Tell me, Raphael, do you actually enjoy any of it? Or is it just another piece of your costume? His rhythm falters for a fraction of a second. Barely noticeable, but to me it's like blood in the water. I step closer into his peripheral vision. I bet you miss it sometimes. The real training. The kind that actually matters in our world. All this. I gesture at the gym's polished equipment, the pristine mirrors, the motivational posters. It's just playing pretend, isn't it? He racks the weights with precise control and sits up, finally looking at me. His eyes are cold, but there's fire banked behind them. Good. Do you need something? His voice is perfectly neutral. Perfectly fake. The trainers can help you with proper form if you're having trouble. I laugh, letting him hear the edge in it. There it is. That Valenti bite hiding under all that prep school polish. I move closer, watching his muscles tense for action he won't let himself take. Bet it kills you having to swallow that pride. Having to let some Greco trash talk down to you in your fancy gym. I have class in 20 minutes, he says, standing with measured grace. Every movement is calculated to avoid contact, to maintain that precious control. But I'm already blocking his easiest path of retreat, forcing him to either engage or show weakness by taking the long way around. Funny thing about routines, I say, not moving an inch. They make you predictable. Easy to find. Easy to. I reach out, adjusting one of the weight plates on his machine with deliberate slowness. Access. The threat lands. I see it in the micro-expressions he can't quite suppress, the combat calculations running behind those cold eyes. He's running scenarios just like he was trained. Exactly like he was trained. Another crack in his paper-thin mask of normalcy. Thanks for the concern, he says, voice still steady. But I catch the slight Italian lilt bleeding through his careful pronunciation. Stress showing in the smallest ways. But I like my routines. No, I say, smiling slowly and sharply. You hate them. You hate every second of pretending to be something you're not. I can see it eating at you. I step fully into his space now, close enough to catch his scent, clean sweat and expensive soap, and something uniquely him that makes my mouth water. Want to know what else I see, Raphael? He holds his ground, but I feel the once latent violence in him, so close to the surface now. One wrong move, or maybe one exactly right move, from snapping. The other gym-goers give us a wide berth, instinctively sensing the predators in their midst. Even the staff keeps their distance, though I catch them whispering into phones. Probably calling security. Like that would make a difference. I see someone playing a very dangerous game, I continue, my voice pitched for his ears alone. Someone pretending he can just walk away from what he is. What he was born to be. I let my eyes drag over him, taking in every detail of his carefully maintained facade. But blood always tells, doesn't it? And yours is screaming right now. The rest of the gym's morning crowd parts around us like water around stones, their instincts warning them away from the violence simmering beneath our quiet conversation. Raphael's trying to find an exit strategy that won't look like retreat. I can practically see the options cycling behind his eyes, each one requiring him to either back down or engage. Each choice a potential crack in his precious redemption story. You know what I find interesting? I lean closer, pitching my voice low enough that he has to stay still to hear it. The way you write your notes in the library. All those neat little color-coded tabs. But your handwriting, now that's interesting. Tight. Controlled. Like someone trained to write reports about their kills. His breath catches. Just slightly. Just enough to feed the hunger growing in my chest. You've been in my study space. The words come out clipped, that cultured accent he's cultivated fraying at the edges. I've been everywhere you've been, Raphael. I let my smile sharpen. Your coffee shop. Your running trail along the river. That fancy apartment building with the shit security. I tap my fingers against the weight machine, a deliberate echo of last night's gesture in the library. Amazing what you miss when you're so focused on playing normal. Other students filter past us toward the locker room, their morning workouts finished. Raphael's window for a clean escape is closing. His next class starts in 15 minutes. I know his schedule better than he does at this point. He'll have to hit the showers soon if he wants to maintain his perfect attendance record. Most people, he says, each word carved from ice, would call that stalking. Most people would call you a traitor. I cock my head, studying the flush rising up his neck. Walking away from family. From legacy. From everything you were born to be. My fingers itch to grab him, to feel the strength he's trying so hard to hide. Tell me, does your uncle know you're working out like this? Training that body you pretend is just for show? We're done here. He moves to step around me, but I shift just enough to force him to brush against me if he wants to get past. See, that's where you're wrong. I breathe in his scent, sweat and fury, and something uniquely Raphael that makes my blood sing. We're just getting started. You and me? This is going to be fun. I don't play games. But there's a tremor in his voice now. Barely there. Beautiful. No? Then what do you call this whole act? I gesture at his expensive workout gear, the pristine gym, the business students doing half-assed sets nearby. All this legitimate bullshit. Like you could ever be one of them. I lean in closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating off him. I saw you clock every exit when you walked in. Saw you categorize every potential threat. Those instincts don't just disappear because you decided to play lawyer. His hands clench at his sides. Such perfect tells if you know where to look. And I've made studying Raphael Valenti my favorite fucking hobby. The only threat here is you, he says, voice dropping into something darker. Something real. There he is. My grin feels wild, hungry. There's the killer under all that polish. Come on, Raphael. Show me more. Show me what you're really made of. The gym manager's approaching now, phone in hand. Campus security won't be far behind. Raphael sees them too, and his weight shifts slightly, combat-ready despite his careful mask. The violence between us draws tighter, a wire about to snap. You don't know anything about me, he says, but the words lack conviction. He knows better. Knows I've seen too much. I know everything about you. I drop my voice lower, making him strain to hear. I know you wake up at 5:30 every morning and check your security system twice. I know you take your coffee black with 1 sugar. I know you sit in your car sometimes after class, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, fighting the urge to drive somewhere, anywhere, else. I let each detail land like a knife between his ribs. But mostly, I know what you are. What you're trying so hard not to be. And baby, you're failing spectacularly. The muscle in his jaw ticks, another perfect tell. His eyes dart to the approaching manager, then back to me. The calculation is beautiful to watch. If he stays, he risks a scene that'll shatter his carefully maintained image. If he retreats to the locker room, he's giving me exactly what I want. Either way, I win. Walk away, he says, but there's a thread of uncertainty in his voice now. The kind that makes me want to pull harder just to see what unravels. After you. I step back just enough to give him space, a mocking invitation. Don't forget your towel. Wouldn't want you getting cold in the showers. The threat lands exactly as intended. He doesn't quite flinch, but his breathing shifts, becoming more deliberate, more controlled. Always so fucking controlled. But not for long. Not if I have anything to say about it. The manager's still hovering at the edge of my peripheral vision, phone pressed to his ear. Campus security's response time is shit, another detail I've filed away during my surveillance. Still, Raphael knows his window for a dignified exit is closing. When he finally moves, it's with that warrior's grace he can't quite suppress. Each step measured, ensuring he doesn't brush against me as he passes. I give him 30 seconds head start. Just enough time to think he might have some control over what happens next. The hallway to the locker room stretches long and white, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. His footsteps echo against the tile, and I match my pace to his rhythm, letting him hear me following. Letting the anticipation build. Steam fills the locker room like fog, thick enough to blur the edges of things. Perfect. The space is empty except for us. Everyone else cleared out when the tension peaked on the gym floor. Smart of them. What's coming isn't meant for an audience. Water runs in one of the shower stalls. Raphael's still trying to maintain his routine, still trying to pretend this is just another morning workout. But I catch him watching my reflection in the steamed mirrors, tracking my movements with the kind of situational awareness they teach Valenti children before they can walk. I shed my jacket, letting him see the gun holstered at my hip. His eyes lock onto it for a fraction of a second. Another tell. Another crack in his facade. He doesn't carry any more, not here in his squeaky clean college life. Must feel naked without the weight of steel against his body. You're in the wrong locker room, he says, voice tight as he pulls workout clothes from his bag. Everything is perfectly folded because of course it fucking is. Am I? I move closer, enjoying how the steam makes everything feel more intimate. More dangerous. Way I see it, this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. He doesn't answer, just starts methodically emptying his locker. Each movement is precise, controlled. But I see the tension running through him, the way his shoulders bunch under his sweat-damp shirt, ready for violence he won't let himself initiate. You know what I think? I close the distance between us, slow and deliberate. I think you like this. The chase. The tension. My voice drops lower, meant for his ears alone, even though we were the only ones in the locker room. Makes you feel alive, doesn't it? More than all your precious law books ever could. His hands are still on his towel, just for a moment, but it's just long enough. You don't know what you're playing with, he says, that carefully concealed accent slipping again, pure Sicily bleeding through his Ivy League polish. Don't I? I step closer, forcing him to turn and face me or show his back. He turns. Smart boy. I know exactly what I'm playing with. The question is. I reach past him, deliberately invading his space to grab something from his locker. His whole body goes rigid, combat ready. Do you? I examine the protein bar I've snagged, another piece of his perfect fitness routine. Another prop in his elaborate performance. All this. I gesture at his carefully packed gym bag, his pristine workout clothes. It's not you. Not really. The real you? He's right there, right under the surface. Begging to come out and play. You need to leave. The words come out rough, hungry. His control is fraying at the edges. Make me. I step fully into his space now, close enough to feel the heat coming off his skin. Come on, Raphael. Show me what you're really made of. Show me the Valenti blood running through those veins. His breath catches. His pupils dilate. For one perfect moment, I think he might actually do it. Might finally snap and show me the violence he keeps locked away. The steam wraps around us like a shroud, turning the moment thick and heavy with possibility. Then his phone alarm chimes. Time for class. Always so fucking punctual. This was fun, I murmur, not backing away. We should do it again sometime. Maybe get a little more physical. I let my gaze drag down his body, taking in every detail of his barely contained reaction. Every subtle tell that says he's not as immune to this as he pretends. His hands are steady as he grabs his bag, but his breathing, that's another story. Faster. Rougher. Beautiful. Stay away from me, he says, but there's no conviction in it. We both know this is just the beginning. I watch him leave, admiring the rigid line of his spine, the warrior's grace he can't quite hide. Steam curls around me, heavy with the scent of him, clean sweat and expensive soap and pure, delicious fury. His footsteps fade down the hallway, each one measured and precise. Still trying so hard to maintain that perfect control. Sweet dreams, Raphael. I call after him, just like last night in the library, just to watch him falter mid-stride before his control snaps back into place. This is going to be so much fucking fun.
Chapter 3. Raphael. The key to the rooftop door sticks like always, requiring just the right pressure to turn. I learned this trick months ago, along with the building supervisor's schedule and the blind spots in the security cameras. Old habits. Even in my quest for a legitimate life, I can't stop cataloging escape routes and secure locations. The early afternoon sun washes over the garden planters that line the rooftops perimeter, turning the scattered leaves golden. Up here, the constant hum of campus life fades to white noise. I discovered this spot during my first year, a forgotten study space with a panoramic view of Motkov's skyline. The business district gleams to the east, while the shadowy sprawl of Old Harbor stretches west, a perfect visual divide between the world I'm trying to build and the one I left behind. My hands still burn from scrubbing them raw in the gym showers, trying to wash away the feeling of being watched. Of being hunted. 2 encounters with Dario Greco in less than 24 hours. The coincidence rings false, setting off warning bells I've spent years trying to silence. I begin my usual security sweep, checking the door's lock, testing the planters I've strategically relocated to create bottlenecks and cover. The maintenance door that leads to the electrical room is still sealed. I check it twice, remembering Uncle Salvatore's lessons about multiple exit strategies. 3 years of legal studies, and I still can't shake the training bred into my bones. Setting up my study space provides a familiar ritual. Laptop positioned to avoid screen glare, reference books arranged by relevance, coffee at precisely the right distance to avoid accidental spills. Every item placed with mechanical precision, as if perfect order could somehow ward off the chaos Dario represents. The campus stretches below me, students crossing the quad like ants, oblivious to the predators walking among them. Somewhere down there, Dario is probably watching, waiting, planning his next move. My fingers itch for a weapon, any weapon, but I force them to remain steady on my laptop keyboard instead. A shadow passes overhead, just a bird, but my pulse spikes anyway. I draw in a careful breath, tasting salt on the breeze from the harbor. Focus. Control. I have a constitutional law paper due next week, a mock trial to prepare for, and a future to build. I can't let Dario's games derail everything I've worked for. But as I stare at my screen, his words from the gym echo in my head. Blood always tells, doesn't it? The cursor blinks accusingly, and I realize I've been typing the same sentence over and over, muscle memory operating on autopilot while my mind circles through combat scenarios and threat assessments. My phone buzzes, another message from Luca, probably asking why I missed our weekly coffee meetup. I silence it without looking. Luca would understand the threat Dario represents and would offer family resources and protection, but accepting help means admitting I can't handle this on my own. It means proving Dario right about who and what I really am. The sun climbs higher, burning away the morning marine layer. I've added my own security measures up here over the months, subtle changes to the layout, strategic vantage points, and hidden cameras that feed to my phone. My sanctuary, fortified against threats I pretended no longer existed. Until now. I pull up my research notes, trying to lose myself in the familiar rhythm of legal precedents and constitutional amendments. But between every line of text, I see Dario's predatory smile, I feel the weight of his gaze. My fingers hover over the keys, and I catch myself analyzing the rooftop's defensive possibilities instead of the commerce clause. A group of law students passes below, their laughter carrying up to my perch. Their biggest worry is the upcoming midterms. Mine is the son of a rival crime family who's decided to make me his new hobby. The divide between their world and mine suddenly feels vast and unbridgeable. Maybe it always was. I straighten my already straightened papers and adjust my perfectly positioned coffee cup. Small acts of control in a world that's rapidly spinning beyond my grasp. Up here, surrounded by carefully tended herbs and flowers, I can almost pretend I've built something real. Something that passes for legitimate. But Dario's voice whispers in my memory, playing pretend. The worst part is, he might be right. When did this rooftop become another prison? Another carefully constructed cage, just like my apartment, my study spots, my entire routine? I trace my fingers along the rough brick of the wall, remembering the calluses I used to have from weapons training. Now my hands are smooth, marked only by paper cuts and keyboard strain. Lawyers' hands. But they still remember how to hurt, how to break, how to. I jerk my thoughts back from that dangerous path. This is exactly what Dario wants, to make me question everything I've built. To make me doubt the walls I've erected between my past and my future. I pull up another case study, but the legal jargon blurs before my eyes. 3 years of perfect grades, of carefully maintained distance from family business, of building a new identity brick by brick. And it's all starting to feel like exactly what he called it, an elaborate performance. The breeze carries the scent of the herbs I've planted, basil, oregano, the same ones my mother grew in her kitchen garden. Another tie to the past I can't quite sever. Even my attempts at normalcy betray my roots. The first warning comes as a shadow across my laptop screen, too large for a bird, too deliberate for a cloud. My muscles tense before my mind processes why. There's someone behind me. I don't turn. Don't give him the satisfaction. But my fingers curl against my thigh, missing the weight of steel. The breeze shifts, carrying the scent of expensive cologne and leather. Dario. The lock on the rooftop door was supposed to be unbreakable. Nice view, he says, voice rich with amusement. You've got good taste in hiding spots. The words slice through the peaceful afternoon air. I keep my eyes on my screen, though the text has become meaningless shapes. My pulse thunders in my throat as I catalog my options. The maintenance door is 12 steps behind me. The edge of the roof, 8 steps left. The herb planters would provide cover, but limited mobility. Most students don't know about this place. His footsteps trace the perimeter I've so carefully secured. Then again, most students don't have your specialized training in finding escape routes. Heat crawls up my neck. Anger, fear, and something else I refuse to name. There's a study room available in the library. He laughs, the sound too intimate in my sanctuary. But the library doesn't have these lovely privacy walls. Or these. He pauses by my herb garden, interesting choice of plants. Very traditional. Very Italian. My jaw aches from clenching it. He's between me and the only viable exit now. The maintenance door is padlocked from the outside. I could make the jump to the next building, but that would mean showing him exactly what I'm capable of. Your security cameras are cute, he continues, and my blood freezes. Amateur work, but you get points for effort. Though you might want to upgrade the receivers. The signal's easy to track. Finally, I turn to face him. He leans against the wall like he owns it, afternoon sun catching the planes of his face. There's a fresh bruise darkening his jaw, someone fought back recently. The sight shouldn't send a thrill through me. What do you want? His smile sharpens. Now that's an interesting question. What do I want? He pushes off the wall, his movement liquid and predatory. Maybe I just want to understand what makes a Valenti turn his back on everything he is. Maybe I want to see how long you can keep playing student before you crack. Or maybe. He steps closer, and it takes everything in me not to move. Not to show weakness. Not to show how my skin prickles with awareness of the danger he represents. Maybe I just like watching you pretend you don't check every exit, catalog every threat, and plan every possible scenario. His voice drops lower. Like now. You're already calculating how to take me down if I get too close. Aren't you, Raphael? The sound of my name in his mouth sends electricity down my spine. He's not wrong. I have already mapped out 3 different ways to neutralize him, each more violent than the last. The knowledge sits heavy in my gut. You're trespassing, I say, but the words come out rough, uneven. Am I? He glances around the rooftop, at my perfectly arranged study space, my carefully positioned planters. Looks to me like you're the one trespassing. In this clean little world that doesn't belong to you and never will. A cloud passes over the sun, casting us both in shadow. In the dimness, I catch the outline of his holster beneath his jacket. He's armed, of course. The question is, why show me? Why make it obvious? The answer hits like a punch to the gut. Because he knows I won't report it. I won't call campus security. Won't do anything that might draw attention to either of us. Because despite everything, I'm still playing by the old rules. Still bound by the laws of our world, even as I try to learn the laws of this one. Fuck off, I say, the curse slipping out in Italian. His grin widens, all teeth in triumph. There he is, he purrs. There's the real Raphael Valenti. The herb garden scent intensifies in the afternoon heat, basil and oregano mixing with gunmetal and leather. Below us, students cross the quad, their voices carrying up like a distant radio. Their world feels impossibly far from this moment, this confrontation. A pair of pigeons takes flight from the neighboring roof, startled by our tension. His presence transforms my sanctuary into a battleground. Each familiar element, the worn brick walls, the rusted drain pipe, the cracked concrete under my feet, becomes tactical terrain. The sun glints off the glass walls of the business building across the street, momentarily blinding. In that flash, Dario shifts closer, testing boundaries. You chose this spot well, he says, gesturing to the cityscape behind me. Perfect view of your family's territory. Tell me, do you watch their cars come and go? Keep tabs on the business you pretend doesn't exist? The question strikes deeper than it should. I do watch, not just my family's movements, but all of them. The ebb and flow of power in Mont Cove written in black SUVs and nervous couriers. Old Harbor's shadows stretching toward downtown like grasping fingers. A police siren wails in the distance, and neither of us flinches. We're too well trained for that. But I catch the way his fingers twitch toward his holster, an instinct bred into both of us before we could walk. The gesture creates an unwanted moment of kinship that turns my stomach. The autumn wind tears across the rooftop, scattering my papers. I let them fly. Moving to catch them would mean stepping closer to Dario, and we both know it's a trap. He watches them dance away, lips curving into something that isn't quite a smile. Your analysis of prosecution strategies is thorough, he says, producing one of my notebooks. The sight of it in his hands makes bile rise in my throat. Especially the sections on witness intimidation. Speaking from experience? Give it back. The words emerge in a voice I haven't used since leaving the family, low, dangerous, pure Sicily. Make me. He thumbs through the pages with deliberate slowness. Wonder what Uncle Salvatore thinks about his nephew's particular academic interests? All these notes about dismantling power structures from within. Red bleeds at the edges of my vision. You broke into my locker. I go wherever I want. He slides my notebook into his jacket, the movement smooth as a knife between ribs. While you hide up here with your books and your herbs, I move through the world and take what's mine. Nothing here belongs to you. The including me goes unspoken, but hangs heavy in the air between us. He moves toward my study space, each step measured. His fingers brush my laptop surface. Then why look at me like that? Like you're calculating exactly how many bones you'd break before I hit the ground. My mouth goes dry because he's right. I've already mapped it all out, the exact angle to take him down, the pressure points that would render him unconscious, the way his blood would look against the concrete. The knowledge sits in my gut like lead. Some of us found better solutions than violence, I say, but my voice betrays me, rough with possibilities. His laugh cuts through the air. Better? Is that what you call this masquerade? He gestures at my clothes, my books, everything I've built. Your professors might believe it. Your study group might buy the act. But I see what's underneath. I see the war you wage every minute of every day. You don't see anything. Even I don't believe the lie. He closes the distance between us, each step eating away at my carefully constructed walls. I see how you catalog exits before sitting down. How your fingers curl when you're angry, muscle memory reaching for a weapon that isn't there. The way you stand now, balanced on the balls of your feet, ready to move. Just like they taught us. Us. The word hits like a body blow. Different families, same education. The art of violence passed down through generations. How to hurt, how to survive, how to own the darkness instead of fearing it. I chose a different path. My words ring hollow in the autumn air. Did you? His voice drops to a whisper. Or are you banking that fire, keeping it contained until it explodes? All that capacity for violence, for dominance. He reaches for my collar. The weight of restraining it must be crushing. I catch his wrist before he makes contact. Lightning arcs through my veins at the touch. His pulse hammers against my fingers, fast and strong, betraying the adrenaline beneath his calm facade. We freeze in this moment of barely contained violence, neither willing to break first. Careful, he breathes. Your heritage is showing. I shove him back, the movement sharp with years of training I can't erase. He doesn't stumble, doesn't retreat. Just stands there radiating heat and danger and dark promises. Get out. The words emerge in Italian, my mother tongue claiming me despite my best efforts. I think I'll stay. His eyes gleam with satisfaction. The view up here is educational. The city sprawls beneath us, unaware of this rooftop dance of threat and counter-threat. Church bells echo across campus. 3 chimes until my next class. Time slips away while Dario systematically strips away my defenses. This ends badly, I warn, despising how it sounds like an invitation. His eyes darken to midnight. That's exactly the plan. The space between us crackles with unspoken threats. A helicopter thunders overhead, casting shifting shadows across the rooftop. Neither of us flinches at the sound, another shared tell of our upbringing. His fingers brush the outline of his holster, a deliberate reminder of what he brings to this game. You know what fascinates me? He gestures at my scattered notes and abandoned laptop. How hard you work to build this facade. All these hours studying laws written by men who've never had blood on their hands. Never understood real power. He picks up one of my textbooks, weighs it like a weapon. But you understand it, don't you? It's in your bones. In your blood. Just like it's in mine. The comparison makes my skin crawl, mostly because it rings true. I think of my classmates and about their simple concerns about grades and interviews. None of them dream in red. None of them wake reaching for weapons that aren't there. We're nothing alike, I say, but the words taste like ash. His smile says he hears the lie. No? Then why do your eyes keep tracking my movements? Why does your breath quicken when I step closer? That's not fear, Raphael. That's recognition. The wind carries the scent of his cologne, mixing with herbs and autumn air. Everything about him is a challenge, to my restraint, to my choices, to the walls I've built between past and present. My fingers ache with the urge to answer that challenge with violence. He sees it. Of course he does. We speak the same brutal language, no matter how I try to forget the words. My hand moves before my mind decides, and I shove my laptop into my bag, gathering the papers still within reach. The sun dips behind the business district's glass towers, casting long shadows across the rooftop. Time to retreat, to regroup, to running away? Dario blocks my path to the door, his stance wide, challenging. That's not very Valenti of you. Move. One word, but it carries the weight of every lesson I've tried to unlearn. Make me. He steps closer, into the space I've marked as mine. Come on, Raphael. Show me what they taught you before you decided to play scholar. The distance between us shrinks to nothing. This close, I can see the faint scar above his left eyebrow, the way his pupils dilate with anticipation. His cologne mingles with smoke and aged leather, a scent that speaks of home in ways I've tried to forget. Last chance, I warn, but my voice has gone rough, hungry. His smile turns sharp. To do what? Call campus security? Tell them the big bad Greco is bothering you? His fingers brush my collar, testing. We both know you won't. Can't. Because the minute you involve their authorities, your carefully constructed world starts to crack. He's right. God help me, he's right. I can't report him without risking exposure. Can't fight him without proving every word he said about my nature. Can't walk away without showing weakness. The funny thing is, he continues, voice dropping lower, I bet you miss it. The weight of a gun under your jacket. The rush of power. The simple clarity of violence instead of all these. He gestures at my books with contempt, complex legal theories. You don't know anything about me. No? His hand shoots out, grabbing my wrist. The contact burns. Your pulse is racing. Your muscles are coiled for action. Everything about you screams fighter, not scholar. You can dress it up in expensive clothes and hide it behind textbooks, but you're still what they made you. What we both are. I could break his grip. I could put him down on the concrete in 3 moves. The knowledge hums in my blood, muscle memory warring with carefully constructed restraint. The difference, I grit out, is choice. His laugh holds no humor. Choice? You really think you chose this? Think you can just decide not to be what you are? His grip tightens. Your hands remember, don't they? The feel of a trigger. The impact of a punch. The satisfaction of making someone bleed. My free hand clenches, and his eyes track the movement with savage pleasure. He's winning, drawing out the violence I've buried beneath years of studied civility. That's it, he murmurs. Let it surface. Let it breathe. The city spreads out below us, glass and steel catching the dying light. Somewhere down there, my classmates are filing into lecture halls, discussing precedents and procedures. Their world feels impossibly distant from this rooftop, this moment, this choice. His thumb brushes my pulse point, intimate as a lover. Tell me you don't want to hurt me right now. Tell me you don't ache for it. I move without thinking. One twist, one step, and suddenly he's against the wall, my forearm at his throat. The violence rises so naturally, so easily, it terrifies me. His eyes gleam with triumph even as he gasps for breath. Beautiful, he chokes out. Fucking beautiful. Horror floods me as I realize what I've done. What I've revealed. I release him and step back, but it's too late. He's seen beneath my mask, seen the killer I've tried so hard to bury. Don't leave on my account, he says, rubbing his throat. We're just getting to the good part. I grab my bag and run. His laughter follows me down the stairs, echoing in my head long after I've left the building behind. My hands shake as I push through crowds of students, their innocent chatter a mockery of what just transpired. He's won this round and proved his point. The monster I've caged still lives, still hungers, still knows exactly how to hurt. And God help me, some part of me gloried in letting it out. My shoes hit each step with military precision as I descend, the stairwell's fluorescent lights flickering in time with my racing pulse. Sweat soaks through my shirt, expensive cotton gone damp with fear or excitement or both. The taste of violence lingers on my tongue, metallic and familiar. The evening air hits me like a slap as I burst out of the building. Students mill around the quad, their faces blurring into a mass of innocent normalcy. A girl laughs at something on her phone. A professor juggles an armful of papers. A couple shares a coffee on a bench. All of them ignorant of the dangerous current running through me, the way my hands still remember the feel of Dario's throat. Behind me, the rooftop looms against the darkening sky. My sanctuary, violated and transformed into something else entirely. Tomorrow, I'll have to find a new place to study, establish new routines to replace the ones he's tainted. But tonight, I taste copper and adrenaline, and part of me wants to turn around, to climb those stairs again, to finish what we started. The thought terrifies me more than anything else.
Chapter 4. Dario. The bass rattles the VIP section's crystal glasses, sending ripples through $100 vodka no one's drinking. College kids pack the dance floor below, all designer labels and trust fund swagger, but my attention fixes on the entrance. Any minute now, Raphael's study group will drag him through those doors, thinking they've finally convinced their perfect classmate to relax for once. They have no idea I've spent 2 weeks laying this trap. A whisper in the right ear about the constitutional law study group planning to celebrate here. A few subtle threats to ensure the bouncers won't give him trouble about his name. Even the DJ's playlist is calculated. Nothing too obvious, just enough old-school Italian songs mixed in to keep him on edge. Mr. Greco. The waitress appears with another bottle of sparkling water. Smart girl. She noticed I haven't touched the alcohol. Will anyone be joining you? I smile, enjoying how she flinches. Soon. The VIP section offers a perfect view of the entire club. Mirror-backed bar along the west wall, emergency exits on either end, private rooms and back for more discreet entertainment. But the real value is in the sight lines. Raphael won't be able to move without my eyes on him. My phone lights up with a text from Marco stationed outside, target approaching with group of 5. ETA 2 minutes. I dismiss him with a quick reply. My own security detail blends with the crowd below, watching without being obvious about it. Unlike Raphael's cousins, my people know how to disappear in plain sight. The door swings open and there he is. Beautiful in his discomfort, shoulders rigid as his study group pulls him inside. Even from here, I see him cataloging exits and scanning faces, his shoulders tensing at the Italian lyrics floating through the speakers. He's wearing dark jeans and a blue button-down, trying so hard to look casual while every movement screams training and control. Your entrance fee's been covered, the bouncer tells him, just like I arranged. Raphael stiffens, that perfect jaw clenching as understanding hits. He looks up, straight at the VIP section, but the strobing lights mask me in shadows. Still, he knows. I made sure he would. His study group clusters around him. 3 guys, 2 girls, all children playing at adulthood. They're celebrating something. Midterms, maybe, or a mock trial victory. It doesn't matter. What matters is how Raphael stands slightly apart from them, maintaining that careful distance he always keeps between himself and anything that might taint his precious legitimate life. One of the girls touches his arm, leaning close to be heard over the music. He smiles politely, but I catch the way he shifts his weight, refusing to be boxed in. Always aware. Always ready. It would be impressive if it wasn't so goddamn entertaining to dismantle. The bartender has their orders ready before they reach the bar. Another piece in my choreography. Raphael's coffee order duplicated in an espresso martini, a detail that makes his shoulders tighten further. The group claims a high-top table with a clear vantage point to see all exits. His choice, though his friends probably think it's random. I take a slow sip of water, savoring the anticipation. The night stretches ahead like a chessboard, every piece positioned exactly where I want it. The private room in the back is ready. The regular college security guards have been replaced with my people. Even the temperature in here is perfect, just warm enough to make that buttoned-up shirt uncomfortable. Time to see what it takes to make Raphael Valenti lose control in public. One text sends the DJ transitioning into a Sicilian folk song, something old enough to hit bone-deep memory. Raphael's hand tightens around his glass, and I lean forward, hungry for every micro-expression that crosses his face. Let the game begin. The music shifts again, something modern but with an underlying Italian melody. Raphael might not consciously recognize it, but his body does. I watch his fingers tap against his glass, matching a rhythm bred into both our bones. His study group chatters around him, oblivious to the tension coiling through his frame. The club itself is mine tonight, though none of these trust fund kids realize it. The owner, officially a respected Valmont alumnus, unofficially neck-deep in Greco family debt, was eager to accommodate my requests. Extra security, specific staff, particular bottles behind the bar. Every detail designed to dig under Raphael's skin. A freshman stumbles near their table, splashing her drink. Not one of mine, just drunk college luck, but Raphael's reaction is perfect. He shifts his stance subtly, positioning himself between the potential threat and his group. Still playing protector even while pretending he's not what we both know he is. The girl from his study group, Laura, according to my research, daughter of a state judge, keeps finding excuses to touch him. Her hand on his arm, her body angling toward him as she laughs at something. She has no idea she's flirting with a weapon, a killer wrapped in expensive cotton and careful manners. The thought makes me bare my teeth in something like a smile. My phone vibrates. Another update from my people watching the perimeter. No sign of Valenti surveillance, which means Raphael hasn't called for backup. His pride won't let him admit he needs help, not even after our rooftop encounter. That same pride keeps him here now, refusing to show weakness by leaving early. I signal the waitress. She appears instantly, fear and attraction warring in her expression. Send a round of shots to that table, I tell her, nodding toward Raphael's group. Sambuca. The bottle from behind the office bar. The one I had imported specifically for tonight, from the same region as Raphael's mother's family. The song changes again. The DJ's good, weaving Italian undertones through modern beats, building a web of cultural triggers Raphael can't quite ignore. I see tension climbing his spine, the perfect lines of his posture going rigid as bone-deep memory fights with practiced control. One of his study group, a wannabe prosecutor with more ambition than sense, raises the first shot in a toast. Raphael lifts his glass automatically, but I catch his nostrils flaring as the scent hits him. That specific anise sweetness that probably fills his earliest memories of family gatherings, of power wrapped in tradition. He doesn't drink, but his grip on the glass is white-knuckled now. Every element of this trap is closing in. The music, the liquor, the heat, the press of bodies. Chaos engineered to crack that perfect control. Below, the dance floor writhes like a living thing, all grinding bodies and flashing lights. The bass vibrates through the leather of my booth, a heartbeat in sync with the pulse I can almost see hammering in Raphael's throat. He's a statue of tension in the midst of it, trying so hard to maintain his calculated distance while everything I've orchestrated pulls him back toward his true nature. Time to start the next phase. One text will set it in motion, unleashing another carefully planned series of events designed to strip away more of his defenses. My thumb hovers over the phone as I watch him take another measured sip of his drink, his eyes still scanning the crowd like the soldier he pretends he isn't. Beautiful prey, thinking he can escape what's in his blood. What's in both our blood. I press send. Let's see how long that control lasts when the real game begins. The crowd parts as I descend from the VIP section, their animal instinct warning them away. Even drunk college kids can sense a predator in their midst. My security detail maintains their distance, watching without watching as I stalk my prey through the press of bodies. Raphael tenses the moment I hit the main floor. He doesn't need to see me to know I'm coming. His study group has migrated closer to the dance floor, their legal discussions dissolving into drunken debate about some professor's grading curve. He stands slightly apart, that perfect posture screaming awareness of every movement around him. A sports scholarship kid, linebacker judging by the build, stumbles into my path. One look sends him scrambling back, useless apologies dying on his lips. Word spreads fast in places like this. Everyone suddenly has business elsewhere, leaving a clear channel between me and my target. Raphael's shoulders tighten further as the distance between us closes. He keeps his back to me, a deliberate show of disinterest that only highlights how attuned he is to my approach. His fingers tap against his glass in that telltale rhythm, not in time with the pulsing bass but an older beat. The same Sicilian folk song I had the DJ play when he walked in. Your friend doesn't party much, does he? I ask one of his study partners. Thomas, trust fund, cocaine habit he thinks daddy doesn't know about. The boy startles, recognition and fear flooding his face. Everyone in Valmont's criminal justice program knows the Greco name. Thomas swallows hard, looking between me and Raphael. He's just focused. You know, with the Anderson case analysis due. I smile, sharp and hungry, and he trails off. Must be hard, I say, pitching my voice to carry over the music, being friends with someone who's always holding back, always hiding what he really is. Raphael's spine goes rigid. The rest of his study group shifts uncomfortably, sensing the undercurrent but not understanding it. Laura's hand slips from his arm as she edges away, her social instincts finally kicking in. Maybe we should get another round, one of the other guys suggests, already retreating toward the bar. The group follows like silent sheep, leaving Raphael alone in their wake. Smart kids finally reading the room. He still hasn't turned to face me, but his reflection in the mirrored wall shows the muscle jumping in his jaw. The strobing lights paint his face in alternating shadows and harsh colors, highlighting the warrior bones beneath his civilized veneer. Subtle, he says, voice carrying that slight accent he can never quite hide when he's angry. Threatening my classmates now? I step closer, enjoying how the movement ripples through him. Just making conversation. Isn't that what normal college kids do? His humorless laugh rings hollow. Is that what this is about? Playing college student? No. I move to his left, knowing he favors that side for defense. This is about watching you try to play normal while everything in you screams for something else. The dance floor churns around us, but a bubble of space has formed. Even drunk young adults can sense the violence building between us. The DJ transitions into something with a harder beat, bass thumping like artillery fire. I told you to stay away from me. He finally turns and the raw fury in his eyes is beautiful. You did. I let my smile sharpen. But we both know that's not what you really want. His fingers tighten on his glass, tendons standing out like wire under skin. One wrong move and that crystal becomes a weapon. We both know exactly how many ways he could use it. What I want, he says, each word precise despite the growing Italian lilt, is to finish my degree without complications. Liar, I growl and step fully into his space now, close enough to catch his scent, expensive cologne barely masking the killer underneath. What you want is to stop pretending. Stop holding back. Stop playing at being something you're not. The bass drops, and in that momentary silence, I hear his breath catch. Got him. The music shifts again, something with a Sicilian bass line twisted through modern beats. Around us, the dance floor moves like a tide, but our bubble of space remains untouched. Sweat and perfume hang heavy in the air, mixing with top-shelf liquor and desperation. The kind of place that pretends at elegance while hiding darker purposes. Like Raphael wearing his expensive clothes over a practiced killer's instincts. A bottle shatters somewhere behind us. Raphael's shoulders tense, but he doesn't look away from me. Doesn't break eye contact. His training's too good for that, no matter how much he tries to bury it. The strobing lights catch the gold chain at his throat, a family piece he probably tells himself he wears out of tradition rather than allegiance. Each flash of light reveals another detail I want to destroy. The careful way he holds himself, the precise distance he maintains, the controlled rhythm of his breathing. College kids crush in around our pocket of space, driven by the pulsing music, but none dare enter the invisible boundary between predator and prey. The heat rises with their movement, and I catch the first bead of sweat tracing Raphael's neck, his perfect composure beginning to crack. You're not fooling anyone, I tell him, voice pitched under the bass. I can feel the violence in you begging to surface. To breathe. To remind you exactly what you are. His throat works as he swallows, that gold chain shifting against his tan skin. Above us, my security detail watches from the VIP section, ready to ensure no one interrupts what's coming next. The private room in the back waits, equipped for whatever form this breaking point takes. Let's see what it takes to make him break. The bar's polished mahogany gleams under artfully dim lights as Raphael retreats, maintaining that precise distance between us. His study group has disappeared completely, spooked prey abandoning one of their own to the predator. He orders water, his voice steady despite the palpable tension thrumming through him. The bartender's hands shake slightly as he pours, picking up on the dangerous current in the air. The crowd around us shifts and flows like a tide, but maintains that instinctive buffer of space. Even these drunk college kids know better than to come too close. A bass line pulses through hidden speakers, heavy enough to rattle the crystal glasses behind the bar. You're slipping, I say, claiming the space next to him. Your little friends noticed. Did you see how quickly they ran when they sensed what you really are? His knuckles whiten around his glass. They left because you're terrorizing them. No. I lean closer, dropping my voice. They left because they finally saw through your act. They sensed the killer wearing student clothes. The mirror behind the bar reflects his struggle, his perfect mask cracking at the edges, letting the violence bleed through. Under the designer shirt, his muscles tighten with barely suppressed anger. The bartender makes himself scarce, his animal instincts warning him away from what's building between us. Tell me, I continue, watching his reflection. Do they know about your family's business? About what those hands of yours were trained to do? I reach for his wrist, enjoying how he tenses in response but doesn't pull away. About the blood in your veins? Back off. The words emerge with that slight Sicilian accent he can never quite hide when he's angry. Beautiful. I trace my fingers along his pulse point, feeling it race beneath expensive cotton. Or what? You'll show everyone here exactly what you're capable of? Break my jaw, maybe? Slam my head into this lovely bar? My smile sharpens. Go ahead. Show them the real Raphael Valenti. The music shifts, the bass dropping low enough to vibrate through the floor. His breath catches as I step closer, eliminating the careful distance he maintains. Heat radiates off him, fury and something darker, something he's trying so desperately to deny. This isn't the place, he grits out, but his eyes betray him. They're dark with violence and desire. Then let's find somewhere more private, I suggest as I gesture toward the back hallway, where the regular security cameras have been conveniently disabled. Somewhere you can stop pretending to be something you're not. Students press around us at the bar, ordering overpriced drinks with daddy's money, but none dare enter the charged space between us. Even the most drunk of the college kids can sense when they're too close to something dangerous. The bartender stays at the far end, pretending not to watch. Raphael's control visibly frays as I lean in, my lips nearly brushing his ear. Come on, killer. Show me what's under all that polish. A muscle twitches rhythmically in his jaw as the light catches his face, highlighting the ruthless warrior beneath his carefully curated mask. He's never looked more like what he is, a Valenti trying to cage the violence bred into his bones. Fuck you, he breathes, the curse slipping out in Italian. There he is. I grab his wrist again, feeling the tension thrumming through him. There's the real you. Don't hide it. The crowd around us thins further, sensing the building storm. A girl in a red dress stumbles nearby, catching herself on the bar before she falls on her face. Raphael's hand twitches toward her, always the protector, but he stops himself before he can blunt her contact with the solid wood bar. Can't risk showing those instincts here, not in his carefully constructed normal world. The girl's friend quickly pulls her away, both of them sensing something dangerous in our shared space. Private rooms this way, I murmur, tugging gently at his wrist. Unless you're scared of what might happen when you stop pretending. The lights catch the gold of his family ring, the one he tries to pass off as simple jewelry to his classmates. We both know better. Both know the weight of legacy it represents. His eyes meet mine in the bar mirror, dark with promise and threat. The muscle in his jaw ticks once, twice. Sweat darkens the collar of his expensive shirt, whether from heat or tension or both. The air between us feels electric, charged with violence and something darker. His pulse races under my fingers, betraying everything his careful composure tries to hide. Then he moves, following me toward the darkened hallway where no witnesses will see whatever comes next. Perfect. Let the real game begin. The private hallway stretches dark and narrow, all sounds dampened to a distant thrum. Each step takes us further from witnesses and from Raphael's carefully constructed world of law books and normalcy. My security detail knows to keep everyone else away. This moment belongs to us alone. Exposed brick catches the dim light from artfully placed sconces, casting strange shadows as Raphael follows me deeper into the club's restricted area. His footsteps are silent, his old training showing through despite his best efforts. Some habits can't be unlearned, no matter how hard he tries to bury them beneath designer clothes and legal texts. I lead him past locked private rooms with heavy doors until we reach the last one, specially prepared for tonight. A low vibration pulses through the floorboards, the club's foundation barely containing the bass from above. Down here the air hangs thick with possibility and old secrets. The corridor narrows gradually, an architectural trap designed to create intimacy, or conflict, depending on the players. Having second thoughts? I pause at the threshold, drinking in the way tension rolls off him in waves. Your precious classmates can't see you here. No need to maintain the act. He makes a noise that falls short of laughter. You think you're the first person to try this? To push me into showing my hand? No. I turn to face him fully. I'm just the first one who knows exactly what buttons to push. The hallway narrows here, forcing him closer than his careful boundaries usually allow. Light from the wall fixture catches his eyes, turning them almost amber. Dangerous. A timer clicks somewhere in the ventilation system and the temperature notches higher. Another detail I arranged designed to make his expensive shirt cling against his frame just right. Condensation beads on the exposed pipes overhead, marking time with each drop. The sound echoes in our private space, a countdown to something inevitable. His breath comes faster now, though he tries to hide it. You've done your research. His voice stays steady, but his accent bleeds through more with each word. Studied my routines and habits. Tell me, does your father know you're obsessing over a Valenti? The question hits harder than it should. I close the remaining distance between us, backing him against the textured wall. The brick catches at his shirt, pulling the fabric taut across his shoulders. Does your uncle know you still move like a soldier when you think no one's watching? His chest rises and falls with carefully controlled breaths. With us this close, I catch the scent of his cologne mixing with something darker, arousal or anger or both. The gap between us shrinks to nothing as I press one hand firmly against the wall beside his head. Paint flakes beneath my fingers, old red brick showing through like a wound. Someone's always watching, he says, but makes no move to push me away. You should know that better than most. Let them watch. My other hand finds his hip, feeling the muscle coiled tight beneath designer denim. Let them see what happens when you stop pretending to be something you're not. The music changes again, bass penetrating even these thick walls. A door slams somewhere above, the sound carrying through rusted ductwork. Raphael's pulse jumps beneath my fingers where they rest against his neck. One wrong move, or one exactly right move, and this explodes into violence. What do you want from me? The question comes out rough, desperate. I lean closer, letting him feel the gun holstered at my hip. I want to see what's under all that careful control. The killer you keep caged. The Valenti blood you try so hard to deny. His hands clench at his sides. Even now he's fighting it, the urge to strike, to dominate, to show me exactly what he's capable of. The hallway feels smaller and charged with possibility. You're playing a dangerous game. His eyes drop to my mouth, then back up. Testing boundaries you don't understand. I understand them perfectly. I shift my knee between his thighs, trapping him more fully against the wall. I understand that every fiber of your being is screaming to put me down, to show me exactly what those hands of yours were trained to do. His breath catches. The space between us disappears entirely as I press closer, feeling the heat of him through layers of expensive fabric. His resistance wars with desire. The desire to fight, to prove himself, to give in to whatever this is building between us. You think you know me? His voice drops lower, dangerous. You think you can read me like one of your targets. I know you better than you know yourself. My lips brush his ear, and I feel the tiny hairs stand to attention. I know what keeps you up at night. What you dream about when all that perfect control slips away. The tension peaks, then crystallizes. His hands finally move, coming up to grip my shoulders, to push me away or pull me closer, even he doesn't seem sure. I can feel the strength in his fingers from all the years of training he pretends don't exist. The moment stretches to infinity, live electricity rippling between us. Every point of contact between us burns with possibility or threat. At this point they're the same thing. Steam hisses through an overhead pipe, adding to the suffocating heat. A door opens and closes somewhere in the maze of corridors, footsteps echoing then fading. But we remain frozen in our private war, neither willing to break first. Then someone laughs further down the hallway, the sound breaking through our private darkness. Raphael's mask slips back into place, but not before I catch the flash of raw hunger in his eyes. His fingers dig into my shoulders once, hard enough to bruise before he shoves me back. Game, set, match. For now.
Chapter 5. Raphael. The legal case brief blurs before my eyes for the third time tonight. My apartment stretches silent around me, all clean lines and empty spaces designed to project success, legitimacy, control. But I can't focus on the words. Not when every shadow holds memories of the club, of Dario's voice in my ear, his hands on my wrist, the way my body betrayed me by responding to his proximity. I shove back from my desk, the chair's wheels silent against the plush carpet. My reflection fragments across the floor-to-ceiling windows, multiplying my restless movement into a dozen scattered pieces. Beyond the glass, Montcove's lights glitter against the dark harbor. The view cost extra, but tonight it feels like exposure rather than luxury. The security panel by my door glows a steady green, signaling systems are armed and functioning. I've checked it 6 times in the past hour. The readings never change, perimeter secure, cameras active, all sensors clear. They're technical barriers that suddenly feel meaningless against the real threat, the way my control keeps slipping, how I can't stop remembering the heat of Dario's breath against my skin. My phone buzzes, another message from Laura asking why I left the club so suddenly. I silence it without reading. How can I explain that I ran because I was afraid of what I might do if I stayed? That the violence living in my bones nearly surfaced when Dario pressed me against that brick wall? Cool air whispers from hidden vents, but sweat still pricks at my collar. I loosen my tie, then stop myself. Even alone, I'm performing, playing the role of the dedicated law student, as if perfect appearances could somehow make the act more real. The case brief still waits on my desk, its precise margins and highlighted passages mocking my attempt at normalcy. But the legal language keeps shifting into Sicilian curses, my carefully maintained control fraying with each passing hour. My hands ache for something more substantial than a pen, something that could actually protect me from the hunger growing in my chest. I need to focus. I need to remember who I'm trying to be. But all I can think about is the way Dario saw through every defense, every pretense. The way he knew exactly how to make me feel the blood in my veins, the training I've tried so hard to forget. The security system chimes. Routine check, all clear. But my pulse still races, and the night stretches endless before me, full of memories I can't seem to shake. A car door slams in the parking lot below. I'm at the window before I realize I've moved, scanning the shadows between streetlights. Old instincts surge to life as I catalog vehicles, looking for the sleek black cars favored by both our families. Nothing. Just a resident returning late. Still, my hands shake as I step back, and I hate myself for showing weakness even in private. The city stretches vast beyond my windows, but suddenly my apartment feels like a cage. Every carefully chosen piece of furniture, every meticulously arranged object seems to mock my attempts at reinvention. The modern art on the walls, selected to project sophisticated taste, now looks like empty promises. Even my bookshelf betrays me, law texts lined up with military precision, spines perfectly aligned, a soldier's attention to detail that I can't seem to shake. I strip off my tie completely, letting it fall to the floor in a silent act of rebellion. The gesture feels childish, but it's better than the alternative. It's better than admitting how much I want to give into what Dario stirred awake in that club hallway. Better than acknowledging the thrill that ran through me when he called me out for what I really am. The security system chimes again, another perimeter check, another all-clear signal. But for the first time since I moved in, the multiple layers of electronic protection feel less like security and more like self-deception. No alarm system can protect me from what's already inside, the hunger, the violence, the need I've spent years trying to deny. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Luca, probably wondering why I missed our coffee meeting. I should call him back and warn him about Dario's sudden interest. But the words stick in my throat until I feel it close shut. How can I explain what happened in that hallway without revealing how close I came to breaking? How do I tell my cousin that every defense I've built is crumbling under the weight of Dario's knowing gaze? Without warning, the security alarm screams to life, shattering the silence. My phone lights up with alerts: West entrance compromised, surveillance cameras disabled, security protocols failing in cascade. Each notification represents another layer of protection falling, another barrier between me and the chaos I've tried to keep at bay. The screens of my security monitors flicker and die one by one, leaving me blind to my building's perimeter. I'm moving before conscious thought kicks in, muscle memory taking over. The gun safe behind my abstract painting springs open to my touch, but I stop myself from reaching inside. The metal gleams in the city light filtering through my windows, promising protection, power, everything I've tried to leave behind. That's not who I am anymore. Not who I'm trying to be. Still, my fingers itch with the memory of cold steel. A soft knock at my door freezes me in place. Not the harsh pounding of a raid, not the subtle clicks of a break-in. Just 3 gentle taps that somehow terrify me more than violence would. The sound echoes through my apartment, making the space feel suddenly foreign, hostile. Your security system is shit. Dario's voice carries clearly through the door, wrapping around me like silk over steel. You should get better contractors. One's not so easily bought. My heart slams against my ribcage as I approach the door. The hallway beyond my apartment stretches silent and empty in the security feed's last frame, now frozen on my phone. Through the peephole, I see him leaning casually against the frame, dressed in black that makes him look like a shadow come to life. No visible weapons, but that means nothing. We both learned to kill barehanded before we learned to drive. The temperature seems to drop despite my climate control's perfect settings. My breath fogs the peephole's glass as I watch him shift his weight, every movement calculated to appear casual while broadcasting lethal grace. Go away. My voice comes out steadier than I feel, years of training hiding the tremor that wants to surface. Make me. His smile sharpens, white teeth flashing in the hallway's dim light. Or invite me in. Your choice, Raphael. But we both know you're not calling the police. He's right. I can't involve normal authorities. I can't risk exposing either of our families. The consequences would ripple through both our worlds, destroying everything I've built here. My fingers hover over the keypad, trembling slightly. One code to trigger the silent alarm, another to alert family security. Instead, I find myself disabling the remaining protocols, betraying myself with every number pressed. The door opens with a soft click that sounds like surrender. Dario's cologne hits me first, something expensive and dark that makes my pulse jump. He steps inside like he owns the space, his presence immediately making my apartment, once a sanctuary, feel smaller, more dangerous. The air changes, charged with potential violence and something else I refuse to name. Nice place. He surveys my living room, taking in the minimalist furniture in careful order. The city lights paint shadows across his face as he moves, making him look otherworldly, dangerous. Very sparse. Very clean. His eyes lock onto mine, dark with promise. Very fake. I should throw him out. Or fight. I should do literally anything except stand here with my heart racing as he moves through my space, picking apart and examining my life like it's an exhibit he's critiquing. The soft whisper of his expensive shoes against my hardwood floors sounds like a countdown. To what? I'm not yet sure. How did you get past the entrance security? I managed to ask, buying time to steady myself. The question echoes in the space between us, hollow with false normalcy. You mean the rent-a-cop watching porn on his phone? Dario picks up a law book from my coffee table, thumbs through it with exaggerated interest. The pages rustle like nervous wings. Or the cameras that mysteriously lost power 10 minutes ago? His smile turns sharp as a blade. You're slipping, Raphael. The old you would never have trusted building security instead of your own people. I close the door behind him, and it clicks with quiet finality. Dario infiltrates deeper, his presence filling the space like smoke, making it hard to breathe. He moves with lethal grace across my polished floors, touching things at random, my perfectly arranged desk, my carefully curated bookshelf. Each touch feels like a violation, a claim staked on my territory. The city lights streaming through my windows cast his shadow long across the floor, stretching toward me like grasping fingers. What do you want? I hate how rough my voice sounds, how it betrays everything I'm trying to hide. He turns, and the hunger in his eyes makes my mouth go dry. The distance between us shrinks with each measured step he takes. I want to see what happens when you stop pretending. When you admit that all this, he gestures at my apartment, my law books, my entire carefully constructed life, is just gift wrapping on a lethal weapon. My back hits the door, the cool metal grounding me in reality. I don't remember stepping back, but suddenly I'm retreating from his advance. His smile says he notices, that he reads every tell my body betrays. Above us, the ventilation system hums softly, a counterpoint to my thundering heart. 15th floor, he says, nodding and moving to stand before my windows. The city spreads out beyond the glass, a glittering tapestry of lights and shadows. Perfect vantage point of Old Harbor. Must be convenient, keeping an eye on everything from up here. The observation hits like a physical blow because he's right. And he's seen through another carefully constructed lie. This apartment, chosen for its strategic position overlooking both family territories, betrays everything I claim not to be. Another crack in my facade that he's found and exploited. The truth of it burns in my throat, and my silence damns me more than any response could. Get out. The words emerge in Italian, my mother tongue claiming me despite my best efforts. The syllables taste like home and fear and wanting. His laugh holds no warmth as it fills my space. Make me. He steps closer and his eyes gleam with challenge, his heat penetrating the careful distance I try to maintain between us. Show me what's under all that polish. The killer you keep caged. The violence you pretend doesn't live in your blood. He stares at me, as if willing to challenge him while knowing I won't. Each second that passes in silence feels like a battle lost. You know what I find interesting? He pauses at my bookshelf, running a finger along the spines of my law texts. The way you organize everything. Color-coded, alphabetical, perfect alignment. His smile cuts through the dim light. Just like they taught us to maintain weapons. The comparison hits too close. I force myself to stay still as he circles my living room, but my body betrays me and shifts stance to maintain optimal distance, cataloging improvised weapons within reach. The heavy crystal paperweight on my desk. The fire poker by the decorative fireplace. The letter opener that's disguised as modern art. Some people just like order, I choke out, but the words ring hollow even to my ears. He laughs, the sound raising goosebumps along my arms. Order? Is that what you call this prison you've built? He gestures at my carefully curated space. Look at yourself, Raphael. Standing there like you're ready for combat while pretending to be, what? Just another regular law student? My hands clench at my sides. The urge to strike thrums through my veins, a symphony of violence I've spent years trying to silence. You don't know anything about me. I know everything about you. He moves closer, each step measured and deliberate. I know your eyes dart around every inch of a space before entering any room. I know you position your furniture to create defensive positions. I know you wake up reaching for weapons that aren't there anymore. The space between us shrinks with each word. My pulse hammers against my throat as he breaches my carefully maintained boundaries. The scent of his cologne mixes with the citrus oil I use to polish my furniture, creating something dangerously intoxicating. Tell me to leave, he says, voice dropping lower. Tell me you don't feel it, the pull of what you really are. What we both are. I back away, but my apartment suddenly feels too small. Every retreat brings me up against another piece of furniture, another wall, another reminder that I'm trapped in this space with him. And with what he represents. This isn't what I am. The bitter words taste like ash. No? He follows my retreat, staying just close enough to make my skin prickle with awareness. Then why do your eyes keep tracking my movements? Why does your breath catch when I step closer? His smile sharpens. You don't fear me, Raphael. You recognize me. More than that, you recognize yourself in me, don't you? Heat floods my veins as I'm filled with anger and want. I try to steady my breathing but can't quite manage it. Everything I've built here, the perfect apartment, the careful routine, the pristine image, crumbles. Get out, I repeat, the command emerging rough, more threat than words. He knows it too. My back hits the wall beside my windows. The cool glass radiates against my skin, forcing me to stay grounded and present, even as everything else spins out of control. Dario braces one hand beside my head, caging me with his body. Trapping me. There's nowhere to run. You're trembling, he murmurs, close enough that his breath ghosts across my lips. Is it because you want to hurt me? Or because you want something else? The question hangs between us, electric with possibility. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he can hear it. Every instinct screams to fight or flee, but I remain frozen, caught between what I am and what I've tried to become. I am neither, I am both. His other hand comes up to trace my jaw, the touch deceptively gentle. Your pulse is racing. His fingers trail down my throat. I bet you're calculating exactly how many ways you could take me down right now. Bet you're imagining how it would feel. I know he's just taunting me, but he's right. God help me, he's right. Every point of contact between us burns with violent promise. My muscles coil tight, ready for action I refuse to take. The city lights stream through my windows, casting us both in shifting shadows that make this feel like a dream. Or a nightmare. His hand slides from my jaw to my throat, resting there with deliberate pressure. Not choking, not yet, but the threat makes my pulse jump against his palm. The touch ignites something I've tried to bury, something that burns hotter than rage. I feel my cock rising in my pants against every will I have. Last chance, I warn, but the words come out breathless, hungry. His eyes darken at my tone, and the space between us disappears entirely. The line between violence and desire blurs until I can't tell which one I'm fighting anymore. Show me, he breathes against my mouth. Show me what you really want. As if the words were laced with a dark spell, they ignite something within me. My hands move before conscious thought takes over, gripping his shoulders with bruising force. The expensive leather of his jacket bunches under my fingers as I spin us, slamming him against the wall beside my windows. The impact rattles the glass, sending vibrations through the frame that match the tremors running through my body. Dario's laugh comes out breathless, triumphant. Good. You let him out to play, he growls, eyes wild with victory and want. There's the real Raphael Valenti. I pin him there against the cool glass of the window overlooking the city, my body pressed against his, violence and desire tangling until I can't tell them apart. His hands find my hips, his fingers digging in with possession rather than defense. The touch burns through my clothes, igniting nerve endings I've tried so hard to deaden. Shut up, I snarl, but the words emerge in Italian, raw and hungry. My control splinters as his thigh slides between mine, the movement deliberate and claiming. Make me. His challenge comes out rough with want. One hand slides up my back underneath my shirt, his nails scraping against my skin, to grip my neck, pulling me closer until our breaths mingle. Show me exactly what you are. The space between us disappears entirely. His mouth hovers a breath away from mine, promising something I've refused to let myself want. My hands fist in his jacket, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. The scent of his cologne fills my lungs, making me dizzy with need. Then he smiles, sharp and knowing, and pulls back just enough to deny contact. Not yet, he murmurs, voice dark with promise. Not until you admit what you really want. The loss of his heat hits me like a physical blow. I stumble back, my carefully ordered world tilting dangerously on its axis. My body burns with frustrated desire, every nerve ending screaming for contact that's suddenly gone. Dario straightens his jacket with deliberate slowness, satisfaction radiating from every movement. Sweet dreams, Raphael, he says, then slips away into the shadows of my apartment. The metal front door clicks shut behind him, leaving me in heavy silence. I remain frozen, breathing hard, my body humming with needs I've denied for years. The cool glass of the window presses against my forehead as I lean there, trying to regain the control that's slipped so completely from my grasp. But there's no going back now. No pretending I don't feel this hunger burning through my veins. No denying what Dario saw when he looked at me, the violence and desire twisted together in my DNA. The city stretches vast beyond my windows, but I see only my reflection, flushed, disheveled, all my masks finally cracking. Everything I've built, every wall I've constructed, every pretense of normalcy, all of it disintegrating to dust under the weight of what just happened. What almost happened? My security system reactivates with a soft chime, protocols resetting one by one. But it's too late for protection now. The real threat isn't outside anymore, it's under my skin, in my blood, in the way my body still yearns deeply for his touch. God help me, I want more.
Chapter 6. Dario. The warehouse's metal walls trap Monkov's autumn chill, turning my breath to fog as I inspect our latest shipment. Salt and rust perfume the air, mixing with motor oil and gunpowder, the signature scent of our family's business. Wooden crates line the loading bay, their contents worth more than most people make in a lifetime. Stenciled warnings in multiple languages hint at what's inside, though half are deliberate misdirects. Not that the value matters. This is about something else entirely. It's about creating the perfect stage for what comes next. Industrial fans spin lazily overhead, their rhythmic creaking a counterpoint to waves slapping against the harbor's concrete walls outside. Everything here tells a story of power wrapped in decay, water stains tracing patterns down corrugated steel, bullet holes patched with fresh paint, bloodstains scrubbed from concrete but still visible if you know where to look. It's exactly the kind of place that will make Raphael's careful mask fracture. West entrance is secured, Marco reports, his footsteps echoing against concrete. Perimeter teams in position. No sign of Valenti surveillance. I wave him off without looking. The security arrangements were finalized hours ago, every detail planned with the same precision I use for hits. The difference is, tonight I'm not looking to end a life. I'm looking to crack one open and see what spills out. My office overlooks the warehouse floor from behind bulletproof glass. I've spent the past week transforming it from a basic industrial command center into something more fitting. Italian leather furniture, antique weapons mounted on exposed brick, a bar stocked with liquor that costs more than a college education. The perfect mix of luxury and menace. The package arrived, one of my newer guys announces from the doorway. Smart enough not to enter without permission. Special delivery like you asked. A smile tugs at my lips as I examine the final piece of tonight's tableau. Raphael's notebook, stolen from his gym locker this morning, rests on my desk like a trophy. Its pages hold his precise handwriting, legal arguments laid out with military efficiency. The same way he was taught to document kills once upon a time. The warehouse's shadows deepen as sunset approaches, stretching like clawing fingers across stained concrete. Metal groans and settles around us, the building's bones adjusting to temperature changes that turn every surface into a frozen threat. Rain starts to fall outside, droplets hammering against the metal roof in a rhythm like distant gunfire. Every sound carries meaning here, the whisper of my security team's movements, the hum of surveillance equipment, and the hollow echo of footsteps against steel catwalks overhead. A symphony of power and control that Raphael won't be able to ignore. One that will reach past all his carefully constructed defenses and touch the inner assassin he's tried to bury. Chains suspended from overhead cranes sway in drafts, their links catching dying sunlight and flicking in something that looks like Morse code. The warehouse keeps its own secrets and holds its own horrors. How many bodies have passed through here, wrapped in plastic and weighted down with concrete or fishing wire? How many deals gone wrong have ended in copper-scented lessons about respect? It's the perfect backdrop for making a Valenti remember his heritage. My phone buzzes with another update from the team watching his apartment. Right on schedule. He's reviewing the evidence I arranged to be sent to him. Photographs suggesting Greco family involvement in a case he's studying, documents that hint at corruption in Valmont's criminal justice program, and most importantly, a trail of breadcrumbs leading straight to my door. The perfect trap needs the perfect bait. Sir. It's Marco again, hovering at the threshold. The professor made the call. Told Valenti he needs to verify some sources tonight. Said it was urgent. I dismiss him with a nod, satisfaction curling through my chest. Professor Harrison's gambling debts made him particularly receptive to persuasion. One phone call to Raphael about urgent concerns with his legal research and the hook is set. A security camera feed shows the warehouse's exterior floodlights cutting through gathering darkness and guards positioned with calculated casualness. Everything designed to look just threatening enough to make Raphael's training kick in, but not enough to make him bolt. The razor's edge between fear and fascination that I've been dancing on since that first night in the library. The leather squeaks beneath me as I settle into my chair, remembering how he felt pinned underneath me against his apartment wall. The way his pulse raced under my fingers, violence and want warring in his eyes. Tonight I'll push him further. Strip away more of his pretenses. Make him face exactly what he is, what we both are. My reflection in the office window shows a smile that's all teeth and hunger. The criminal underworld's dark prince, Daddy's perfect attack dog, watching his domain like a spider in its web. But for the first time, the power I wield feels personal rather than borrowed. This obsession with Raphael is mine alone, not part of any family agenda. The thought of this deep obsession should probably worry me. Instead, it feeds something hungry in my chest. 10 minutes, Marco's voice crackles through my earpiece. Target's vehicle just passed the harbor checkpoint. I straighten my jacket, fingers brushing the gun at my hip. The metal's warm from my body heat, a constant companion that Raphael's denied himself in his quest for legitimacy. Another weakness to exploit. Another crack to widen until his whole facade comes crumbling down until all that's left is who he really is inside. The warehouse holds its breath, waiting. Every shadow conceals a guard. Every corner hides a camera. The stage is set, the trap perfectly baited. Time to see if the Valenti heir's legendary control can survive what I have planned. Time to make him remember exactly what kind of blood runs in his veins. Raphael's BMW slides through the security gate like a ghost, its black paint swallowing what's left of the daylight. Through the surveillance feed, I watch him park with mechanical precision, exactly parallel, perfectly centered between the lines. Even here, in the heart of everything he claims to hate, his control remains absolute. That is, until I break it. Let him reach the loading bay before intercepting, I murmur into my comm unit. My security team melts deeper into shadows, becoming part of the warehouse's industrial anatomy. They know their roles in tonight's performance. Stay visible enough to keep Raphael's combat instincts engaged, but invisible enough to maintain the illusion of privacy. The heavy metal door groans open, admitting a blast of harbor wind that carries the scent of brine and diesel. Raphael steps inside and my breath catches at the sight of him. He's still wearing his law student costume, charcoal suit and blue tie, every line screaming respectability. But his movements betray him. The way he scans the space, cataloging threats and exits. The precise rhythm of his footsteps, designed to avoid loose flooring and blind spots. Soldier instincts wrapped in lawyer's clothes. Professor Harrison said you had information about the Martinez case. His voice carries clearly through the cavernous space, steady despite the tension I can read in his shoulders. This seems like an unusual meeting place for an academic discussion. I emerge from behind a stack of crates, enjoying how his body tenses at my appearance. Maybe we should discuss a different case. I hold up his stolen notebook, letting him see what's at stake. Like the interesting notes you've been keeping on dismantling criminal enterprises from within. It's detailed stuff. The kind that might interest certain families. Color drains from his face, but his expression remains carved from ice. That's private property. Nothing's private in our world. I circle him slowly, drinking in how he shifts to maintain optimal defensive positioning. Come on. Let me give you the tour and show you what you're really studying. The warehouse stretches around us like a maze of steel and shadow. Every few yards, evidence of our true business bleeds through the polite society facade. Hidden panels and shipping containers, false bottoms and crates, spots where blood has soaked too deep into concrete to ever fully clean. Raphael catalogs each detail with sharp eyes that miss nothing, no matter how he tries to hide his understanding. Top floor is surveillance and planning, I explain, gesturing toward the catwalks above. Middle levels processing and storage. Down here. I kick open a hidden trapdoor, revealing stairs descending into darkness. This is where we handle special problems. I'm not interested in your family's operation. But his voice carries that slight Cilician accent again, bleeding through his careful pronunciation. No. I step closer into his personal space. Then why do your eyes keep tracking my men's positions? Why does your hand keep twitching toward where you used to carry? I reach out, letting my fingers brush his hip where a holster should be. Old habits die hard, don't they? He jerks away from my touch, but I catch the way his pupils dilate. I have a paper due tomorrow. Always the perfect student. I laugh, the sound echoing off metal walls. Tell me, do your professors know how much practical experience you have with criminal enterprises? The things you learned at Uncle Salvatore's knee? Red creeps up his neck as he struggles to maintain composure. Around us, my men continue their choreographed movements, a deadly dance designed to keep him off balance. A crate crashes somewhere in the darkness. A chain clanks against steel. A door slams in perfect timing. This way. I lead him past rows of shipping containers, each branded with fake company logos that hide their true contents. See, while you're writing papers about theoretical criminal organizations, I'm running one. While you analyze case law, I create cases. I pause, letting him absorb the scale of our operation. Tell me that doesn't call to something in your blood. You're wrong about me. But his eyes linger on a wall of weapons, appreciation showing through his mask of distaste. Am I? I move behind him, close enough to feel heat radiating off his skin. Your body remembers even if you pretend not to. The way to check sight lines and choose vantage points. How to calculate kill zones. What blood looks like under harsh industrial lighting. His breath hitches, a tiny tell that feeds my hunger. The warehouse air grows heavier, charged with possibility and threat. Somewhere above us, water drips through the metal roof, marking time like a metronome. Like a countdown. You did all this to show me what I already know exists? He tries to be dismissive and detached but doesn't quite manage it. I'm not impressed. No. I rest my hand on the small of his back, feeling muscles tighten in response beneath expensive wool. Then let's see what's behind door number 2. I guide him toward my office, where more personal demonstrations wait. I think you'll find the executive suite more engaging. Metal stairs ring hollow under our feet as we climb toward my office. Each step draws him further from his pretense of normalcy and closer to the truth he can't outrun. His shoulders betray the tension thrumming through him, a caged predator sensing the trap but unable to resist its pull. My office door clicks shut behind him with a resounding thunk. Raphael's reflection fragments across the wall of bulletproof glass, multiplying his tension into dozens of mirror images. Behind him, the warehouse floor stretches dark and vast, my men's shadows moving with practiced precision as they secure the perimeter. Drink? I pour 2 fingers of scotch older than both of us combined, letting him see the gun holstered at my hip as I turn. The crystal decanter catches light from recessed fixtures, throwing amber patterns across polished wood and exposed brick. His eyes dart to the Japanese sword mounted above my desk. Original steel, still sharp enough to split hair, or other things. Beneath it, surveillance monitors paint his face in shifting blue light, each screen showing a different angle of our domain below. I have to admit, I swirl the scotch, breathing in its smoky notes of cinnamon and pepper. You're handling this better than expected. Most people see the blood spatter behind my desk and start asking questions. He doesn't flinch, doesn't look at the stains I purposefully left visible. But a muscle ticks in his jaw. You've made your point. Have I? Setting down my glass, I circle behind him. His shoulders tighten as I pass, prey instinct warring with training. Because I think you're still fighting it. You're still pretending you're above all this. That somehow your law degree will wash away the blood from your hands. The leather of my chair creaks as I settle behind the desk. Its surface holds carefully arranged evidence of what we are, brass knuckles posing as paperweights, a knife that's opened more throats than letters, and photographs of targets marked for discipline. Each item placed to chip away at his resistance. Tell me about the Martinez case. I open his stolen notebook, thumbing through pages of meticulous notes. Fascinating research on how criminal enterprises launder money through legitimate businesses. The kind of details only someone with personal experience would know. That's an academic analysis. But sweat darkens his collar, betraying the effort it takes to maintain his facade. No. Rising fluid and fast, I round the desk before he can retreat. That's family knowledge. The kind bred into our bones. My fingers brush his tie, pure silk, another betrayal of his heritage. You're not studying these organizations. You're documenting what you already know. Harbor fog presses against the windows, turning the glass into mirrors that reflect our standoff. His pulse hammers visibly at the base of his throat as I step closer. The scotch sits untouched, but its scent fills the space between us, mixing with leather and gunmetal and the copper tang of old violence. Your hands? I catch his wrist before he can pull away. Lawyers' hands now, all soft from typing and turning pages. But they remember other work, don't they? The weight of a gun. The impact of a punch. The satisfaction of making someone bleed. He tries to jerk free, but I hold tight. You're delusional. Really? My other hand finds his hip, exactly where his holster should sit. Then why do you still stand like a shooter? Why does your body shift to protect vital organs when I move? I press closer, feeling heat radiate through his expensive suit. You can't unlearn what they bred into you. What they carved into your bones before you could walk. The office feels smaller suddenly, heavy with the implications of threats. Above us, fluorescent lights hum an electric counterpoint to his ragged breathing. A security camera whirs as it tracks our movement, adding to the symphony of power and control I've orchestrated. Footsteps echo on the warehouse floor below, my men maintaining their patrol pattern with military precision. Raphael's eyes track the sound automatically, calculating angles and distances just like he was taught. Just like we were both taught. Your research. I release him abruptly, moving to retrieve his notebook. It's not about prosecuting these organizations. It's about understanding them from the inside. Anticipation coils in my chest as understanding dawns in his eyes. You're trying to find a way out. Color drains from his face. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Pages rustle as I find the passage I've memorized. Detailed notes on witness protection protocols. Immunity deals. Methods for dismantling criminal enterprises piece by piece. My laugh has a sharp, bitter edge to it. You're not studying the law to prosecute Raphael. You're looking for an escape route. The exposed secret lands like a physical blow. He takes half a step back, hip bumping my desk. The impact sends a knife skittering across polished wood, another piece of carefully staged evidence that just became a potential weapon. His hands clench at his sides and raw hunger surges through me at the sight. Here it is, the moment his control starts to slip. The perfect combination of threat and exposure cracking his delicate composure. Storm clouds gather beyond the windows, darkening the harbor. Lightning flashes, turning the office stark white for a heartbeat. In that frozen moment, I catch the murderous calculation in his eyes. The mask of civility finally starting to crack, revealing the true identity underneath. Beautiful. Lightning flashes again and Raphael moves like death given form. The knife spins off the desk as he lunges, but I'm already turning, catching his wrist before steel finds flesh. His attack flows seamlessly into a countermove, pure muscle memory taking over as his elbow drives toward my throat. Perfect. Fucking perfect. We crash against the wall hard enough to rattle the sword mount. The impact knocks papers flying, evidence of his planned escape scattering like autumn leaves. His civilized mask finally cracks completely, revealing the killer beneath. Up close, his eyes burn with everything he's tried to deny, violence and hunger and bone-deep recognition of what we are. Blood fills my mouth as I laugh. His strike landed true. Finally showing your teeth, Valenti. He snarls something in Sicilian, all pretense of American education burned away. The knife clatters forgotten against the floor, its metal ringing against decades-old bloodstains that no amount of cleaning will ever lift. We grapple in the space between my desk and the wall, where rust bleeds through cheap paint and exposed pipes leak condensation. Each movement is a deadly dance we learned in childhood, and his technique is perfect despite years of disuse. Every strike and counterstrike flows like water, like poetry written in bruises and blood. My back hits the desk, sending the crystal decanter crashing. 100-year-old scotch soaks into imported wool as I pin him there, one hand at his throat. Dim fluorescent lights flicker overhead, turning his perfect features harsh and shadowed. The position mirrors our moment in his apartment, but now he's not holding back. Now he's finally letting the darkness surface. You planned this. His accent bleeds through completely, turning the words into music. You set this whole thing up to make me. He cuts off as I twist, reversing our positions. His hip slams into the desk edge, and his sharp inhale carries equal parts pain and arousal. The grimy windows frame the storm beyond, each lightning flash illuminating our reflection. Two predators locked in combat or courtship, and at this point they're the same thing. His perfect clothes are ruined now, stained with scotch and dirt and whatever industrial filth coats every surface in this place. But his eyes are alive with a fire no amount of legal education could extinguish. To make you what? I press closer, trapping him against polished wood. The desk groans beneath us, its surface scratched and scarred from years of similar confrontations. To make you admit what you are? What's in your blood? My fingers find his tie, using it to keep him still. The silk is soft against my knuckles, incongruous in this temple to violence and power. Look at you. Moves like that don't come from law school. Thunder drowns his response as the storm breaks overhead. Rain hammers against bulletproof glass, nature's percussion accompanying our violent dance to the death. Water leaks through the ceiling in one corner, adding to the perpetual damp that breeds mold in the walls. Every point of contact between us burns with dangerous promise. His pulse races beneath my grip, predator recognizing predator. I could kill you. The words roll off his tongue rough with want, his body betraying everything his mind denies. The civilized veneer he's crafted cracks further with each passing second. You could try. I lean closer, tasting the lingering notes of scotch and the metallic tinge of blood on my tongue. Our reflections in the rain-streaked window show two figures melded into one dark shape. But we both know that's not what you really want. His resistance snaps. Fingers tangle in my hair as he drags me down, our mouths crashing together with more violence than passion. Teeth catch my lower lip, drawing blood. The pain just feeds the hunger building between us. Every touch carries the promise of violence, every grip threatens to turn deadly. He tastes like expensive coffee and rigid control finally breaking. The security cameras were to life, recording everything, but neither of us cares. My hand finds his throat again, feeling how his pulse jumps against my palm. His fingers dig into my shoulders hard enough to leave marks, walking the razor's edge between desire and combat. Around us, the office holds its breath. Water dripping, metal creaking, the whole building seeming to lean in to witness this moment of pure truth. Then his phone shatters the moment, vibrating against the desk with his uncle's ringtone. Reality bites back like a bucket of ice water. He shoves himself away from me, chest heaving as he stares at what we've done. At what he's revealed. His reflection in the grimy window shows a man coming undone. Designer suit ruined, hair wild, lips swollen from violence disguised as kisses. Horror dawns in his eyes as he looks at his hands that just proved every word I said about his true nature. His careful control tries to reassert itself, but we both know it's too late. The mask has irrevocably cracked. The truth has surfaced. In this moment, surrounded by evidence of our world's brutality, he can't pretend to be anything but what he is. Sweet dreams, Raphael. I straighten my jacket, satisfaction curling through me at the sight of him so thoroughly undone. A drop of water falls from the ceiling, landing on his shoulder and soaking into expensive fabric. Give your uncle my regards. He doesn't respond, just grabs his phone and flees. His footsteps echo down the metal stairs, each impact carrying him further from his illusions of normalcy. Behind him, the evidence of his lost control spreads across my office. Scattered papers, spilled scotch, and blood on polished wood. The air still crackles with what passed between us, heavy with possibility and threat. Through the window, I watch his BMW tear out of the lot, tires squealing against wet pavement. The storm mirrors his chaos, wind and rain lashing the harbor into a frenzy. Lightning illuminates the warehouse's industrial wasteland, a perfect metaphor for the darkness we both embrace. His taillights disappear into the night, but the pull between us only grows stronger. The taste of him lingers on my tongue, expensive scotch and desperate denial, both finally giving way to the truth. His blood and mine mingle in my mouth, a communion of violence and desire that no amount of legal pretense can erase. He can run back to his clean life and pressed suits. But now he knows. Now we both know. The monster he cages remembers how to hunt.
Chapter 7. Raphael. The glass walls of the study room mock my attempts at privacy. Every surface reflects my image back at me, tie perfectly straight, shirt crisp despite trembling hands, hair combed into submission. The illusion of control wrapped in designer clothes that still carry traces of warehouse grime, no matter how many times I've washed them. My notes spread across the table in their usual precise pattern, but the colored tabs and highlighting blur before my eyes. 24 hours since the warehouse. Since Dario stripped away every defense I've built. My skin still burns where he touched me, violence and desire tangled until I couldn't tell them apart. Focus. The civil procedure outline isn't going to write itself. But as I reach for my fountain pen, chosen for its weight, so similar to other tools I once carried, my fingers brush the bruises hidden beneath starched cotton. Proof that it wasn't just another nightmare. That I let him push me into revealing exactly what I am. The library's ventilation system hums to life, a white noise that should be soothing but sets my teeth on edge. From my chosen position, I can monitor both entrances while appearing absorbed in my work. The glass walls that once felt like protection now leave me exposed on all sides. Vulnerable. A tactical nightmare that my training won't let me ignore. Someone walks past, just another student heading for the stacks, but my pulse spikes anyway. I force my grip to loosen on my pen before I snap it. Breathe. Control. The security cameras I mapped show nothing suspicious, but they didn't catch Dario's approach at my apartment either. My phone sits silent, no warnings from the network of cousins and contacts I pretend not to maintain. The quiet feels like the calm before an execution. My laptop screen reflects movement behind me. I'm half-turned, combat ready, before I recognize the librarian shelving books 2 aisles over. The reaction comes too fast, too smooth, more proof that years of careful reconstruction can't erase what they built into my bones. What Dario dragged back to the surface with brutal efficiency. The civil procedure text stares up at me, its dense paragraphs suddenly meaningless. How many hours have I spent in rooms like this, pretending that understanding the law could somehow protect me from my own nature? The notebook he pilfered contained every strategy I've developed for escaping this life, and he saw through them all. Saw through me. I straightened my books and other materials on the desk, adjusting their angles with military precision. The familiar ritual should calm my nerves, but instead it feels like another betrayal. Even my study habits reflect the training I can't quite shake, everything aligned, everything controlled, everything prepared for combat that could begin at any moment. A door slams somewhere in the library's maze of corridors. I don't flinch, but my body becomes taut, ready for violence that doesn't come. The bruises under my clothes throb in time with my pulse, a reminder of what happens when I let that control slip. When I let him push me into showing what really lives beneath this careful facade. The afternoon sun slants through windows, painting sharp shadows across my notes. I've rewritten the same sentence 4 times, each attempt less steady than the last. The civil procedure midterm looms tomorrow, but all I can think about is the weight of his hand on my throat, the taste of blood and scotch on his tongue, the way my body betrayed me by responding to his particular brand of chaos. Family expectations press down like a physical weight. Uncle Salvatore's voice echoes in my head, a Valenti who loses control loses everything. But I've already lost it, haven't I? I've already let Dario strip away years of careful reconstruction with a few calculated moves. Now I sit in my glass cage, pretending at normalcy while every shadow holds the promise of his return. The perfect law student's mask feels thinner with each passing second. Soon it will crack completely, and everyone will see what he saw in that warehouse, the killer I can't stop being, no matter how many degrees I earn or how carefully I maintain the charade of legitimacy. A group of students passes by, laughing about some professor's quirks. Their normalcy feels like a foreign language now, one I've spent years pretending to understand. But after last night, the translation eludes me. All I can hear is Dario's voice in my ear, telling me what I really am. All I can feel is violence humming beneath my skin, waiting for his next move. The library's afternoon quiet shatters as my study room door opens. I don't need to look up to know who it is. The calculated heaviness of the footsteps, the deliberate way the handle turns, the sudden thickness in the air, all telltale signs. My pen digs into paper, leaving harsh indents that match my racing pulse. The door closes with a soft click that echoes through the room like a bullet chambering. His presence fills the space like smoke, suffocating every attempt at normalcy. I keep writing, each letter a desperate grab at control that's already slipping away. Private study rooms are for students only. I keep writing, refusing to acknowledge how my pulse quickens. The words blur into meaningless shapes as his footsteps trace a deliberate path around my carefully arranged workspace. Funny. Dario's voice carries notes of dark amusement. Your student ID got me through the door just fine. Something plastic glints in my peripheral vision, a copy of my key card. Another boundary breached, another defense stripped away. The glass walls transform from protection to prison. Outside, students pass by unseeing, wrapped in their bubble of lectures and deadlines. None of them notice how Dario's presence warps the air, charges it with possibilities I've spent years denying. He circles my table like a shark sending blood. Each rotation brings him closer, testing limits, measuring my reaction. I focus on my notes, but the letters swim before my eyes. The now familiar scent of his cologne mingles with old books and fresh ink, making my head spin. You're avoiding me. He stops behind my chair, close enough that his breath stirs my hair. You missed our scheduled gym session this morning. Changed your coffee shop routine. His hand brushes my shoulder, featherlight but burning. Almost like you're running. I have a midterm tomorrow. The words come out steady despite the tremor running beneath my skin. Some of us take our studies seriously. His laugh ripples through the small space. Still playing that card? His fingers trail down my arm, raising goosebumps in their wake. After what happened in the warehouse. After what you showed me. Heat floods my face at the memory of violence and desire tangled into something I can't name. My hands flatten against the desk, seeking stability as images flash through my mind, scotch spilling across wood, blood on my knuckles, his mouth hot against mine. That was a mistake. But even I don't believe the lie. No, He leans down, lips brushing my ear. That was the truth. Everything else is a mistake. This costume, his fingers pluck at my silk tie, these props, he gestures at my textbooks, this whole performance of normalcy. The air conditioner continues to hum, pushing stale air through vents that suddenly feel too small. My carefully constructed world shrinks to this moment, this space, this inevitable collision of who I pretend to be and what I actually am. You have 10 seconds to leave. I still haven't looked at him directly. I can't risk seeing my own hunger reflected in his eyes. Or what? The challenge slides like velvet over steel. You'll show everyone out there exactly what you're capable of. Let them see the real Raphael Valenti. My fingers curl into fists without conscious thought. The movement doesn't escape his notice, nothing does. He shifts closer, anticipation rolling off him in waves. 2 years of perfect attendance, of careful study habits, of maintained distance from anything that might expose my nature. All of it is crumbling to dust under the weight of his presence. They're starting to notice, you know. His voice drops lower, meant for my ears alone. The way you check exits. How you position yourself for maximum tactical advantage. Little tells that scream soldier, not student. His hand settles on the back of my neck, thumb finding my pulse. The mask is slipping, killer. Time to admit what's hiding underneath. The glass walls reflect our tableau, him standing over me, my rigid posture screaming awareness of every point of contact between us. Beyond the transparent barrier, academic life continues its meaningless flow. But in here, time crystallizes around us like amber, preserving this moment of recognition and revelation. I know I should call for help. I should maintain my cover as just another law student. I should do anything except sit here, electricity crackling beneath my skin where he touches me. But we both know I won't. Can't. The game undeniably changed in that warehouse, and now there's no going back to simple pretense. Outside, the late afternoon sun slants through the library's Gothic windows, casting long shadows that stretch across the floor. My watch shows 4:47 p.m., exactly the time I'd usually pack up and head to my evening study spot. Another routine he's tainted, another safe space transformed into a battlefield. Tick-tock, Raphael. His fingers drum against my shoulder, each touch a detonator threatening to spark the explosives running through my veins. How long can you keep pretending? How many more walls can you build before they all come crashing down? The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with a truth I can't afford to acknowledge. My careful world shrinks to this moment, this space, this inevitable collision between the man I've tried to become and the killer bred into my bones. I finally turn to face him, abandoning all pretense of study. Dario lounges against the glass wall, his designer jacket unbuttoned, showing the weapon at his hip. The casual display of threat transforms the academic space into something darker, more dangerous. More honest. He is so sexy. I can keep trying to deny that all I want, but it is true. The rough stubble of his chin brings back memories unbidden, and his piercing blue eyes will meet a break again. What do you want? My voice turns rough, the carefully cultivated American accent slipping into what feels more natural. 3 years of speech coaching undone by his mere presence. The truth. He pushes off the wall with fluid grace. About why you're really here. Why you spend hours memorizing laws instead of enforcing them the old way. His eyes rake over my suit, my books, and my attempts at camouflage. Why you're running from what flows in your veins. Heat rises under my collar. I'm not running from anything. No? 2 steps bring him closer. Then why does your breath catch when I move? Why do your eyes track me like a target? His smile cuts sharp as a blade. Why did you kiss me back in that warehouse? The memory hits like a physical blow, our scotch spilling across the wooden floor, cotton fabric tearing under desperate hands, the metallic taste of blood on his lips. I shove back from the table, needing distance but finding none in the confined space. That was, the unspoken lie dies in my throat as he steps into my space, blocking my retreat. That was real. His voice drops to a whisper. The first real thing you've done since you started playing student. He puts one hand on the table next to me and leans his body weight on it, caging me in. Tell me you haven't thought about it. Tell me you don't wake up remembering how it felt to finally let go. Tell me you don't dream about me pinning you down and fucking you. I should deny it and maintain the facade I've spent years constructing. But my body betrays me, and my pulse races as he leans in closer. The scent of his cologne fills my lungs, expensive and dangerous, like everything else about him. You're delusional. The words lack conviction even to my ears. Am I? His free hand finds my tie, sliding along silk until his fingers rest against my thundering heart. Your body remembers what you are. What we are. All this, he looks around and gestures at my academic sanctuary before staring at me in my eyes. In my soul, it's just permission to lie to yourself. Heat blazes through my veins, turning my controlled breathing into something more ragged. You're just seeing what you want to see. No. His voice carries absolute certainty. I see what you're desperate to hide. The way your eyes catalog weaknesses in everyone who passes. How your fingers twitch toward pressure points when someone gets too close. I see the killer's instincts you can't erase, no matter how many hours you spend in this glass. I grab his wrist before he can finish, the movement driven by pure instinct. His pulse races beneath my fingers, betraying his own excitement. We freeze in this moment of near violence, neither willing to break first. There you are. Satisfaction colors his tone. There's the real Raphael Valenti. Not this hollow shell you pretend to be. I chose this life. But even as I speak, my grip tightens on his wrist, muscle memory seeking vulnerable points. No. He twists his hand in my grasp, turning capture into caress. You chose to hide. To bury yourself in books and pretend you're something other than what they made you. What we both are. In the glass, I catch our reflections, two figures locked in a dance of dominance and denial. Beyond our bubble, students pass by us, wrapped in their simple world of deadlines and grades too much to give us a second glance. None of them understand the war being waged behind these transparent barriers. Last chance. The words slip out in Sicilian, another tell my defenses are falling away. Walk away. His smile promises violence and salvation in equal measure. Make me. The library's ventilation system stutters, dead air settling thick between us. A clock ticks somewhere beyond the glass walls, counting down to something inevitable. My fingers still circle his wrist, reading his pulse like Morse code, a rhythm that matches the chaos beating in my chest. You think you've got me figured out. I release him with deliberate slowness, each movement measured. You think you can just walk in here and unravel everything I've built. Built? He nods his head toward my abandoned notes and the legal texts spread across the wooden desk. You mean this fortress of paper and pretense? His fingers trail across my textbooks, deliberately smudging the precise margins of my notes. How many hours do you spend arranging these props? Making everything look perfect on the surface while underneath. Stop. The command cracks like a whip. Why? Because I'm right? He moves behind me until I'm surrounded. Because you're tired of maintaining this exhausting charade? Playing the dedicated student, pretending you don't dream in shades of red? Truth hooks beneath my ribs, dragging air from my lungs. The careful distance I've maintained from my nature shrinks with each word, each step, each breath shared in this too small space. You have no idea what I dream about. But the obvious lie tastes bitter. Don't I? His voice drops lower, intimate as a knife between vertebrae. I bet you wake up reaching for weapons that aren't there. You spend hours choosing clothes that help you disappear into this civilized world. I bet you. The table edge digs into my palms as I lean forward, seeking stability in a world suddenly off its axis. You're projecting your own nature onto me. I'm not like you. No? Cool glass meets my back as he steps closer. Then why haven't you called for help? One word, and those perfect classmates would come running. Campus security would love an excuse to remove the big bad Greco from their pristine halls. He's right. The thought burns through me like acid, eating away at years of careful construction. I could end this now. I could maintain my cover as just another law student. I could. But you won't. His breath ghosts across my neck. Because deep down, under all this expensive cotton and careful control, you're exactly like me. Born into blood. Bred for battle. You're just better at hiding it. The words sink their hooks into something primitive in my brain, something that remembers lessons taught with fists and firearms instead of textbooks. Something that recognizes him as both a threat and a mirror. I chose a different path. I repeat the lie, though we both know it's not true. It sounds hollow, even to my ears. Did you? His hand settles at the base of my throat, thumb finding my racing pulse. Or did you just choose a different kind of warfare? Trading bullets for legal precedents, blood for ink? A soft laugh brushes my ear. Tell me, Raphael, when was the last time you felt truly alive? Truly yourself? The warehouse. The answer burns unspoken between us. We both know it. We both feel the electric current of recognition arcing through the charged air of this academic prison. The memory of the warehouse hangs heavy between us, charged with possibilities neither of us can deny. My back presses against the cool glass of the private room as he steps closer, eliminating the last pretense of professional distance. The study room's artificial lighting casts stark shadows across his features, transforming the space into something intimate and dangerous. Time crystallizes in this manufactured stillness. The library's Gothic architecture looms beyond our glass cage, afternoon light filtering through stained windows to paint medieval patterns across modern furniture. Each breath between us carries the weight of inevitability. Tell me to stop. Dario's challenge hangs in the air, his eyes dark with something beyond simple threat. Tell me this isn't what you've been thinking about since the warehouse. Words fail me. The careful script I've followed for 3 years offers no guidance for this moment. My hands rise of their own accord, whether to push him away or pull him closer, I'm not sure. They settle against his chest, feeling his heart race beneath expensive fabric. This isn't, the denial dies as his fingers thread through my hair, grip tightening just shy of pain. The touch ignites nerve endings I've tried to deaden, sending electricity down my spine. Isn't what? His other hand finds my hip, thumb pressing against bone. Proper? Professional? A bitter laugh. When has anything about us ever been proper? The question strikes home like a blade at my heart. 3 years of maintaining perfect distance, of crafting an identity separate from my heritage, all of it dissolving under his touch, under the truth in his words. Beyond these walls, Valmont's academic machinery churns onward. A study group argues case law at a nearby table. A girl drops her coffee cup, cursing under her breath. Each mundane moment heightens the surreal intensity of our enclosed space, where 3 years of careful lies dissolve in the depths of his intense stare. Someone could see. My whispered protest lacks conviction, though. Let them. His grip gentles, becoming almost tender. The shift in pressure proves more devastating than violence. Let them see what happens when you stop pretending. My fingers curl into his jacket, seeking purchase as the ground shifts beneath my feet. The familiar stance of combat transforms into something else, something hungry and inevitable. His breath whispers across my lips, each exhale a countdown to surrender. This changes nothing. My voice is coarse with denial and want. This changes everything. The first brush of his lips against mine carries none of the warehouse's desperation. Instead, he kisses me with deliberate slowness, like he's excavating something buried deep. My body remembers other lessons, how to disarm, how to incapacitate, but now those instincts twist into a different kind of hunger. His teeth graze my lower lip, the sharp edge of pain making me gasp. He takes advantage, deepening the kiss until copper blooms on my tongue. My fingers find his throat, reading his pulse like a target assessment. His hand tightens in my hair, the perfect amount of pressure to remind me he's just as dangerous. Time fragments into heartbeats, into breaths, into the infinite space between one moment and the next. The glass walls reflect us from every angle, multiplying this surrender into endless mirrors. Each press of his mouth dismantles another defense, each sweep of his tongue unravels another lie I've told myself. He tastes like espresso and tobacco and danger, like every sin I've denied myself in pursuit of legitimacy. A sound claws up my throat, not quite a growl, not quite surrender. His answering rumble vibrates through my chest, awakening muscle memory better left buried. When he pulls back, satisfaction darkens his eyes to midnight. Finally. His thumb traces my lower lip, coming away stained with evidence of our violence. No more hiding behind that perfect mask, Valenti. The name hits like a brand, searing through pretense and denial. I shove him back, but he catches my wrists, turning defense into another point of dominance. We freeze in this moment of near violence, his grip promising bruises I'll find later. Run back to your books. His words brush against my mouth, promise and threat twining into truth. Hide behind your papers and precedents. But remember this moment. Remember how it feels to finally stop lying to yourself. He releases me with careful deliberation, each finger uncurling like a gift. The loss of contact leaves me cold, unanchored. My reflection stares back at me, lips swollen, tie askew, mask completely shattered. A bead of blood wells where his teeth broke skin, the taste of it sharp and familiar on my tongue. The click of the door closing behind him echoes like a judge's gavel, like a sentence passed. I remain frozen, surrounded by the wreckage of my carefully constructed world, knowing nothing will ever be the same. Outside, the sun dips behind Valmont's spires, casting long shadows through stained glass. My legal texts stare up at me, their carefully highlighted passages now seeming like children's stories, simple tales that can't begin to capture the complexity of what I am, what I've always been. What he just forced me to remember.
Chapter 8. Dario. I trace my fingers along the safe house's mahogany conference table, appreciating how the wood's grain catches afternoon light streaming through bullet-resistant windows. The space carries old power in its bones. Crystal decanters that catch and fracture sunbeams, Italian leather chairs worn smooth by generations of family meetings, and hidden panels that slide away to reveal enough firepower to start a small war. Every surface tells a story of influence earned through blood and of deals sealed with handshakes that left red stains on imported marble. Salt air seeps through the building's old bones, carrying the bite of the harbor. My security team moves through their preparations with practiced efficiency, their boots silent against marble floors that have seen more death than courthouse steps. Marco positions cameras in shadow-wrapped corners while Joey tests the electronic locks. The subtle clicks and whirs of their work fills the space with mechanical poetry, a rhythm that matches the thunder of anticipation in my chest. The text message I sent Raphael was simple: legal consultation needed, address attached. He'll come. His pride won't let him run, even though his instincts probably scream trap. The thought sends a smile curling across my lips. His resistance only makes this sweeter, this slow dismantling of everything he pretends to be. The autumn sun slants through windows, painting gold bars across dark wood and making dust motes dance like stars. I've set the climate control to maintain exactly 78 degrees. Warm enough to make formal clothes uncomfortable and force small beads of sweat to form beneath his starched collar. Every element I set serves a purpose in this careful choreography. The leather chairs are positioned so the light catches his eyes no matter where he sits. The slight scent of gun oil I've let linger in the air. The way sound carries in here, bouncing off marble and hardwood to create subtle echoes that will keep him on edge. My phone buzzes, another update from the surveillance team. The video feed shows Raphael at his desk, reference books spread around him like paper shields. Even through the grainy footage, tension radiates from his shoulders. 3 years of watching him maintain that perfect posture, that careful distance. The memory of him in that study room floods back. Both of our bodies pressed against the glass wall, his mask finally cracking beneath my hands. Each encounter strips away another layer of his defenses, reveals more of the beast he cages beneath designer suits and legal terms. Ice clinks against hand-cut crystal as I pour water from the bar cart. No alcohol tonight. I need every sense sharp, every nerve ending alive to catch his smallest reactions. My reflection multiplies across polished surfaces. My jacket falling just right to show the gun at my hip and Italian will cut to accommodate other hidden weapons while maintaining perfect lines. The safe house's previous occupants left their mark in brass fixtures and imported tiles, in hidden safes behind oil paintings and emergency exits disguised as pantry doors. Now I'm adding my own touches, marking my territory in ways that will make Raphael's soldiers' instincts scream. The ventilation system purrs, pushing warm air through the hidden vents. Fresh paint masks old bloodstains, but I've left just enough evidence of conflict to keep him off balance. A scratch in the wood here, a bullet hole patched there, little reminders of what this place has witnessed. What it will witness again. A security alert flashes. Raphael's car passed the first checkpoint. He's earlier than expected. Heat blooms in my chest. He's as hungry for this as I am, even if he tries to bury that truth beneath tailored suits and legal jargon. That knowledge feeds something dark and hungry in my chest. I signal Marco to begin final preparations, and he nods once before melting into the shadows with his team trailing behind them. Their training shows in how they disappear. Present enough to maintain security, absent enough to maintain the illusion of privacy. The safe house settles around me, creaking like an old predator waiting to strike. Each camera feed shows a different angle of Raphael's approach through manicured grounds that hide state-of-the-art security. He moves like liquid across my screens, checking sight lines, noting exits, betraying the training he can't erase. The suits and law books might fool his professors, but beneath that costume, a soldier lives and breathes. A killer through and through, just like me. The BMW's engine ticks as it cools in the circular drive, the sound carrying through hidden microphones that catch everything. He steps out into fading sunlight, all crisp lines and careful composure. But I catch every tell, eyes scanning rooflines, hand twitching toward a non-existent weapon, spine straight with combat readiness he can't quite hide. Even from here, I see the slight tremor in his fingers as he straightens his tie, another crack in his perfect facade. Bruises from our last encounter throb beneath my shirt as I adjust my position. Each mark tells a story of control slipping, of violence breaking through his careful walls. Cool metal presses against my skin, a backup piece strapped to my ankle, a blade hidden against my back. Not that I'll need them. The only weapons that matter tonight are the ones that live in our blood, in our bones, in the heritage he tries so hard to deny. The last ray of sun disappears behind heavy clouds, plunging the room into darkness. Perfect timing. I adjust my cuffs, platinum links catching the dim light, and inhale the scent of power and promise that fills this space. My pulse quickens as the front door opens, carrying him across the threshold into a world he can't pretend doesn't exist. Into my world. Our world. Raphael's footsteps echo through marble halls, Italian leather against stone, measured and precise. Each step carries the weight of training he can't forget, no matter how hard he tries to bury it. He pauses in the foyer, and I picture him running threat assessment, mapping exits and calculating angles of attack. The cameras catch his minute gestures, fingers flexing and eyes scanning corners where shadows run deep. The marble absorbs the afternoon light, casting long streams through arched windows. The perfect backdrop for this little drama. My pulse quickens as I watch him through the security feed, noting how his shoulders set with familiar tension. Always the soldier, even dressed in a lawyer's skin. You wanted to discuss a case. His voice carries that slight accent he can't quite hide when he's on edge. Not a question, a challenge. Even here, surrounded by evidence of my power, he maintains that delicious resistance. I step from the shadows, drinking in how his shoulders tighten at my appearance. The suit he wears probably costs more than most people make in a month, but it can't hide the warrior's grace in his movements. Thought you might want to review some sensitive documents. I gesture toward the conference room, keeping my movements deliberately casual. After you. He follows me through the doorway, his focus burning between my shoulder blades. The safe house wraps us in old money and older sins. We pass gilt frames and hidden panels, every surface designed to remind him of the world he's trying to escape. A world that lives in his blood, no matter how many college classes he takes. Cigar smoke lingers in the air from my earlier meeting, the notes mixing with leather and aged wood. The scent seems to affect him. I catch the slight flare of his nostrils, the way his fingers twitch. Memories of family meetings and decisions made in rooms just like this one, maybe? I thought you would have preferred office buildings. His eyes catch on a painting that conceals enough artillery to start a small war. Or is this what passes for a conference room in your world? In my world. I turn, letting him see my smile. Heat burns in my chest at how his eyes darken in response. You mean our world? The one you're pretending doesn't exist while you hide behind legal briefs and class rankings. A muscle jumps in his jaw as I pull out a chair. The leather creaks, another voice in this symphony of power I've orchestrated. Late afternoon sun slants through bulletproof glass, painting gold bars across the conference table. He sits with contained grace, every movement screaming combat training he can't erase. I take my time claiming my own seat, letting tension build in the space between us. The ventilation system hums, pushing warm air that carries traces of gun oil from the arsenal behind the walls. His tie, blue silk, perfectly knotted, shifts with each careful breath. How's the Martinez case? That's the one you've been researching, right? I tap my fingers against documents spread across mahogany. All those interesting notes about money laundering and offshore accounts. Getting tips from Uncle Salvatore? If you have actual business to discuss. His words clip short as I lean forward, elbows on polished wood. Ojido. The chair's leather whispers as I shift closer. Let's discuss how much time you spend studying criminal enterprises. All those hours in the library researching how families like ours operate. Are you getting nostalgic for the family business? Color stains his throat above that perfect Windsor knot. A bead of sweat traces his collar, a product of the carefully calibrated temperature or something else entirely. I'm here as a professional courtesy. Nothing more. Really? I'm out of my chair before he can blink, circling to his side of the table. The movement sends papers scattering, crime scene photos and bank statements spelling out secrets he's been chasing. He stiffens but doesn't turn, instead maintaining that brittle control as I lean in close enough to catch his scent of expensive cologne barely masking raw adrenaline. Then why check the room for weapons? Why track my security team's positions? Face it, baby, you're not here for legal consultation. His cologne fills my lungs, expensive and sharp, like everything about his carefully constructed image. But underneath, I catch the familiar tang of gun oil. Some habits die hard, some instincts run too deep to deny. His pulse jumps visibly at his throat, a telltale sign of the war between what he is and what he pretends to be. You're delusional. The words come rough, that perfect accent slipping further into pure Sicily. Music to my ears. Am I? I let my hand settle on his shoulders, feeling coiled muscle beneath Italian wool. The fabric is soft against my palms, but the tension underneath feels like a steel cable ready to snap. Tell me you're not counting the ways you could take me down right now. Tell me you don't feel it, the pull of who you really are. He exhales, sharp and controlled. A fighter's breath, measured and precise. I'm not what you think I am. No. I slide around to face him, boxing him in with my body. The leather chair creaks as he shifts, trapped between me and imported craftsmanship that's witnessed a century of similar power plays. Then what was that in the warehouse? In your study room? Just a law student letting off steam? His dark brown eyes close briefly, pulse hammering visible in his throat. When they open, the raw hunger there makes my blood sing. The perfect mask cracks just enough to show the killer underneath. Back off. The command carries pure Sicily in its undertones, dark as aged wine and twice as intoxicating. I smile, victory sweet on my tongue. Make me. The conference room's temperature rises another degree, a subtle adjustment triggered by my phone. Raphael's perfectly tailored suit will start to feel like armor now, too heavy and confining. Each careful calibration serves its purpose. The heat, the lighting, the weight of criminal legacy pressing in from all sides. I circle back to my side of the table, letting anticipation build as I select a thick folder from the stack. You know what fascinates me about your legal research? I flip through pages of surveillance photos, bank statements, and court documents. The paper carries the scent of fresh ink and secrets. How closely it parallels certain family operations. Almost like you're studying your own history. His throat works as he swallows. Those are confidential case files. Are they? I slide a photo across polished mahogany, Salvatore Valenti's latest shipping venture captured through telephoto lenses. Or are they family albums? Tell me, does your study group know how much first-hand experience you have with their theoretical discussions? Color drains from his face as more photos spill across the table. Crime scenes he'd witnessed, deals he'd attended, and faces he'd known before they disappeared. Each image strikes like a bullet, shattering the careful walls between his past and present. His world of legal academia crashes against reality, printed in high resolution and carefully annotated. You've been busy. He reaches for a document, then stops himself short. The movement carries echoes of old training. Never touch evidence without gloves. Following me. Collecting information. Following you? A laugh rises in my chest. Baby, I've been watching you construct your entire thesis around taking down operations exactly like your family's. Like you could somehow absolve yourself by understanding how the machine works from the inside. The air conditioning cycles again, pushing a fresh wave of heat that makes his collar dampen. Perfect. I tap one particular photograph. A younger Raphael standing beside his uncle at a warehouse much like the one where I'd cornered him. The image captures something raw, something he spent years trying to bury. How old were you here? 16? Already learning the business. Already showing so much promise. My fingers trace the edge of the photo while my other hand signals another temperature increase. Before you decided to play pretend in ivory towers, that is. That's not, he cuts himself off, jaw tight. The accent bleeds stronger through his careful pronunciation. You don't know what you're talking about. No. I select another file, this one heavy with financial records. Let's discuss the Martinez case. The one you've been researching so thoroughly. Interesting choice, considering how closely it mirrors your uncle's operation in Old Harbor. The leather creaks as I lean back, studying his reaction. Everything in this room serves as a reminder of what he's trying to escape. The heavy furniture carved from Italian walnut, the subtle patterns in the wallpaper that disguise cutting-edge surveillance equipment, the way sound carries just enough to keep him on edge. Raphael's hands curl against his thighs. The movement draws my eye to his fingers. Smooth now, years removed from trigger calluses, but still shaped for violence. They still remember other skills than turning pages and typing briefs. His cuffs ride up just enough to show the scar from his first knife fight, a story I know by heart. You're trying to map it all out, aren't you? I spread more documents across the table, creating a paper trail of his divided loyalties. Every connection, every pattern, every weakness. Building a case not just against the family, but against the whole system. I lean forward, dropping my voice. You're planning your escape route, aren't you? The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken truth. Outside, clouds darken the afternoon sky, casting shadows that turn the conference room intimate and threatening. Raphael's pulse jumps at the base of his throat, betraying everything his expression tries to hide. Behind us, the hidden panel in the wall slides silently, revealing rows of weapons. Another calculated exposure of the world he can't escape. That's why you're really here, I continue, satisfaction blooming through my chest. Not for legal consultation. Not even because I baited you. You're here because part of you needs to see it up close again. Needs to remember what you're running away from. I'm not running. But his voice carries the weight of lies told too often, and his eyes keep catching on the arsenal displayed behind me. No. I tap another photo. His cousin's recent weapons shipment caught on satellite imagery. Then why does your research focus on exactly the kinds of operations your family specializes in? Why spend hours studying methods you learned at your uncle's knee? Lightning flashes beyond the bulletproof glass, highlighting the sharp planes of his face, the war behind his eyes. Perfect timing. I trigger another temperature increase, watching a bead of sweat trace down the contours of his neck. The storm building outside mirrors the tension in this room, where every surface holds memories of violence written in wood grain and marble. What do you want? The question slips out in his mother tongue, his facade cracking further with each passing second. I smile, slow and sharp. I want you to stop lying to yourself. I want you to admit that all your careful research, all this legal expertise, it's not about justice. I move closer into his space, feeling heat radiate between us. It's about understanding the cage so you can find the weak spots. You want to learn how to dismantle it from the inside. His eyes meet mine, dark with fury and recognition. Sometimes they are so dark brown they look black, and when he is angry like now they look black as coal. The perfect lawyer's mask splinters as thunder rolls overhead, nature providing the percussion for this private drama. The temperature peaks, and with it the last pretense of professional distance evaporates like morning fog. Too bad, I murmur, close enough to catch the heat radiating off his skin. There's only one way out of this life. And it's not through law books. Once again lightning flashes, turning Raphael's face into a study of light and shadow. The storm outside provides the perfect cover for what comes next. Thunder drowning footsteps, rain obscuring visibility, nature conspiring to create this private pocket of tension and truth. You can't hide forever. I trace one finger along the edge of a surveillance photo. Not from this. Not from what you are. The picture shows him leaving his apartment, spine straight with inherited authority he can't quite suppress. And most of all, not from me. His breath catches, a tiny tell that feeds my cravings. The temperature increase has done its work. He slips out of his suit jacket, discarding it across his chair, and rolls up his sleeves, exposing dozens of faint scars on his forearm. Each one tells a story he's trying to forget. My fingers itch to map them, to make him remember how he earned each line. I'm not hiding. His voice turns gritty, his accent thick as wine. I'm just choosing a different path. But are you really? I move closer, forcing him to tilt his head back to maintain eye contact. Then why do your hands keep twitching? Why does your body shift into a fighting stance every time I step closer? The conference room feels smaller suddenly, heavy with possibility. Rain hammers against the windows, matching the rhythm of his pulse visible on the side of his neck. His tie, loosened now, silk twisted from constant adjustment, draws my eye like a target. You're in my space. Challenge flares in his eyes, dark and hungry. I laugh, the sound sharp enough to cut. I'm in all your spaces, Raphael. Your gym, your library, your carefully constructed world of legal bullshit. My hand finds his shoulder, feeling heat through expensive cotton. I live in your head now. Admit it. He surges up from the chair, turning our position so I'm the one crowded against the table. The counter move is pure soldier, pure killer, pure truth. You think you know me so well? I know you're counting exits. My smile feels wild as I lean into his space instead of away. I know you've mapped every weapon in this room, even the hidden ones. I know your pulse is racing not from fear, but from how badly you want to show me exactly what you can do. His fingers curl into my shirt, the gesture caught between pushing me away and pulling me closer. You have no idea what I want. No. I drop my voice lower, feeling him strain to hear. I think you want to stop pretending. Stop playing student. Stop denying the fire in your blood that makes you track my movements like you're planning where to strike first. The grip on my shirt tightens, knuckles white with restraint. This close, I catch every micro-expression crossing his face, fury and want and recognition. His carefully constructed walls crack further with each passing second. Thunder crashes overhead as he shoves me away, putting distance between us. But I catch the tremor in his hands, the way his chest rises too fast with each breath. Beautiful. The perfect lawyer's composure splinters like safety glass, revealing sharp edges underneath. We're done here. He reaches for his jacket, movements tight with suppressed energy. Are we? I tap the stack of surveillance photos. Or are you running again? Just like you ran from your family, from your heritage, and from everything that makes you who you really are? His hand freezes on his jacket. You don't know anything about who I really am. I know you better than anyone in your shiny new world. I close the distance he tried to create. Better than your study group. Better than your professors. Better than you even know yourself. The rain traces patterns down the bulletproof glass windows as he turns to face me. Lightning catches in his eyes, transforming them to amber fire. For a moment, I think he'll finally snap, finally show me everything he's kept caged. Instead, he steps back. One precise, fluid movement. This was a mistake. The only mistake is thinking you can walk away from what's in your blood. I let him see my smile, sharp as the blade strapped to my ankle. Go back to your books, Raphael. Pretend this never happened. But remember, I pause as thunder punctuates my words, I'm not done with you yet. He doesn't respond, just turns and strides toward the door. But I catch his reflection in rain-streaked windows, the way his hands shake, how his steps carry the weight of combat training rather than classroom lectures. The perfect mask has cracked. It's only a matter of time before it shatters completely. The door closes softly behind him, and I remain still, listening to his footsteps fade down the marble halls. Around me, the safe house settles into silence broken only by rain and distant thunder. Evidence of his presence lingers. Discarded photos, the scent of his cologne, heat hanging in the air like promises waiting to be kept. Soon he'll stop running. Soon he'll admit what burns between us is the same fire that lives in both our bloodlines. Soon he'll realize there's no escape from who he is, who we both are.
Chapter 9. Raphael. The iron gates of the Valenti estate part silently, sensors recognizing my car's approach. Old money whispers through every acre, manicured gardens, classical fountains, and limestone facades that have witnessed generations of power-changing hands. I grip the steering wheel tighter, trying to ignore how naturally I fall back into family rhythms, the specific route that avoids surveillance blind spots and the way my eyes automatically scan for signs of intrusion. The circular driveway curves past ancient oaks, their branches casting afternoon shadows across my windshield. Each tree holds childhood memories, learning to climb, to hide, to watch without being seen. My father's voice, teaching me how to move through darkness. My uncle's hands, correcting my stance as I learned to shoot. I push the memories away, but they cling like fallen leaves to wet pavement. Mediterranean cypress trees line the drive, their dark columns stretching toward a sky heavy with approaching rain. The gardens spread out in calculated elegance, rose bushes imported from Tuscany, herb beds that my mother tends with religious devotion, and marble statues positioned to mark defensive positions disguised as artistic choice. A stone cherub watches my approach, its innocent face belying the cameras hidden in its hand-carved curls. 2 security guards patrol the perimeter, moving with the practiced nonchalance that marks family soldiers. They nod as I pass, respect mingled with curiosity. The prodigal nephew, returning to the fold. I wonder what stories circulate about my absence, about my choice of law school over family business. Their eyes follow my car until I park in my usual spot. Some habits refuse to die, even after 3 years away. The mansion looms ahead, its limestone walls washed with gold by the setting sun. 8 bedrooms, 3 studies, a wine cellar that doubles as a panic room, and enough hidden passages to evacuate the entire family in under 5 minutes. I know every inch of this place, which floorboards creak, which walls contain weapon caches, which windows offer the clearest shot at approaching vehicles. Knowledge I've tried to bury beneath details of my new life. Music drifts from somewhere inside. Classical, probably my mother's piano. The sound draws me back to Sunday dinners and family meetings, to lessons learned in blood and loyalty. My hands shake slightly as I cut the engine. I didn't want to come here, but after the safe house, after Dario, I needed somewhere familiar. Somewhere protected. I scoff at myself. What a joke. As if any place could protect me from what burns beneath my skin, from the truth he keeps dragging into the light. The front steps rise in graceful curves, Italian marble imported by my grandfather. Small chips in the stone mark where bullets struck during a rival family's failed attack 15 years ago. The damage remains. A reminder, my uncle says, of the price of poor security. Bronze handles gleam on massive oak doors, the wood carved with vineyard scenes that hide reinforced steel cores. The door opens before I reach it. Maria, our housekeeper since before I was born, greets me with a knowing smile. Her simple black dress and silver hair project maternal warmth, but the slight bulge at her hip betrays the weapon she's carried for 30 years. Your mother's in the conservatory. She'll want to see you. Of course she will. Nothing happens in this house without my mother knowing. I follow familiar hallways, each step echoing against marble floors that have witnessed decades of family politics. Oil paintings of stern-faced ancestors watch my passage, their eyes holding the same calculation I see in Uncle Salvatore's gaze. The air carries notes of lemon polish and old wood, the scent of meticulously maintained power. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow shadows across damask wallpaper chosen to disguise the reinforced walls beneath. A Monet hangs above a hand-carved sideboard, real, unlike the fakes in most wealthy homes. The frame conceals a wall safe containing enough documents to destroy 3 political careers. Every surface holds dual purpose, beauty masking function, art concealing arsenal. The conservatory glows with late afternoon light filtering through Victorian glass. Wrought iron and crystal create a cage of elegance, filled with rare orchids and climbing vines that my mother tends between negotiating territory disputes. She sits at her piano, fingers dancing across ivory keys. She doesn't look up as I enter, but her playing shifts to something darker, minor chords that match the storm building in my chest. The roses climbing the conservatory walls cast thorn shadows across her face, highlighting how much we share, the same sharp features, the same ability to hide violence behind beauty. I wondered when you'd come home. Her fingers still linger on the keys as she turns to face me. Light catches the diamond ring that once belonged to her mother, the same ring she used to blind an assassin at a charity gala. After that incident at the warehouse, ice fills my veins. Of course she knows. Nothing happens in this city without the families knowing. I force my face to remain neutral, years of training serving me even now. I needed somewhere quiet to study. Her laugh holds more warmth than it should. Is that what we're calling it now? She rises from the piano bench with fluid grace, her designer dress whispering against the marble floors. The fabric catches light like water, but I know it's lined with ceramic plates, protection disguised as fashion. Come. Your uncle will want to see you before dinner. My chest tightens at the thought of facing Salvatore, of maintaining my careful facade while he picks apart my defenses. But refusing would show weakness. It would prove everything Dario said about who I really am. I follow my mother deeper into the Valenti family's mansion, into the heart of everything I've tried to escape. Into the trap I've laid for myself. The family dining room stretches vast and cold, dominated by a table that could seat 30 but rarely hosts more than 10. Tonight, only 4 places are set. Heavy silver gleams against French linen, crystal sparkles in candlelight, and bone china displays the family crest in hand-painted gold. The table's mahogany surface reflects centuries of deals made and broken, each ring and scratch telling stories of power exchanged over exquisitely cooked meals. Uncle Salvatore sits at the head of the table, his white hair and tailored suit a study in calculated authority. 3 bodyguards stand at strategic points around the room, their faces blank but eyes alert. One tests each dish before it's served, an old custom that feels less archaic after last month's attempted poisoning at the Romano wedding. I take a seat next to my mother, and Maria serves us the first course. We eat in silence, though I don't allow myself to relax. I have to be prepared for anything. Finally, Salvatore speaks between bites. Law school agrees with you. Salvatore's voice carries the weight of unspoken expectations. He cuts into perfectly seared veal, the knife's soft scraping setting my teeth on edge. Professor Harrison speaks highly of your work. Particularly your research into financial regulations. My mother's fork pauses halfway to her lips. The slight tell screams warning, Harrison shouldn't have been speaking to anyone about my work. I maintain my expression, years of practice keeping my face neutral as I calculate how much my uncle knows, how deeply he's been watching. The Martinez case has interesting implications for banking law. I choose each word with care, aware of invisible lines being drawn. The veal turns to ash in my mouth. Banking law. Salvatore's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Is that what they're calling it now? He gestures, and a server appears with a bottle of wine older than I am. Tell me about the Greco boy. My chest constricts, but I don't let it show. Can't let it show. You'll have to be more specific. I try not to keep track of rival families. Don't you? He studies me over the rim of his wine glass. Strange. He seems to keep very close track of you. Heat crawls up my neck. I focus on cutting my meat into precise squares, the way my mother taught me. Each slice measures exactly 1 inch, the same way she taught me to measure powder charges for different calibers. The steak knife feels too light in my hand, too delicate compared to other blades I've held. Salvatore. My mother's voice carries gentle warning. Let the boy eat. The boy? His laugh scrapes against my skin. He's old enough to make his own choices. Isn't that right, Raphael? Old enough to choose dusty law books over family business. Old enough to catch a Greco's attention. Thunder rolls outside, and rain begins to patter against leaded glass windows. The storm's arrival feels staged, like everything else in this room. Even the candles seem purposefully placed to cast specific shadows, to highlight certain faces while obscuring others. The Greco situation is handled. I sip water, wishing it were something stronger. Nothing worth discussing. Nothing worth discussing? Salvatore sets down his fork. The soft clink against the china echoes like a hammer strike. The youngest Greco's son stalking my nephew through Valmont's halls? Making appearances at your study spots, your gym, that warehouse by the harbor? That's not worth discussing? Ice fills my veins. Of course he knows about the warehouse. He probably has photos, surveillance reports, and detailed accounts of every moment I've tried to forget. Every touch that burned through my careful control. You've been watching me. The accusation slips out before I can stop it. Always. He doesn't bother denying it. Did you think that law degree would change what you are? Who you belong to? My mother's hand finds mine under the table, a gesture of comfort that feels like restraint. The room's warmth turns suffocating. Outside, rain lashes against the windows with increasing fury, nature matching the storm building in my chest. I belong to myself. The voice is quiet but firm. Salvatore's laugh echoes in the large room, though there's no warmth in it. He signals, and a guard approaches with a leather portfolio. Do you? Then explain these. Photographs spill across the fine linen, Dario and me in the library, in the gym, in the warehouse. Each image captures moments I've tried to forget and touches that burn my skin. The final photo shows us in the safe house, my mask cracking as his hands found my throat. The Grecos are testing boundaries. Salvatore's voice turns as sharp as the knife by my plate. They're using you to probe our defenses. And you're letting them. It's not what you think. But the lie falls flat, each syllable ringing hollow. No? He taps one particular photo, Dario pressing me against the study room's glass wall. Then tell me what I should think. Tell me why my nephew, who claims to want nothing to do with family business, keeps ending up in compromising positions with Antonio Greco's attack dog. My mother's fingers tighten around mine. Warning or support, I'm not sure which. The room feels smaller suddenly, the walls closing in like the trap I knew this dinner would become. Guards shift positions, adjusting to the rising tension. I can handle Dario Greco. Even I don't believe the words. Can you? Salvatore stands, his height casting shadows across fine china and damning evidence. Because from where I sit, it looks like he's handling you. He's breaking down every wall you've built between yourself and your heritage. He's not so subtly reminding you exactly who you are. The words hit too close to what Dario whispers in my ear and what he proves with every calculated touch. I push back from the table, needing space and air that doesn't taste like childhood lessons and family expectations. I need some air. I manage to keep my voice steady, my movements controlled. Excuse me. No one stops me as I leave, but I feel their eyes burning holes into my back. The photographs remain scattered across the table like cards in a game I'm losing. They are evidence of every lie I've told myself about escaping this life. Thunder cracks overhead as I flee the suffocating warmth of the dining room, each step carrying me further from pretense but closer to truth. I can't breathe in these halls, where every surface holds memories I've tried to bury. My feet carry me through the mansion's winding corridors, past the kitchen where staff pretend not to watch my retreat, and through the conservatory where my mother's piano sits silent and judging. The French doors yield to my touch, opening onto the back terrace where rain-washed air finally fills my lungs. The garden offers no peace tonight. Rain mists against my face as I weave between topiaries and stone fountains, each step taking me further from the mansion's suffocating warmth. Water trickles down marble nymphs, their blind eyes watching me flee. The paths wind through carefully cultivated wilderness, every branch and bloom placed to create the illusion of natural growth while maintaining clear lines of sight to all approaches. My mother's roses climb wrought iron trellises, their thorns sharp enough to tear skin. The flowers themselves are nearly black in the storm's dim light, petals spreading like spilled wine. Their perfume mingles with wet earth and approaching thunder, creating an atmosphere thick with memory and threat. A security light clicks on as I pass, motion sensors tracking my movement through the grounds. I know exactly where each camera is hidden, behind sculpted hedges, within classical statuary, and beneath dripping eaves. The knowledge sits heavy in my stomach alongside Salvatore's accusations and those damning photographs. The garden's rear section houses the plants my mother truly loves, herbs from her childhood home in Italy, their leaves releasing ancient scents when crushed. Rosemary for remembrance. Sage for wisdom. Nightshade for lessons about beauty and poison taught to children born into power. I trace my fingers along their damp leaves, recalling other lessons learned in this space: which plants heal, which plants kill, which plants mask the evidence of either. My shoes sink slightly into wet grass as I abandon the gravel paths. Here, behind a high wall of cypress trees, sits my childhood hiding place. A stone bench beneath a wisteria-covered pergola offers shelter from the strengthening rain. The pale purple blooms hang like tears above my head, dripping water onto my shoulders as I sink onto the cold marble floor. The photographs flash behind my eyes, moment after moment of weakness captured in high resolution. Each image proves Salvatore right, proves everything I've been desperately trying to deny. Proves that no matter how many degrees I earn or how carefully I maintain my distance, the family's gravity well pulls me back. Like now. Like always. Time slips away as I sit in the growing darkness. The rain strengthens, but the pergola's thick canopy keeps me relatively dry. Inside the mansion, lights begin to illuminate windows one by one. Soon someone will come looking, my mother probably, with gentle questions and sharp eyes. Or worse, Salvatore with more photographs and more evidence of my failures. The garden's evening chorus swells around me, wind through wet leaves, water splashing in fountains, and the distant hum of security systems scanning the grounds. Each sound is familiar, a lullaby from a childhood I've tried to forget. I close my eyes, letting the rhythm wash over me. I let myself remember, just for a moment, how it felt to belong here without question or doubt. And then a twig snaps somewhere in the darkness. I'm on my feet before conscious thought kicks in, every nerve ending alive with awareness. The garden stretches shadow dark around me, rain obscuring visibility and thunder masking approaching footsteps. But I know. My body knows. Your security has more holes than your uncle would like. Dario's voice carries across the wet grass and flowering vines. He emerges from between rose bushes like a shadow taking form, rain darkening his jacket and hair. Though maybe that's the point. My back hits rough stone as I retreat. The pergola's marble columns offer cover but also trap me in this space with him. With what he represents. With everything I've tried to escape. This is private property. My voice doesn't shake, but my hands curl into fists at my sides, despite my best efforts at neutrality. He moves closer, each step deliberate and measured. Water drips from his hair onto the collar of his jacket, tracing paths I've learned too well. Like that stopped me before. His smile cuts through the darkness. Nice dinner conversation, by the way. Your uncle has some interesting theories about us. Us. The word slides under my skin like the knife I know he carries. There is no us. No? Another step brings him under the pergola. Rain patters against the wisteria blooms, the sound almost drowning out my thundering heart. Then why are you out here alone in the dark? Running from what they see so clearly inside. Lightning flashes, turning him monochrome for a heartbeat. In that frozen moment, I see what my family sees: danger wrapped in expensive clothes, violence waiting to be unleashed. Everything I've tried to deny wanting. His sharp blue eyes flash dangerously in the dark. His hand finds the column beside my head, caging me against the cold stone. The position mirrors too many moments I've tried to forget: the warehouse, the study room, the safe house. Each time my control slipped further. Each time the truth crept closer to the surface. Your uncle's right, you know. His voice drops lower. About what I'm doing. About what you're letting me do. Water drips between us, carrying the scent of crushed herbs and wet earth. The garden closes around us like a fist, hiding this moment from prying eyes. From everyone except the blind stone angels, their faces turn skyward as if granting absolution for what comes next. The heat of him burns through my rain-soaked clothes, making every point of contact electric. His fingers trail from the column to my jaw, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. Water drips from his dark hair onto my lips, and I taste his expensive cologne mixed with storm air. Tell me to stop. The challenge in his voice makes my heart stutter. Tell me you don't want this. Tell me that you don't wake up remembering how it felt in the warehouse, in the study room, in every dark corner where you finally let yourself be honest. I should push him away and call for the guards I know are patrolling nearby. I should maintain the careful walls I've built between myself and everything he represents. Instead, my hands fist in his jacket, the wet leather cool against my palms. My family will kill you. The warning comes out breathless, wanting. His laugh whispers across my skin. Your family is why you're out here in the rain, running from truth. His thumb traces my lower lip, collecting droplets. You're tired of pretending. Tired of maintaining that perfect mask. Tired of denying what burns true between us. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the garden in stark relief. For a heartbeat, I see everything with crystal clarity, the rain-starred roses watching, the ancient trees bearing witness, the stone angels offering benediction. In that flash of light, I catch the hunger in his eyes, raw and honest in a way nothing in my careful world has ever been. Thunder soon follows, drowning out my last attempt at resistance. His mouth finds mine, tasting of rain and inevitable surrender. My head hits rough stone as he presses closer, one hand tangling in my hair while the other traces patterns of ownership across my throat. The storm swallows my gasp as his teeth graze my lower lip. Every kiss carries the violence we've both been restraining, every touch threatens to tear down walls I've spent years building. Under the shelter of purple blooms and gathering darkness, I finally stop fighting what we both know is true. I am exactly what they made me. What we both are. What will always be. His hands slide under my shirt, mapping skin that burns despite the cool rain. Each touch writes confession in bruises, each kiss tastes like freedom. The garden spins around us, wet flowers releasing intoxicating perfume with every rain-heavy nod. He grabs my hand and moves it to the bulge of his cock. Already, it feels like it's close to bursting out of his pants. It is hard and threatening against my hand, and God, I want it so much. You're playing with fire, Raphael, he growls, his voice a low rumble that sends a shiver down my spine. You know that, right? I can't help but smirk, my heart pounding in my chest. Maybe I like getting burned. His eyes flash, a dangerous glint in the dim light filtering through the leaves. You have no idea what you're asking for. I step closer, my voice barely above a whisper. Show me. Dario's hand snakes out, gripping my jaw tightly, his thumb brushing roughly against my cheekbone. You want to play games, little Valenti? You want to test me? I nod, my breath hitching as your grip tightens. His lips crash down on mine, fierce and demanding. The rain pours down around us, soaking our clothes, but I barely notice. All I can feel is Dario, his tongue invading my mouth, his teeth nipping at my lips. I moan, my hands gripping his jacket, pulling him closer. He tastes like whiskey and forbidden secrets, a heady combination that goes straight to my head. He bites my lower lip, hard enough to make me gasp. You taste like trouble, he murmurs against my mouth. But I can't get enough. I can feel Dario's erection pressing against my hand as I rub across the fabric of his pants. The rain is relentless and battering around the pergola, soaking us to the skin, but neither of us cares. We're lost in each other, our bodies pressed together, our breaths mingling. Dario pushes me back against the stone bench as his hands roam my body, rough and demanding, as if he's trying to possess every inch of me. And I know he is. I can feel his cock, hard and insistent, pressing against my thigh. Through the pants, I stop for a beat then squeeze around it. He groans, his hips bucking against my hand. You want this, Raphael? He asks, his voice a low growl. You want to feel my cock down your throat? I nod, my breath coming in ragged gasps. He smirks, a dangerous glint in his blue eyes. Good, then get on your knees and show me how much you want it. As I slide down to the pergola floor, Dario unbuttons his pants, his cock springing free, hard and ready. It is thick and meaty and bigger than I expected. I worry for a moment that I won't be able to take him all. I don't have that much experience of this kind of thing, but here and now on my knees for him in the rain I want so desperately to try. I look up at him, my eyes locked on his as I open my mouth and feel him instantly enter it. I feel my jaw strain to open wide enough and I gag as he hits the back of my throat. I feel tears beating in my eyes and I have barely half his length in my mouth. This is what I was worried about. I can taste sweat and sex on him. He groans, his head falling back, his hands fisting in my hair. "Fuck, Raphael," he moans. "Your mouth feels so good." I meet his gaze and he cups my chin for just a second. "I want more from you, though. And I think you know that. I need you to take all of me. I like that sweet sound of you choking on my cock. I like those pretty little tears in your eyes when my dick hits the back of your throat." He grabs my hair even harder as he yanks my head toward him, forcing me to take him deeper in my throat and I'm gagging hard on it. He thrusts into me until I have no choice at all and he is all the way. The pubes at the base of his dick tickle my nose as I'm held tightly against him. Breathing through my nose is all I can do. I know I'm crying and gagging, but it seems to please him and absolutely right now I just want to please him. That's it, baby. All the way down. I knew you would take it for me. Be a good little slut for me. He holds me like this for what feels like forever as my throat gets used to the intrusion of him. Every time I retch, he just holds me tighter to him. There's no pulling back, and I'm not sure I want to. There's something really erotic about being used by him like this. He then releases my head, pulling out of me all the way and I gag and drool spills from my lips. A long stream of saliva connects my mouth to his cock. "Good boy, open wide," he says as he holds my head in his hands again and I feel my mouth open obediently for him to thrust into. This time he forces himself all the way in one long stroke as I gag again and again. I have never given head like this and I think he probably knows that. It feels like an achievement taking him like this. I feel proud. Gag and drool and cry as much as you like, little Valenti. I'm going to fuck your pretty face now and not stop until I come down your throat and you swallow every fucking drop of it. Understand? Even if I wanted to reply, I couldn't. My mouth's so full of his thick cock as it is. He holds my head in his hands, adjusting his own angle as he does, and he begins to thrust into me, long and deep, fucking my throat. And he is right, I'm gagging and crying and drooling, I have no choice, I'm a fucking mess. But, I see him watching me, I think he likes me like this. He tastes salty and sweet, an intoxicating combination that has me aching for more. I can feel his hands tangled in my hair as he fucks me faster and harder and somehow I am getting used to it. I love it, the feeling of being at Dario Greco's mercy. Of being used by him. "You're so good at this, little Valenti," he murmurs, his voice a low growl. "You were made for this, you little cock-sucking slut." I moan around his cock, the vibrations making him growl with pleasure. I can barely breathe as it is, and I can feel his cock swelling in my throat as he thrusts. He's close, and I feel a wave crash through me knowing I brought him to this point of ecstasy. I will be Dario Greco's undoing. I double my efforts to let him keep using me, my hands gripping his thighs for support as he fucks me like a steam train. "Fuck, Raphael," he groans. "I'm going to come." I can feel his cock pulsing in my mouth, and then, before I can prepare, he's coming, his hot seeds spurting in big streams straight down my throat. I'm choking as I do, but I swallow it all, no choice in the matter, and my eyes are locked on his as they open, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. As he finally pulls out of me, his dick beginning to soften, I'm coughing and spluttering and long streams of saliva spill involuntarily from my lips. "Such a messy pretty boy slut for me," he says, smirking with satisfaction. "Clean me," he commands, and I go straight to work, obediently licking at every sweet beautiful inch of his cock, taking great care at the tip to not miss a drop of his precious cum. He then takes a handful of my hair, pulling me back, and without another word, he puts himself back into his pants, zips the zipper, and walks out of the pergola and into the torrential rain without another look back.
Chapter 10. Dario. Industrial fans push stale air through the underground space, carrying sweat and iron and anticipation. The ring dominates the center. Just a rectangle marked in tape on concrete, no ropes or barriers between fighters and spectators. perfect for showing Raphael exactly what he's been trying to deny. I have the sweetest of memories of fucking his pretty face. It was even better than I had imagined with all the gagging and drooling. It was hard for him, very hard, to take all of me and that I enjoy. He makes a very obedient little slut and I like that. My security detail blends with the crowd, their careful positioning creating a net that will push him exactly where I want him. The text I sent was simple: coordinates, a time, and a reminder of the photos I still hold. His response came 3 hours later, just one word: fine. But that's all I need. His pride won't let him ignore a direct challenge. The regulars gather around the ring's edges, money changing hands as fighters warm up in shadowy corners. These matches run on old rules. No referees, no weight classes, and no limits except what the crowd's appetite demands. Blood darkens the concrete in places, telling stories of victories and failures that no amount of cleaning can erase. A door creaks somewhere above, letting in a slice of moonlight before slamming shut. Boots on metal stairs, then Raphael appears at the bottom. He's ditched the lawyer costume for dark jeans and a black shirt that can't quite hide the warrior's grace in his movements. His eyes scan the space with practiced efficiency, exits, threats, advantages, before landing on me. Just the sight of his pretty face brings back the memory of how much of a mess it looked when I was done with it. How good his lips looked stretched tight around my cock. Quite a change from your usual study spots. I push off the wall I've been leaning against, enjoying how his shoulders tighten at my approach. No color-coded notes down here. Just pure instinct and earned pain. He maintains his distance as I circle him, but his body betrays everything his silence tries to hide. Every muscle screams awareness of my movement, his old combat training surfacing despite his best efforts to bury it. The crowd parts around us, sensing something electric building between predators in their midst. Why am I here? His voice carries that slight accent he can't quite hide when his control slips. I smile, letting him see sharp teeth. Because you need to remember what you really are. My hand finds his shoulder, feeling his heat through cotton. And I'm going to show you. The next fighter steps into the ring, bare-chested and battle-scarred. The dim light catches old wounds as he raises his fists, inviting challengers. The crowd's energy shifts, hunger rising as blood scents the air. Watch carefully. I keep my grip on his shoulder, making him face the violence he's tried so hard to forget. This is our world. The one you're pretending doesn't exist while you hide behind legal briefs and classroom discussions. The fight starts with brutal efficiency. No ceremony, no rules, just pure animal need to dominate. Flesh meets flesh with wet sounds that echo off concrete walls. Raphael's pulse jumps beneath my fingers as the first fighter goes down, blood painting the floor in abstract patterns. Your hands remember this. I lean closer, the words for him and him alone. The impact of bone against bone. The satisfaction of a perfectly landed strike. My fingers trail down his arm, finding old scars hidden beneath careful facades. Tell me you don't miss it. He doesn't answer, but his breathing changes, growing deeper as another fighter falls. The crowd's roar builds around us, but I focus on how his body responds to each display of dominance. How his weight shifts automatically into a fighting stance despite years of pretending at civility. Your turn next. The words hit him like a physical blow. I feel him start to pull away, but my grip tightens. Unless you're too afraid to show these people exactly what a Valenti heir can do. His eyes meet mine, dark with something beyond simple fury. I don't do this anymore. Liar. I drag my fingers up his spine, feeling him shiver. You do this every day in your mind. Every time you check exits and catalog threats. Every time you stop yourself from responding to disrespect with violence. I pause as another fighter hits the bloodied concrete. The only difference is, down here we're honest about what we are. The fight ends with a wet crack and a cheer from the crowd. Blood drips from the victor's knuckles as he helps his opponent up, honor among wolves. Raphael watches with carefully controlled features, but I catch every tell. The way his fingers flex, how his breath catches at particularly skilled moves, the hunger he can't quite hide. Time to stop pretending. I step back, stripping off my jacket. Show me what's under all that polish. I can sense him submitting to my request again. This is the one fight I've been so desperate to have. The crowd forms a loose circle as Raphael steps into the ring, tension rolling off him in waves. He moves like someone who's done this before, despite his attempts to hide it. His stance shifts automatically to account for the uneven concrete, the poor lighting, and every variable that marks the difference between victory and defeat. I shrug off my jacket, letting him see the raw power I usually keep hidden beneath designer fabric. His eyes track the movement, cataloging my reach and muscle mass with mechanical precision. The space between us charges with electric possibility as I mirror his position. First blood or surrender? I ask, though we both know this fight won't end with either. This is about something deeper, something primal that lives in both our veins. His response comes in the form of an attack, fast, precise, and perfectly timed. I barely deflect the strike, and his follow-up connects with satisfying force. The impact travels up my arm, igniting nerve endings that sing with long-denied pleasure. He responds with fluid grace, turning the strike into momentum that carries him inside my guard. His counterattack comes fast and precise, textbook perfect, betraying years of training he can't erase. The crowd fades to white noise as we dance across blood-stained concrete. Each movement tells a story of violence bred into both our bones. The way he shifts his weight between strikes, how his dark eyes track my center of mass, the perfect economy of motion that no amount of legal education could disguise. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Stop holding back. I drive my knee toward his ribs, forcing him to block. The defensive move flows like water, pure instinct taking over. Show them what you really are. His eyes flash dark gold under the industrial lights. Sweat darkens his shirt, turning black cotton translucent against skin marked with scars I want to trace with my tongue. His next strike carries more power, more intent. His mask of civility cracks further with each exchange. Blood runs hot down my chin from a split lip. The taste of copper fills my mouth as I smile, savage and wanting. Better. But still not the killer I know lives inside you. I circle left, testing his defenses. What would your professors think if they could see you now? The taunt lands. His control slips just enough, just right. The next combination comes lightning fast. Jab, cross, hook, each strike flowing into the next with deadly precision. I catch the last one and use his momentum to slam him against the nearest support column. Concrete dust falls like snow as the impact shakes the building's bones. Finally showing your true nature. I press closer, pinning him with my body weight. Raw satisfaction burns through me as his careful facade crumbles. The air your uncle always wanted. The crowd's energy shifts, hungry for more intimate violence. They sense something electric building between us, something beyond simple combat. Raphael's chest heaves against mine as he struggles, but the position forces him to feel every point of contact, every line of heat where skin meets skin. Fuck you. The curse slips out in Sicilian, his voice shattered by rage and want. I laugh against his throat, tasting salt. That's it. Let him out. Let everyone see exactly what you've been hiding under all that expensive education. He explodes into motion, raw power breaking my hold. The reversal carries us both to the ground, a tangle of limbs and shared breath. The concrete scrapes skin from my shoulders as he pins me, one forearm pressed hard against my throat. His eyes burn with something darker than simple fury, something that makes my blood sing with recognition. This what you wanted? The words come rough with promise as he applies more pressure. To prove I'm just like you? I buck my hips, using his momentary distraction to flip our positions. My hands find his wrists, pinning them above his head as I settle my weight across his thighs. No, baby. I lean down until my lips brush his ear. I wanted to prove you're exactly what they made you. What we both are. His body goes wire-tight beneath mine. I catch the slight tremor in his muscles, the way his pulse races visible at his throat. The crowd's noise fades further, leaving us suspended in this moment of raw truth. Every breath carries the scent of blood and sweat and inevitability. I could break your hold. His voice drops lower, intimate despite our audience. 3 moves. But you won't. I shift my grip, letting him feel the strength I usually keep leashed. Because you're tired of pretending. Tired of maintaining that perfect control. My thumb finds his pulse point, reading the chaos in his heartbeat. You're tired of denying what burns between us, aren't you? Someone in the crowd whistles. In appreciation or warning, I'm not sure. The sound breaks our private moment, reminding us of prying eyes. Raphael uses the distraction to bridge up, nearly breaking my hold. The movement brings our bodies flush, and I feel the exact moment his resistance transforms into something else entirely. That's it. I roll with his momentum, letting him think he's gaining advantage. Stop thinking like a lawyer. Feel it. the push and pull. The perfect dance of dominance and submission. Each word punctuates a shift in position, a redistribution of power between us. This is what you were born for. His response comes in the form of an elbow strike that nearly catches my temple. I counter, redirecting his force into a twist that brings us chest to chest again. My hand finds his throat, thumb pressing against his carotid just enough to remind him of his mortality. His pulse jumps beneath my touch, racing with more than simple combat high. The underground space fills with the sound of flesh meeting flesh, of shared breath and bitten back sounds that could be pain or pleasure. Light catches the sweat on his skin, turning him golden as he arches into my hold. The movement exposes his throat, a display of submission that makes something primitive in my chest purr with satisfaction. You remember now? I ease the pressure just enough to let him speak. You remember how it feels to stop pretending? To embrace exactly what you are? His eyes meet mine, pupils blown wide with violence and want. Blood from my split lip drips onto his chest, staining the black cotton even darker. The sight ignites something possessive in my gut. I want to mark him deeper. I want to carve my name into his bones until he can't deny what exists between us. The fight has drawn us to the edge of the marked ring. One more move would carry us into darkness, away from the crowd's hungry gaze. Raphael reads the intent in my eyes. Of course he does. We speak the same language of violence and need. His resistance wavers, control slipping further with each shared breath. Time to choose, I murmur against his skin. Keep playing student or admit what you really want. The underground air grows heavier, charged with possibilities. His hands fist in my shirt, caught between pushing me away and pulling me closer. Everything we are, everything we've been trained to be crystallizes in this moment of perfect understanding. This is what I've been pushing for since that first night in the library. This perfect suspension between violence and surrender, between denial and truth. His careful walls crumble further with each heartbeat, with each drop of blood that paints his skin. It's time to end this fight and start something infinitely more dangerous. The fight ends with my opponent splayed across cracked concrete, more unconscious than not. Blood spatters my knuckles, wet and warm. I wipe it off on my jeans, letting the rough fabric scrape against split skin. The crowd's roar fades to white noise as I turn to face Raphael, tilting my head in invitation. Your move, killer. After gathering his bearings, he stands at the ring's edge, shoulders tight under cotton damp with sweat and rust-colored stains. The dim light paints his features in harsh relief, all sharp angles and caged ferocity straining to break free. I see the war behind his eyes, the endless battle between who he pretends to be and the truth raging to escape. I step toward him, deliberate and measured. Come on, Raphael. Show them what a Valenti is really made of. His throat works as he swallows. The simple tell sends anticipation spiking through my blood, electric and alive. He's close, so damn close to snapping. To admitting defeat and embracing the monster inside. Around us, the crowd's energy swells like storm clouds. They sense the real fight building between us, the one that has nothing to do with exchanging blows. I catch flashes of money changing hands, side bets rising with each step I take in his direction. Last chance to run. My voice comes out rough, scraped raw with darker promises. Last chance to pretend you don't crave this as much as I do. His eyes flicker, a flash of amber in the gloom. For a moment I think he might actually bolt. Vanish back into the shadows and the safety of his carefully constructed illusions. But then his chin lifts, stubborn pride winning out over self-preservation. I'm not going anywhere. Satisfaction snakes through me, vicious and sweet. He's always been a fighter, even when he's fighting his true nature. It's what drew me to him in the first place, that fractured dichotomy. The perfect veneer hiding a core of pure violence. I'm close enough to feel heat rolling off him now, to taste iron and fury in each shared breath. Close enough to see the pulse hammering at the base of his throat, his body already bracing for impact before a single blow lands. Good boy. The words unleash him. He explodes into motion, launching himself at me with a snarl erupting from that always tightly leashed control. Fists fly and feet lash out, each strike precise and devastating. I respond in kind, savage elation surging through my veins as we clash in a blur of sweat-slicked skin and unleashed brutality. This is what I've been craving. This pure collision of what we both are under the polish and pretense. Raphael's mask splinters further with every punch, every counter, every move and countermove. He's a force of nature, wild and lethal and so goddamn beautiful it steals my breath. We hit the ground hard, grappling for dominance. Concrete scrapes my back raw, but the pain barely registers. All that matters is the heat of him above me, the weight of him pinning me down. His hands wrap around my throat, those elegant ink-stained fingers squeezing with the perfect pressure to make dark spots dance across my vision. I buck my hips, breaking his grip and reversing our positions. Now it's my turn to loom over him, one hand pressed against his sternum to feel the frantic drum of his heart. His chest rises and falls rapidly, breath coming in sharp bursts. I want to taste the exertion on his skin, lick away the sweat and blood until he's stripped down to his most fundamental core. Finally, the word comes out guttural, almost unrecognizable. You unleashed your true self. Not the good little law student. Not the dutiful nephew. I lean in closer until our lips almost brush. The true Raphael Valenti. Something flashes across his face, there and gone too quick to name. His eyes are black in the low light, pupils swallowing the irises until only a thin ring of amber remains. I feel more than hear his sharp inhale, watch his nostrils flare as he sucks air between bared teeth. Then he's moving again, a blur of furious grace. An elbow cracks against my jaw. A knee digs into my ribs. The strikes flow like water, unstoppable and devastating. I give it back as good as I get, tasting copper and triumph as we roll across the filthy cement. The crowd screams, baying for blood. But they fade to insignificance compared to the firestorm raging between us. This moment is ours and ours alone, an inferno of pent-up need and denied truths and the purest fucking recognition. We end up against the far wall, Raphael's back pressed to rough brick. My fingers anchor in his sweat-dampened hair, holding him still as we pant into the charged space between our mouths. Every ragged exhale mingles, tasting of salt and iron and the inevitable. Say it. My grip tightens, arching his neck back. Say you want this. Say you want me. Because I need to hear it. I need him to admit it out loud instead of just with the raw hunger darkening his gaze. He stares at me, chest heaving. A war rages behind his eyes, denial grappling with dark desire. I can practically hear the cogs turning, all that sharp intelligence wrestling with baser instinct. Fuck you, he finally snarls, but there's no real heat. No true rejection. I laugh, the sound coming out jagged. Oh baby, we'll get to that. And then I'm kissing him, a brutal clash of lips and teeth and tongues. He responds instantly, just as wild, just as desperate. Fingers fist in my hair, blunt nails raking down my neck. I groan into his mouth, licking away the coppery tang of split lips. It's heaven and hell, agony and ecstasy. The culmination of every heated glance, every loaded threat, every electric point of contact. I want to crawl inside him, pry him open, and live within the twisted, gorgeous wreckage. I want to resurrect every violent impulse he's ever repressed and make him embrace the darkness. A bottle shatters nearby, jolting us back to the present. I pull away slowly, reluctantly. Raphael's eyes are glazed, his lips bruised and slick with my blood. He looks debauched, stripped down to his rawest foundations. Shatteringly perfect. We're not done. My tone is rougher than gravel. A promise and a vow. Not even close. I step back, putting distance between us before I do something truly unforgivable, like drop to my knees and worship him right here in front of everyone. The crowd slowly filters back in, their raucous cheers washing over me like static. Raphael straightens, a dazed sort of awareness returning. He swipes at his mouth with the back of one hand, smearing the evidence of our explosive collision. I track the movement, hunger a living thing inside my chest. This doesn't change anything. But the words lack conviction. It's just an empty platitude that can't hide the seismic shift in his eyes. My answering smile cuts like a blade. You keep telling yourself that, killer. I turn away, already calculating my next move. The game has changed, the stakes ratcheting up to dizzying heights. There's no going back now. No pretending the fragile boundaries between us haven't been obliterated. Raphael Valenti may have walked into this underground temple to violence as a law student playing dress-up. But he'll leave as something else entirely. Something infinitely more dangerous. Something that's finally ready to accept the brutal inheritance carved into his very bones. My blood sings with savage anticipation. Because this dark victory is only the beginning. Soon, very soon, I'll tear down every last one of his defenses. And make him truly mine. The aftermath of our explosive confrontation lingers in the air, a tangible charge that even the crowd's raucous jeers can't dispel. Raphael's chest heaves as he slumps against the wall, his eyes never leaving mine. The intensity of his gaze sears through me, a silent acknowledgement of the line we've just crossed. No more pretense. No more denial. I jerk my head toward the back exit, a command and invitation in one. He hesitates for a heartbeat, the last vestiges of his carefully cultivated control warring with the hunger I've dragged to the surface. But we both know it's futile. The truth is out, raw and undeniable. He pushes off the wall, his movements fluid despite the battering he's taken. I lead the way through the throng of spectators, their whispers and speculative glances following us like a physical weight. They know something pivotal has just occurred, even if they can't quite grasp the magnitude. I push open the door, and the back alley greets us with a blast of cool air, a sharp contrast to the sweat-slicked heat of the underground fight club. The space is narrow, wedged between crumbling brick buildings that have seen their share of dark deeds. Graffiti snakes across the walls, vibrant slashes of color that barely register as I turn to face Raphael. He stands a few feet away, his shoulders rising and falling with each ragged breath. Shadows paint his features in stark relief, intensifying the coiled tension radiating from every line of his body. His gaze rakes over me, lingering on my split lip and the fresh bruises blooming across my skin. What now? His voice is a low rasp, barely audible over the distant thrum of bass from a club. You got what you wanted. Made me admit what I... He cuts himself off, jaw clenching. I stalk closer, each step deliberate. What you are. What you've always been. The words come out as a purr, dark satisfaction lacing every syllable. He doesn't retreat as I invade his space, holding his ground with that stubborn tilt to his chin. The barest hint of a smile tugs at my mouth. There's the fighter, the survivor. The man I've been chasing beneath the veneer of civility. I am more than my family's legacy. But the declaration rings hollow, uncertainty threading through his tone. I'm more than violence and brutality. Are you? I'm close enough now to feel the heat rolling off his skin, to catch the scent of exertion and metallic blood. Then why are you vibrating with the need to make me bleed? Why are your fists clenching with the urge to finish what we started? His gaze darts to my mouth, to the crimson stain painting my lips. The simple action sends a bolt of pure electricity down my spine, igniting nerve endings still raw from our clash. I let my eyes flutter closed for a fraction of a second, savoring the simmering tension. This doesn't have to be a fight, Raphael. My voice drops to a whisper as I lean in, breath ghosting across his jaw. Not anymore. A shudder ripples through him, so faint I almost miss it. When I pull back to meet his gaze, the conflicted swirl of emotions there steals my breath. Anger, desire, fear, longing, all battling for dominance in those amber depths. What's the alternative? His question emerges rough, scraped raw with things long suppressed. Surrendering to the monster inside? Letting it consume me? Letting it dictate who I am? I lift a hand to his face, my thumb grazing the edge of a darkening bruise. He tenses but doesn't flinch away, his skin fever-hot beneath my touch. The only monster here is the one you've created by denying your true nature. I apply the faintest pressure, feeling his pulse jump erratically. Stop fighting it. Stop fighting yourself. His lips part on a sharp inhale, chest shuddering with the force of it. I watch, transfixed, as his tongue darts out to wet the abused flesh. The sight ignites a hunger so intense it borders on pain, a clawing need to taste and claim and possess. Dario. The rest is lost as I surge forward, capturing his mouth in a searing kiss. He meets me halfway, a low growl rising from his throat. This isn't the frenzied clash from before, all teeth and desperation. This is something deeper, something that takes root in my very marrow. A connection forged in blood and darkness and the inescapable pull of destiny. His hands find my hips, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. I welcome the sting, evidence of his unraveling control. My own grasp settles on his waist, anchoring him to me, to this moment where the world narrows down to heat and want and the inevitable. I lick into his mouth, chasing hints of liquor and adrenaline. He responds beautifully, angling his head to deepen the kiss. It's a dance of give and take, dominance and submission. A nonverbal conversation that lays bare every unspoken truth between us. I tear away only when breath becomes a necessity, my lungs screaming for air. But even then, I don't go far, resting my forehead against his as we pant into the scant space separating our lips. His eyes have drifted shut, his long lashes creating delicate shadows against the tops of his cheekbones. Look at me. A command and a plea. Those striking dark brown eyes open, pupils widened and glittering with unleashed heat. The last of his walls crumble, leaving him exposed and wanting. I feel a thrill of primal satisfaction at the sight, at knowing I'm the reason for his surrender. Raphael? His name is a reverent whisper, flavored with all the dark promises I intend to fulfill. Let go. Let me show you how good it can be when you embrace what you are. Something snaps behind his gaze, the final thread of his resistance giving way. Then he's moving, hands fisting in my hair, dragging me back into a kiss that sears my very soul. I meet his urgency with my own, blood singing a twisted hallelujah in my veins. This is where we've always been heading from that very first charged exchange in the library. This volatile collision of shadow and bone, a primal recognition of like to like. I want to devour him. I want to worship at the altar of his darkness. I want to make him forget he ever tried to be anything else. I push him against the damp brick wall, the cold surface a stark contrast to the heat radiating from his body. I trace my tongue over his lips, tasting the coppery tang of blood, my blood, from our violent kiss. His breath hitches as I nip at his bottom lip, a soft moan escaping his lips as I soothe the sting with my tongue. I grab his hand, guiding it to my sweat-slicked chest, feeling his fingers dig into my skin. His touch is electric, sending sparks of pleasure coursing through my veins. I can feel his dick hardening against my thigh, a testament to his desire. I smirk, a wicked grin spreading across my face as I drop to my knees. I make quick work of his belt, my fingers fumbling with the buckle in my haste. His dick springs free, thick and hard, a bead of precum glistening at the tip. I lick my lips, my mouth watering at the sight. I wrap my hand around the base, feeling the pulsing heat of his dick against my palm. I look up at him, meeting his gaze as I slowly lower my head, my tongue darting out to taste the salty precum. His eyes roll back in his head as a guttural moan escapes his lips when I take him into my mouth, my tongue swirling around the head. I bob my head, taking him deeper, and my hand pumps in time with my mouth. His fingers tangle in my hair, guiding my movements as I lavish his shaft with my tongue. I can feel him growing harder, his breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. I pull back, my tongue tracing the vein that runs along the underside of his dick, feeling him twitch with uncontrolled pleasure against my lips. I stand up, my lips crashing against his in a bruising kiss. I can taste his desire and his need mingling with my own. I turn him around, pushing him against the wall, my hands roaming over his body, feeling the firm muscles beneath the fabric. Then I pull down his pants. I trace my fingers over the curve of his ass, my dick throbbing with need. I drop to my knees, my hands spreading his cheeks as I bury my face in his ass, my tongue tracing circles around his hole. He gasps as I lick and suck, enjoying his moans. He tastes like sweat and something else, something earthy and raw, something unmistakably him. I wonder what his previous sexual experiences were like, and I bet they were nothing like as feral as the places I will take him to sexually. I'm going to destroy this sweet little hole of yours, I growl as I take a breath. I push my tongue into his anus and he groans loudly. Oh God. I'm going to. I hear him moan and I know he is close. I pull away. Not yet, you won't. You'll come with my dick in your ass, sweet little Valenti. That's how little slut boys like you should come. And if you don't come from that, that's not my fucking problem. I hear him swallow and adjust himself, but he doesn't protest. I stand up, dropping my own pants, my dick pressing against his ass. He wants this. It is damn fucking clear he wants this. I reach into my pocket, pulling out a small packet of lube. I tear it open, slicking up my dick with my hand. If you want it, you'll bend over and pull your fucking cheeks apart and show me your sweet little hole. I'm testing him. We both know that, and there's a pause while he absorbs the request before he moves into position, obediently bending forwards and reaching his hands round, pulling his cheeks apart. I can see the tight hairy pucker of his asshole as it seems to pulse with want for me. My dick is throbbing at the very thought. I wonder what will be sweeter, fucking his ass or his throat. I guess we will find out soon enough. Beg me, I say. Beg me to destroy your ass. There's another pause and we both wait. I can't take my eyes off his asshole as I stroke my lubed cock. Comes eventually his plea, his submission. Please, he gasps, his voice raw. I want you to fuck me. I want you to destroy my ass. I want you to use me. I don't need asking twice. I laugh heartily. That's it, little Valenti. Good little slut. I grip his hip with my left hand as my right guides my rock-hard cock to his entrance, pressing against his asshole. I feel him begin to open at the pressure. I know my dick is big and I probably should use my fingers to warm him up, but I don't want to do that right now. I need him to submit to me entirely and take my fucking cock completely. And I don't care if it hurts him. He cries out loudly as I force my way inside him, hands on both his hips, pulling him onto me, my dick stretching him wide open. His body tenses. I know it hurts, sweetheart. That's what I want from you, ultimate sacrifice. Just relax your body, that will help with the pain. Your dick is so fucking big. He winces as I push further inside him until I'm all the way in. His ass pulses around me, it feels electric on my dick. Of course it is, baby, I growl. All the better for fucking you with. You are going to feel me inside you for weeks. I start to move, my hips thrusting in a slow, steady rhythm. His yelps become moans that fill the air, mingling with the distant sounds of the city. I can feel my orgasm building, a tingling sensation spreading from the base of my spine. I thrust harder, faster, using his ass chasing my release. A few minutes later, I can feel him tensing, his dick pulsing as he comes, his cum splattering against the damp ground. I follow suit, my orgasm crashing over me like a wave, my cum filling him up. I pull out, my dick still hard, slick, and throbbing. I turn him around, pushing him down to his knees. Now you fucking clean it, I whisper, a wicked grin spreading across my face. His eyes widen and his mouth opens. My head tips back and my eyes close to the sweet pleasure of his tongue and mouth.
Chapter 11. Raphael. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, a grating counterpoint to the thoughts swirling in my head. The legal brief blurs before my eyes, the words losing meaning as my mind wanders back to the alley, to Dario, to the heat of his mouth and the bruising grip of his hands on my hips as he fucked my ass. I blink hard, trying to dispel the vivid sensations lodged in my memory, but they cling like cobwebs, distracting and persistent. My ass still hurts, as does my throat. I can still feel him inside me and I like it. My office feels too small suddenly, the walls pressing in as if to trap me with my own circling thoughts. I push back from my desk, the wheels of my chair unnaturally loud on the tile floor. Restless energy hums beneath my skin, a live wire of unresolved tension and warring impulses. I should be focused on work, on the cases piling up and the research that needs completing. But every time I try to concentrate, flashes of last night intrude, the slick slide of sweat-damp skin, the coppery tang of blood on my tongue, the raw hunger in Dario's eyes as he stripped me bare in every possible sense. Shame wars with a darker thrill in my gut. I scrub a hand over my face, feeling the rasp of stubble against my palm. The slight sting serves as a reminder of the other aches lingering in my body, a roadmap of the violence Dario and I wrought on each other. On ourselves. My reflection in the office window is a stranger, hair mussed, eyes shadowed, mouth still swollen from brutal kisses. I look wrecked, undone. Nothing like the poised, controlled veneer I've worked so hard to maintain. A hysterical laugh bubbles up my throat, tasting of bitterness and a vicious kind of glee. Dario was right. The mask is slipping, fracturing under the weight of the ugliness I've tried to outrun. Years of careful self-control and ruthless denial are crumbling, the monster underneath stretching its claws and sizing its shackles. A knock at the door jolts me from my spiraling thoughts. I straighten automatically, years of training snapping my spine into perfect posture, my expression into one of cool professionalism. Come in. The door opens to reveal one of my study group members, her brow furrowed with concern as she takes in my appearance. Raphael, we were supposed to meet in the library 10 minutes ago to go over the Martinez case. Is everything okay? I reach for my tie, straightening the baldust knot with hands that tremble only slightly. Yes, sorry. I lost track of time. Give me a moment to gather my notes, and I'll be right there. She nods, but the worried crease between her eyebrows doesn't smooth out completely as she backs out of the doorway. Sure. We'll be at our usual table. The door closes with a soft click, leaving me once again alone with my chaotic thoughts. I draw in a deep breath, holding it for a count of 3 before exhaling slowly. Control. I need to regain control. I can't let one moment of weakness unravel everything I've built, everything I've worked for. But even as I gather the scattered pieces of my composure, I can feel Dario's presence like a physical weight, a shadow lurking in the corners of my mind. His taunts echo in my ears, insidious whispers promising ruin and rapture in equal measure. This isn't over. I know that with a bone-deep certainty. Last night was just the beginning, a tipping point in the game he's been playing since that first charged encounter in the library. And now that I've shown my hand and revealed the ugly truths I've been so desperate to hide, I close my eyes briefly, steeling myself against the rising tide of fear, of hunger, of sickening want. I can't afford to lose focus, not now. Not with so much at stake. I have to be stronger than the darkness clawing at my insides. I have to be better than the brutal legacy encoded in my DNA. The alternative is unthinkable. I smooth a hand down my chest, feeling the expensive fabric of my suit, the armor I've donned to face the world. It feels thinner now, more fragile in the harsh light of day. But it's all I have, this costume of civility and control. I have to make it be enough. With one last deep breath, I turn to face the door, squaring my shoulders and lifting my chin. My mask slips back into place, a little more battered, a little less stable, but holding. For now. A shadow blocks my office doorway before the knock comes. Not a question, but a statement of presence. Dario leans against the frame, impossibly large in the confined space. His designer jacket is purposefully rumpled, showing just enough of the weapon holstered at his hip to make my pulse jump. How he bypassed building security is a question I already know the answer to. He goes wherever he wants. Heading somewhere? His eyes drag across my carefully arranged workspace, taking in every detail with a hunter's precision. I continue packing, refusing to let him see how his appearance disrupts my carefully maintained rhythm. I have a study group at the library. His laugh carries an edge sharp enough to slice. A study group. Of course you do. The last file slides into my briefcase with a soft click. I turn, knowing escape means moving past him, through the narrow doorway where our bodies will inevitably brush. Each step becomes a calculated dance of avoidance and confrontation. Something I can help you with? The question is clipped, professional. A lawyer's dismissal. Dario shifts, blocking more of the doorway. Not touching me, but close enough that I can smell his cologne, expensive, with undertones of raw energy that makes my skin prickle. His presence fills the small office, consuming oxygen and rational thought. Just making sure you're not forgetting our little conversation. His fingers trail across my desk, deliberately smudging the precise edge of a legal document. A small violation that speaks volumes about the territory he's claiming. My jaw clenches, muscles tight with a war between restraint and something darker. I don't forget anything. No. His razor-sharp smile doesn't reach his eyes. You remember every single detail. I adjust my briefcase strap, the movement deliberate. I have commitments. He doesn't move. Doesn't need to. His body blocks the doorway completely. Your study group can wait. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker, casting strange shadows across his face. Another distortion in the carefully ordered world I've constructed. I see the challenge in his eyes, a dare, a provocation that goes far beyond this moment, this office, this brief confrontation. Walk away, I say, but we both know it's not a real request. Not anymore. Dario steps closer, eliminating what little space remained between us. Make me. A familiar refrain. A dance we've been performing since that first night in the library. My fingers curl around the handle of my briefcase, a futile defense against the storm he represents. Outside my office, the hallway stretches empty. My study group waits. The world continues, oblivious to the fault line developing between us. But something has irrevocably changed. And we both know it. Your study group can handle one session without their star pupil. Dario prowls further into my office, each step eating away at the careful boundaries I've established. His fingers drift across my legal texts, deliberately disrupting their meticulous arrangement. Unless you're afraid they'll notice something different about you. The words spark heat beneath my collar. My skin still carries marks from last night, evidence of surrender hidden beneath expensive cotton. I force myself to maintain eye contact, refusing to show weakness. This is a place of business. Is it? He circles my desk, invading the space behind my chair. Looks more like another prop in your ongoing performance. His breath stirs the hair at my nape. The perfect office for the perfect student. But we both know better now, don't we? My fingers curl around a fountain pen on my desk, its weight a poor substitute for more lethal instruments. I have responsibilities. To who? His hand settles on my shoulder, burning through layers of fabric. Your professors. Your study partners. A soft exhale carries dark amusement. Or to the family you're pretending doesn't own every inch of this building? The truth in his words stings worse than any physical blow. My uncle's influence secured this private office, just like it smoothed my path into Valmont's top-ranked program. Another crack in my carefully constructed facade. What do you want? I keep my voice steady despite the electricity arcing between us. His grip tightens, just shy of painful. I want you to stop lying to yourself. He leans closer, cologne and menace filling my lungs. I want you to admit that all this, the office, the briefcase, the perfect tie knot, it's just window dressing on what you really are. Heat pools in my stomach, equal parts rage and something darker. The overhead lights cast a shadow across my desk, stretching over case files and legal briefs like an oil slick. Evidence of my attempted escape tainted by his presence. You're disrupting my work. Another attempt at professional distance, at maintaining the walls between his world and mine. His laugh slides down my spine like ice. Good. His free hand traces the edge of my desk, fingertips dragging across polished wood. Maybe disruption is exactly what you need. A reminder that you can't hide behind paper shields forever. I should stand and put distance between us. Should maintain the careful boundaries that separate civilized society from the underworld we both know too well. Instead, I remain frozen as his fingers find my tie, toying with Italian silk that suddenly feels like a noose. Did you tell them? His voice drops lower, intimate as a blade between ribs. Your precious study group, waiting so patiently in the library. Did you tell them where those bruises really came from? What you were doing instead of reviewing class notes? Images flash through my mind, concrete against my back, blood on my tongue, his hands marking ownership across my skin. I swallow hard, my throat working against the constraint of my collar. That's what I thought. Satisfaction colors his tone as he reads my silence. Still hiding. Still pretending. But I can feel you vibrating with it, the need to show them exactly what lives beneath this expensive suit. The air conditioning hums overhead, pushing stale air through vents that suddenly feel too small. My carefully constructed world shrinks to this moment, this space, this inevitable collision of who I pretend to be and what I actually am. I could call security. The threat rings hollow even to my ears. But you won't. His fingers slide higher, finding my pulse point. Because deep down, under all this careful control, you want them to see. You want them to know exactly what kind of monster wears this tailored mask. I close my eyes, fighting for composure that slips further away with each passing second. The scent of his cologne mingles with leather and paper, creating something intoxicating that makes my head spin. Look at me. The command carries steel beneath silk. I open my eyes, meeting his gaze in the reflection of my computer screen. The man staring back is a stranger, pupils blown wide, color high on sharp cheekbones, every line of his body screaming awareness. This isn't the face I've practiced in mirrors, the perfect image of legal professionalism. This is something rawer, hungrier. This is truth. Satisfaction blazes in his eyes. Finally. His grip shifts to my hair, tugging until my neck arches back. The mask cracks so beautifully when you stop pretending. When you remember exactly how it felt to embrace the darkness last night. My breath catches as he applies more pressure, walking the knife's edge between pleasure and pain. Outside my office, footsteps pass in the hallway. Any moment, someone could look through the glass panel in my door and see us. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it sends lightning down my spine. Your study group is waiting. His words brush against my ear, promising and threatening in equal measure. Go play normal. Pretend this never happened. His grip tightens, forcing a small sound from my throat. But remember, I know exactly what lives beneath this costume now. And I'm not done exposing it. His grip loosens, but he doesn't step away. Beyond my office walls, activity in the hallway dwindles as afternoon slides toward evening. My phone buzzes, another message from my study group, probably giving up on me showing up. Looks like your perfect attendance record is about to be marred. Dario's satisfaction fills the shrinking space between us. Such a shame. Through the glass partition, I watch the law offices empty. Support staff gather their belongings, other students head home, and professors lock their doors. The familiar rhythm of end-of-day routines carries a different weight now, as if the normal world is withdrawing, leaving me alone in this space with him. The sun dips lower, shadows lengthening across my desk. My legal texts stare up at me, their carefully highlighted passages now seeming like fairy tales, simple stories that can't begin to capture the complexity of what I am, what I've always been. What he refuses to let me forget. The floor's motion sensor lights click off one by one as the last stragglers depart. Only my office remains illuminated, a bright cage constricting smaller by the second. Dario hasn't moved, his presence behind my chair a gravity well pulling me deeper into territory I've spent years avoiding. Night presses against my windows, and with it comes the knowledge that everything is about to change. The lock on the door clicks into place with metallic thunk. I spin in my chair at the sound, catching Dario sliding a key into his pocket. A key that shouldn't exist. That's not yours. My voice sounds distant, even to my own ears. No? He moves away from the door with calculated grace. Like this office isn't really yours? Like that degree on the wall isn't bought with Valenti money? Each word strikes true, dismantling the illusions I've built. The empty law offices beyond my door stretch silent and dark, security lights casting strange patterns through the glass partition. No witnesses. No interruptions. No escape. What do you think will happen here? I stand, needing to level the playing field, to reclaim some semblance of control. You'll force me to admit something? Make me confess to being exactly what you say I am? His smile turns sharp in the fluorescent light. Force you? No, baby. You're going to beg for it. Heat floods my veins, equal parts fury and arousal. I circle my desk, keeping the polished wood between us. You have a remarkably high opinion of yourself. Do I? He trails his fingers across my case files, deliberately smudging the precise organization. Tell me you haven't been thinking about last night. About how it felt to finally stop pretending. My skin burns with phantom sensations, concrete against my back, his mouth hot and demanding, violence transforming into something darker. That was a moment of weakness. That was real. He rounds the desk, eliminating my barrier. The only honest thing you've done since walking into Valmont's hallowed halls. Each step brings him closer, forcing me to retreat or stand my ground. Pride wins. I lift my chin, shoulders squaring despite the tremor running beneath my skin. This fascination with me borders on obsession. I inject ice into my tone. Fascination? His laugh cuts through the darkness. I just recognize quality when I see it. Another calculated step forward. All this expensive education, these careful habits, this pristine office, it's like watching a tiger try to convince itself it's actually a house cat. His eyes lock onto mine, stripping away defenses. But I see those claws you're hiding. I see the instincts you can't quite bury. My back hits the window. Stars glitter beyond the glass, distant and cold against the city's neon glow. The night presses close, turning the office into an intimate cage. We're done here. But I make no move to leave, to fight, to do anything except stand frozen as he closes the remaining distance. His hand settles beside my head, boxing me in. We're just getting started. His other hand finds my tie, fingers sliding along silk. Tell me to stop. Tell me you don't want this. Tell me you don't dream about letting the monster out to play. I could break his hold and turn this into the kind of fight these offices haven't seen since their construction. The knowledge sits heavy in my chest, mixing with darker impulses as his grip tightens. I spent years, I grit out, building this life. Creating something separate from the family's legacy. From the violence. From everything you represent. And how's that working out? His thumb traces my pulse, reading the chaos in my heartbeat. How many hours do you spend maintaining that perfect mask? Hiding the killer instincts beneath designer suits and legal briefs? I am more than my heritage. You're exactly your heritage. He presses closer, heat radiating through layers of expensive fabric. You're a Valenti playing dress-up, pretending these books and degrees can change what runs in your veins. My hands curl into fists at my sides. Then what's your excuse? Why spend so much time pursuing someone you claim is just another pampered heir? Something flashes in his eyes, something akin to hunger and recognition twined into a weapon. Because you're the first one I've met who cages the darkness instead of embracing it. The first one who denies their nature so completely. His grip shifts to my throat, thumb finding my racing pulse. It makes me want to shatter every wall you've built. Makes me want to drag that monster into the light and watch it devour your precious control. The overhead lights flicker again, casting strange shadows across his features. My breath comes faster as his fingers apply precise pressure, not quite enough to choke, just enough to remind me of his power and violence and everything I've tried to escape. Last chance, he murmurs, voice pitched low and dangerous. Tell me to stop. Tell me you don't want to see what happens when you finally surrender to what you are. My carefully ordered world balances on a knife's edge, everything I've built threatening to crumble under the weight of his presence. Time crystallizes into this singular moment, his hand at my throat, my pulse thundering against his palm, and the inevitable gravity drawing us towards something I can't deny any longer. His grip shifts from my throat to my jaw, turning my face toward the city lights beyond the glass. Look at it. Your uncle owns half those buildings. Your family's power runs through every street. His breath burns against my ear. You can't escape what you are by hiding in this office. The heat of him bleeds through my suit, transforming expensive wool into an unbearable constraint. My carefully maintained space feels foreign now, professional distance dissolving under the weight of his presence. I chose this life. The words catch in my throat as his fingers trace patterns across my skin. No. He spins me to face him, backing me against the cool glass. You chose a cage. Built it yourself with paper walls and legal precedents. His hand slides into my hair, grip tightening. But I see how it suffocates you. How desperately you need to break free. My hands find his chest, caught between pushing him away and pulling him closer. The expensive fabric of his jacket bunches beneath my fingers as electricity arcs between us. Last chance to maintain that perfect facade. His voice drops to a whisper against my skin. Last chance to keep pretending you don't burn for this. My response comes in action rather than words as I drag him down to my mouth, destroying the final barrier between resistance and need. The kiss burns away pretense, igniting something primal that can't be contained by suits and citations. His groan vibrates through my chest as he responds, turning the exchange brutal and claiming. Papers scatter as he lifts me onto my desk, legal briefs and case files spilling across the floor. Months of meticulous work destroyed in seconds. I should care. I should stop this destruction of my carefully ordered world. I don't. His teeth find my throat as his hands make quick work of my tie, silk sliding free. Each touch strips away another layer of control, of civility, of the lies I've told myself about who and what I am. Beautiful. He breathes the word against my skin between biting kisses. Finally letting go. Finally embracing what lives inside you. My head falls back as his mouth traces fire down my neck. Professional boundaries shatter like safety glass, leaving sharp edges that cut through years of careful denial. His hands push beneath my shirt, mapping territory I've tried to keep separate from this pristine space. Beyond the glass windows, Motkov's nights pulses with electric life, indifferent to this moment of surrender. In the maze of streets below, my study group has given up waiting. My carefully maintained schedule lies in ruins, just like the papers scattered across the floor. Say it. His demand carries steel as he pins my wrists above my head. Tell me what you need. Pride wars with desperation as he holds me there, suspended between who I pretend to be and what claws beneath my skin. His grip tightens, drawing the truth from my lips. You. The confession tears free, destroying the last walls between us. I need you to make me stop thinking. Stop pretending. Stop. His mouth captures mine, swallowing the rest of my words. The kiss turns savage as he releases my wrists, hands moving to rid me of my suit jacket. The expensive garment joins the chaos on the floor, another piece of my costume discarded. I attack his clothes with equal fervor, needing to feel skin against skin. Each layer we shed reveals more truth, more hunger, more evidence of the monster I've tried to cage. His hands leave marks I'll find tomorrow, claiming me in ways that can't be hidden by tailored suits. The desk creaks beneath us as he presses closer, situating himself between my thighs. The position should feel degrading, a respected law student rutting like an animal in his professional space. Instead, it feels like liberation. Look at me. He grips my chin, forcing our eyes to meet. I want to watch you let go completely. I want to see you embrace exactly what you are. Heat floods my veins as he produces a sachet of lube that he works onto his fingers and his dick before pressing his fingers to my tender hole and beginning to tease it. The office lights cast everything in harsh relief, my shirt hanging open, his hands marking ownership across my skin, the evidence of our shared need impossible to deny. I need to hear you ask for it, he whispers, his voice throaty and raw. I can see his blue eyes pooling with desire for me. Please, fuck me, I say. Use me for your pleasure. I feel his fingers urgently pressing inside my sore asshole in response, exploring me, pulling me open for his cock. I need your cock. I murmur and my eyes close. Eyes on me, he commands, and my eyes snap open and meet his gaze. I feel his fingers pulling out of me and his massive cock pressing at my asshole as he uses his right hand to guide it. I know it is going to hurt when it goes in, but when I get used to it. Well, last night, it just felt so incredible. He is feral in a way that no previous lover of mine has ever been. Sex with Dario is something I crave in a way I have never craved sex. I never knew wanting to be used was a kink of mine, but here I am, desperate to have his cock destroy me in every which way. He pulls my legs up over his shoulders and then forces himself into me and grunts in satisfaction as he does so. I see that smug smirk wipe across his face and I wince in pain at his entrance. Although, it does feel like my body adjusts quicker this time. My body likes it. He begins to thrust into me deep and hard in the same way he fucks my throat. I can't decide which way I prefer to be used by him. I feel so good for being fucked by him. I feel so good when he looks at me with that fierce hunger. Good little Valenti, he growls. I bet your sweet little asshole hurts, doesn't it? Yes, I gasp in response. He smirks some more, his blue eyes flashing dangerously. That's what I like to hear. He plunges deep, all the way until he is buried to the hilt and holds me there for a second as though lost in thought. I can't decide whether to come in your ass or throat, he says. I'm not sure whether he's asking me the question, what I prefer. I doubt it, so I don't answer. He pulls out of me and pulls me roughly off the desk and pushes me down to my knees. There's my answer. He thrusts straight into my waiting mouth with no hesitation, holding the back of my head, forcing me all the way down, laughing as I gag. 2 more deep thrusts all the way and he comes hard, spurting hot reams of cum straight down my throat. He cries out loudly. At the same time I feel my own release crash through me like a tsunami, obliterating careful walls and civilized pretense. I cry out in Sicilian, my mother tongue claiming me as thoroughly as he does. The aftermath leaves us breathing hard in the wreckage of my office. Papers litter the floor, my desk bears new scars, and nothing can ever be the same. I stare at the ceiling, feeling the weight of truth settle into my bones. No more hiding. His words carry absolute conviction as he straightens my collar, covering the marks he's left. No more pretending you're anything other than what you are. I look at my scattered legal texts, at the degree hanging crooked on the wall, at all the trappings of legitimacy I've gathered around myself. They seem hollow now, paper shields against the darkness that lives in my blood. He steps back, allowing me to slide from the desk on unsteady legs. My suit is beyond salvation, much like my attempts at normalcy. As I gather the wreckage of my professional life, I feel his eyes burning into my back. Sweet dreams, little Valenti. He leaves me there among the ruins of my carefully constructed world. I remain in my office long after he's gone, surrounded by physical evidence of my surrender. Tomorrow, I'll reorganize these papers, straighten my degree, and try to rebuild the walls he's destroyed. But we both know it's useless. The monster is awake now, and it remembers how to hunt.
Chapter 12. Dario. The maintenance key slides into Valmont Tower's rooftop lock with satisfying precision. 30 stories up, the city stretches beneath a sky heavy with approaching storms. Perfect backdrop for what comes next. I check my watch. 2 hours until Raphael arrives. Time to prepare my stage. Security sweep complete, Marco reports, materializing from the stairwell. Building personnel have been encouraged to take early dinner breaks. Cameras are looped. I dismiss him with a nod, surveying the space with a tactician's eye. The helipad offers clear sight lines to Old Harbor and Riverside Heights. Strategic placement of outdoor heaters will combat the autumn chill while creating intimate pockets of warmth and light. A bottle of 30-year Highland whiskey, Raphael's secret weakness, chills in a silver bucket. My security detail positions themselves at key points throughout the building. No interruptions. No witnesses. Just 30 stories of empty space between the ground and this private theater where I'll strip away the last of his pretenses. Wind whips around the tower's crown as I trace the perimeter. The low wall at the edge bears scuff marks from previous encounters, not all of them ending well. Far below, traffic weaves patterns of light through streets that belong to families like ours. The height triggers something primal in the blood. Up here, the city's rules mean nothing. I check my phone. A single message confirming Raphael received the coordinates. No response needed. We're past the point of threats or manipulation. He'll come because he can't resist the pull anymore, can't maintain that careful distance now that I've shown him what lives beneath his designer suits and legal briefs. The first drops of rain spatter against imported marble as I arrange vintage crystal tumblers on a teak side table. Each element serves a purpose. The whiskey to lower inhibitions, the storm for dramatic effect, the dizzying height to heighten every sensation. I've orchestrated this scene down to the smallest detail. Lightning flickers on the horizon, nature providing perfect ambience. The approaching storm front mirrors the inevitable collision building between us. I straighten my jacket, feeling the familiar weight of steel against my ribs. Not that I'll need it. The only weapons that matter tonight are the ones bred into our bones. Sir. Marco again, this time by the stairwell door. The professor made the call and confirmed Raphael's civil procedure exam has been rescheduled. Another piece sliding into place. Money and threats flow like water in our world, greasing wheels and removing obstacles. Even Valmont's academic integrity bends under enough pressure. I dismiss Marco with a gesture, and he melts back into the shadows, taking his team with him. The rooftop stretches empty now, waiting. Rain beads on crystal and marble while wind reshapes clouds into towers. I pour 2 fingers of whiskey, letting the amber liquid catch the dim light. The first sip burns familiar fire down my throat, a preview of the heat building between Raphael and me. 2 hours. In 2 hours, I'll watch him step into this carefully crafted scene. I'll see that perfect mask crack further as he realizes every exit is blocked, every escape route closed. Up here, suspended between earth and sky, he'll finally stop running from what burns in his blood. The storm edges closer, carrying electric promise. I taste ozone and anticipation on my tongue as I wait for Raphael to arrive, for the real performance to begin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 hours later, the rooftop door opens precisely on schedule. Raphael steps through, moonlight catching the sharp angles of his face and his dark eyes blazing. His suit remains immaculate despite the late hour, but exhaustion mars the perfect image. Dark circles ring his eyes and his tie sits crooked, microscopic tells that feed my hunger. Quite a view. I keep my position by the edge, letting him take in the carefully arranged scene. Tell me, Does your uncle know you're meeting a Greco 30 stories up? His footsteps halt, measured and precise. How did you get access to this building? I turn, savoring how the distance between us charges with possibility. Same way you got your office, your apartment, and your precious law school admission. Money opens doors in this city. My hand gestures toward the sprawling vista. Look at it. Really look. Your family's territory is bleeding into mine. The empire you pretend doesn't own every step you take. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating how his fingers curl against his thighs. The storm front pushes closer, wind whipping his perfectly pressed shirt. He maintains that careful distance, but his eyes track my every movement as I circle the heaters. The civil procedure exam has been rescheduled. I pour whiskey into crystal tumblers, letting him see the label. His favorite, though he'd never admit to such mundane weaknesses. Amazing how flexible academic schedules become with proper motivation. Fury flashes across his features before that careful mask reasserts itself. You're interfering with my life. No. I close the distance between us, offering one of the tumblers. I'm showing you exactly what your life is. What it's always been, beneath all that pretense of legitimacy. He takes the glass but doesn't drink, those amber eyes burning as I step closer. The height affects him. I can see it in the slight tension in his spine, the way he keeps precise count of steps between his position and the edge. 30 stories of empty air singing in his blood just like it sings in mine. Why here? Why now? I move behind him, close enough to feel heat radiating through Italian wool. Because up here there's nowhere to hide. No comfortable office to retreat to. No legal text to hide behind. My fingers brush his nape, feeling how he shivers despite the heater's warmth. Just you and me and 30 stories of truth between us and the ground. His breath catches as I guide him closer to the edge. The city spreads beneath us like a tapestry of light and corruption. I point toward the harbor where cargo ships slip through dark waters. See that warehouse? The place where your uncle's latest shipment disappeared? My hand shifts, indicating downtown's gleaming towers. The banks that launder our family's money? The judges who look the other way. Raphael's pulse jumps beneath my fingers as I press closer, using my body to keep him facing the view. Your professors talk about RICO statutes and federal jurisdiction, but this is where real power lives. In whispered deals and midnight meetings, in blood and silence. A police siren wails far below, the sound barely reaching our height. Raphael's fingers tighten on the crystal tumbler, knuckles white with tension. I never asked for this. I chose a new life. Did you? I trace the line of his jaw, feeling how he fights not to lean into the touch. Or did you just choose a different angle of attack? Trading bullets for paperwork, violence for litigation? My lips brush his ear. But the intent is the same, isn't it? The need to dominate, to control, to win at any cost. He tries to step back, but I hold firm. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of approaching rain and inevitability. Far below, cars weave through streets that belong to families like ours, their drivers oblivious to the power plays happening above their heads. Drink. I lift his hand holding the whiskey, watching his throat work as he swallows. The amber liquid catches dim light, like the fire burning in his eyes. Now tell me what you see. Not what your professors taught you to see. Not what your carefully constructed worldview allows. Tell me what your blood recognizes in this view. His resistance wavers just for a moment. Just enough. I see opportunity, weaknesses and security, angles of approach, entry and exit routes. The words spill out like the confession they are. Everything they taught us to analyze before we could walk. Exactly. Satisfaction curls through my chest as I turn him to face me, keeping him pinned between my body and 30 stories of empty air. You can't escape what they bred into us. What they carved into our bones before we could speak. My hand finds his throat, feeling how his pulse races beneath expensive cotton. Up here you can finally stop pretending to be something you're not. Thunder rolls overhead, nature's percussion building toward crescendo. Raphael's carefully maintained space crumbles as I press closer, using the height and isolation to strip away his defenses. Every breath carries the weight of inevitability, of truth too long denied. Each light down there marks a lesson. I guide his attention to a particular block in Old Harbor, where street lamps cast sickly yellow circles on cracked pavement. That alley by St. Michael's, that's where I learned how power really works in this city. I release my grip on his throat, letting him step back from the edge. The whiskey burns sweet as I take another sip. I was 13. Some rival family's enforcer thought targeting Antonio Greco's son would send a message. Raphael stills, his deep brown eyes caught between curiosity and revulsion. He watches me riveted as I unbutton my jacket and shirt, revealing the knife scar that curves along my ribs. He caught me walking home from school and dragged me into an alley near St. Michael's. My fingers traced the old wound. Amateur mistake. Should have checked if I was carrying. Lightning illuminates the tension in Raphael's jaw. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand. I move closer, forcing him to look at me. Your uncle waited until you were 16 for your first kill. My father believed in earlier education. His breath catches. The crystal tumbler trembles slightly in his grip. I never. Don't lie. Wind whips between us as I cut him off. Not about this. Not up here. Not to me. My hand finds his chest, feeling how his heart races. The DeMarco air. Senior year of high school. Your uncle made it look like an overdose. Color drains from his face. How do you? I make it my business to know everything about you, including the parts you try to bury under your legal texts and perfect grades. I finish my whiskey, letting the crystal catch moonlight. The difference is I don't deny what I am, what our families made us. The storm edges closer, pressure dropping as clouds swallow stars. Raphael's tie whips in the wind, his carefully constructed image fraying at the edges. You're sick. I'm honest. I set down my empty glass. Unlike you, hiding behind civil procedure and constitutional law while dreaming about the weight of a gun in your hands. The satisfaction of domination. The pure fucking clarity of violence. His fist flies without warning. I let it connect, tasting copper as my lip splits. The blow carries years of training, precise, controlled, devastating. Perfect. I wipe blood from my mouth, satisfaction burning in my chest. There's the killer they built you to be. Shut up. But his accent bleeds stronger with each word, Sicily claiming him syllable by syllable. You were good at it too. I press closer, backing him toward the utility wall. Your uncle's reports were very detailed. Perfect aim. Clean kills. The kind of efficiency that only comes from natural talent. His hands curl into fists at his sides. Those files were destroyed. Nothing's ever really destroyed in our world. Just buried until someone needs leverage. I trap him against rough brick, one hand braced beside his head. Want to hear about my second kill? Or my 10th? I lost count somewhere after 20. Thunder cracks overhead, swallowing his sharp inhale. Rain starts to fall, fat drops that darken his suit and plaster his shirt to skin. I catch his wrist before he can throw another punch, using his momentum to pin him more firmly against the wall. You see it now? My grip tightens as he struggles. Why I chose you. Why I had to strip away all that pretense. Lightning turns his face stark with revelation. Because we're the same. Built for this life. Bred for violence and power and everything you try so hard to deny. I'm nothing like you. But the words lack conviction, undermined by how his body responds to my proximity. No. I lean closer, letting him feel the weapon concealed beneath my jacket. Then why does your pulse race when I mention killing? Why do your pupils dilate at the memory of that perfect first kill shot? The rain falls harder, soaking us both as nature mirrors the storm building between us. Raphael's resistance wavers visibly, his careful walls cracking beneath the weight of shared truth. Every drop of rain strips away another layer of denial, leaving him raw and exposed. Tell me about the DeMarco hit. My voice drops lower, intimate despite the thundering sky. Tell me how it felt to watch him fall. To know your action changed the world in that moment. To feel pure, perfect power for the first time. His eyes close briefly, throat working as he swallows. When they open again, something wild burns in their depths. Something that recognizes its match in my own darkness. Raphael's fist connects with my jaw, the impact singing through bone. Not a wild strike. Precise, calculated, carrying years of training in its execution. I taste metal and victory as he follows through, using momentum to break my hold. Don't talk about DeMarco. He presses his advantage. His next blow targets my ribs, but I catch his wrist, using his forward motion to spin us both. The edge of the building looms 3 feet away. Rain slicks the marble beneath our shoes as we grapple for dominance. Lightning turns the world stark white, casting harsh shadows across Raphael's face, all sharp angles and stripped false identity. Look at you. I drive my knee toward his solar plexus, forcing him to block. Finally letting the monster out to play. He responds with a combination that would shatter bone if I wasn't expecting it. Each strike flows into the next with fluid grace, pure instinct taking over. I counter, redirecting his force until his back hits the utility wall. The impact rattles brick dust loose as thunder cracks overhead. This what you wanted? His chest heaves against mine as I pin him there. To prove I remember the training? The techniques? A bitter laugh tears from his throat. Congratulations. Now let me go. I lean closer, letting him feel the weapon at my hip. But we're not finished. Not even close. My free hand finds his tie, using Italian silk to hold him still. Tell me you don't feel more alive right now than you have in years. Tell me your blood doesn't sing with it. His response comes in the form of a headbutt that nearly breaks my nose. The move creates enough space for him to reverse our positions, forearm pressed against my throat. Rain traces patterns down his face as he applies pressure. Not enough to choke, just enough to prove he could. The storm rages around us, wind and rain turning the rooftop into a private battleground. Each flash of lightning illuminates another crack in his facade, another piece of truth breaking free. His hands fist in my jacket, caught between pushing me away and pulling me closer. I spent years, he cuts off as I apply more pressure, just shy of cutting off his air. Building walls? My other hand finds his hip, fingers digging into bone. Creating distance? Playing at normalcy? I lean in until our breaths mingle, tasting whiskey and fury. Look where that got you. The kiss burns like violence, all teeth and hunger and shared blood. He responds instantly, one hand tangling in my hair tight enough to hurt. Each point of contact carries electricity, amplified by rain and height and the pure honesty of this moment. I break away just enough to speak against his mouth. This is what you are. What we are. Pure fucking power wrapped in designer suits and family names. His eyes meet mine, pupils blown wide with something beyond simple want. Thunder rolls overhead as he drags me back in, the kiss turning brutal. My hands map territory already claimed in a dozen different ways, stripping away expensive fabric to find skin marked with old scars and fresh bruises. Rain soaks us both as we come together against rough brick, the storm drowning out sounds that would carry too far in clear weather. I push him to his knees again just where I like him and he doesn't resist. He likes submitting to me. I can sense it and I like it. He paws at my belt, undoing it with ease and then at the zipper of my pants. My eager dick springs free and I feel it pulsing with desire for him. His eyelashes flicker as his mouth moves instinctively opening for the head of my dick. He lavishes it with his tongue, lapping up my pre-cum, kissing the very tip of my dick before taking it once again in his warm welcoming mouth and massaging with his tongue. I don't interfere for now, I just let him worship my dick and it feels fucking delicious. All is how it should be. His pretty little face going to work pleasing me. Then I feel his mouth release me and drop lower, taking my balls one by one, sucking them into him, massaging them with his tongue. I feel like I might explode there and then, but I hold off. Not yet. I want more from him first. I close my eyes and enjoy it. I open them when I feel him release my left ball and it plops out of his mouth and I feel his hands on my thighs. Please? His voice is no more than a whisper. His dark eyes are full of want. Turn around. I smile down at him. Okay, pretty little Valenti. Are you going to tongue fuck my ass? He nods eagerly. What a filthy little slut you are, I say as I do as he requested and turn around so my ass is facing him. I'm a big fan of an enthusiastic tongue fuck. I feel his hands parting my ass cheeks and his breath hot and heavy against my hole. Oh God, this is going to be good. I can feel it. The first press of his tongue feels fucking exquisite, hot and hard on my asshole. Then lighter, just the tip of it, running around my rim, teasing at my entrance. Then his whole mouth, his pretty little mouth making out with my hole eagerly as though it's my mouth. He's kissing, he's licking as though my ass is the tastiest thing he's ever had in his mouth. He's driving me fucking crazy. You are a filthy little one, aren't you? I ask as I feel his tongue pushing against my entrance. The thought of it sliding inside me excites me and I take my eager dick in my hand and start to play. His tongue presses harder and I feel my hole open to take it. I can feel his tongue inside me now. That's right, I growl. Now fuck me with it. And he does so eagerly. Pushing in and back out, his tongue as hard as he can make it. He presses as deep as he can. Fuck, I know I'm going to come so hard from this. I can feel my orgasm beginning to build deep inside me. I feel my cheeks parted wider and I hear his moans as he goes to work with his mouth and tongue on my hole faster and harder and with more intent. I know I'm seconds away and I don't want my beautiful spunk to end up waster, so I spin around quickly and target his face as my orgasm tears through me relentlessly, throwing out thick creamy ribbons of my spunk all across his pretty face and into his waiting mouth. He looks shocked, momentarily, probably never had such a big load across his face, but he adjusts quickly and begins licking what he can reach and then using his fingers to reach the rest. Of course his fingers then go to his mouth and he licks my pleasure from his fingers. Now isn't that a fucking beautiful sight? I say. And it is. He looks so fucking beautiful covered in my cum. He nods. Your ass feels so good on my tongue, he says as he looks up at me obediently. If only he was as obedient in every way as he is sexually. You taste so good. I bet I do. He stands up. There is still a good amount of my cum on his face. I can see the eager bulge of his cock in his pants and I'm feeling generous. I take him in my hand through his pants and begin to rub. I lean forward so my lips are at his ear. You hate me but you can't fucking resist me, can you, Valenti? I growl into his ear. I hear his moans at my hand on his cock and I like it. I'm the one who really fucking sees you for who you are. I'm the one who is destroying you sexually and you fucking love it. You love burying your tongue in my ass, don't you? I haven't showered all day, by the way. I noticed how that drives you fucking wild, doesn't it? He moans louder and I feel his body tense up. Doesn't it? I whisper again and I feel his dick explode in my hand. I smile to myself in satisfaction as I pull away and adjust my clothes. The aftermath leaves us breathing hard in the rain, clothes destroyed and mask shattered. I brush wet hair from his face with something close to tenderness. No more pretending. His eyes hold fire despite exhaustion, despite the weight of what's passed between us. The perfect law student lies buried beneath pure Sicilian fury, submission and acceptance. I step back, letting him put himself together, but we both know nothing will ever be the same. Thunder fades into the distance as I retrieve my jacket. The storm moves on, leaving destruction and clarity in its wake. Raphael remains by the wall, rain washing away the last of his resistance as he watches me walk away. The real war has only begun.
Chapter 13. Raphael. The BMW's high beams cut through the night, illuminating the winding coastal road stretching ahead. I grip the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white against black leather as I battle the urge to turn around, to run back to the safety of my carefully constructed world. But it's too late for that now. Too late to pretend I can escape the gravity well of my family, my legacy. Too late to deny the dark hunger that Dario has dragged into the light. The ocean churns beyond the guardrail, black water reflecting a sky heavy with stars. Each mile marker blurs past, carrying me further from the city, from the ivory towers of academia that have sheltered me these past 3 years. Further from the man I've tried so hard to become. Dario's text burns in my mind, searing themselves into my retinas. Just coordinates and a time, but the implication was clear. A challenge. A siren song I'm powerless to resist, no matter how desperately I cling to the illusion of choice. My phone sits silent in the cup holder, screen dark. No calls from concerned friends wondering where I am. No messages from my study group asking why I missed our session. They're probably relieved, exchanging knowing glances and whispers about the Valenti heir finally showing his true colors. The thought shouldn't sting, but it does. A reminder of how fragile my house of cards has always been, how easily Dario has shattered the walls I've spent years building. With a few calculated moves, he's stripped me bare and forced me to confront the ugliness I've tried to bury beneath designer suits and legal jargon. The leather steering wheel creaks beneath my hands as I take a sharp turn, the tires protesting against the asphalt. The road narrows and civilization falls away as scrubby pines and rocky cliffs dominate the landscape. My heartbeat pounds in my ears, nearly drowning out the BMW's low growl. What waits for me at the end of this drive? Another game, another trap orchestrated to unravel me further? Or something deeper, something that whispers of inevitability and forbidden understanding? I think of that night on the rooftop, rain sealing my skin as Dario and I came together in a clash of violence and my hunger for him. No masks. Just raw truth laid bare beneath lightning-torn skies. The memory sears through me, igniting nerve endings I've spent too long denying. My hands tremble as I hit the turn signal, guiding the car onto a narrow dirt road branching off from the main route. Trees close in on either side, ancient branches seeming to bend toward the intrusion. Gravel pings against the undercarriage as the path winds deeper into shadowed woods. This is madness. Driving to a secluded spot to meet a man who represents everything I've fought to escape. Risking everything I've built on the altar of a sick fascination I can't seem to shake. I'm too smart for this. Too controlled. My throat tightens around the lie. Because that's what it is, isn't it? A lie I've told myself over and over, a desperate attempt to outrun the blood-soaked reality of my birthright. Dario has merely held up a mirror, forcing me to confront the cracks in my porcelain facade. The car breaks free from the treeline, gravel giving way to hard-packed sand as the ocean spreads before me. And there, at the edge of the water, stands Dario. His silhouette is a slash of darkness against the star-studded horizon, solid and unyielding. Waiting. I pull to a stop, cut the engine. Silence envelopes the cove, broken only by the rhythmic shush of waves against the shore. It feels like another world, a stolen pocket of space and time separate from the city's neon pulse. Separate from rules and expectations and carefully maintained illusions. My heart drums against my ribs as I reach for the door handle, fingers clumsy with conflict. Every instinct screams to run, to peel out of this cove and race back to the safety of my organized little life. But I know it's futile. There's no outrunning this. No denying the electrified pull between us, the twisted recognition that runs soul deep. For better or worse, this is a collision 3 years in the making. The door swings open with a groan, hinges protesting the salt-tinged air. Each step across packed sand echoes the cadence of my pulse, an unsteady rhythm driven by trepidation and a darker anticipation I can't fully suppress. Dario doesn't turn at my approach, his gaze fixed on the sea's restless churn. You came. Not a question, barely an acknowledgement. As if my presence here was never in doubt, despite the war raging in my chest. You didn't leave me much choice. My voice is rougher than I intend, scraped raw by the weight of this moment. Sand crunches beneath my feet as I move to stand beside him, careful to maintain a sliver of distance. A futile attempt at control, given the heat radiating between us. Dario's smile is a flash of white in the darkness. There's always a choice, Raphael. You're just finally making the right one. The ocean breeze carries his words, threading them through the crash of waves and rustle of beach grass. I want to deny it. To cling to the tattered remnants of my carefully constructed identity. But with Dario beside me, the vast expanse of the Atlantic stretched before us, the little lies I've told myself turned to ash on my tongue. Why here? I ask instead, grasping for any semblance of solid ground. Why now? His shoulder brushes mine, the contact electric despite layers of fabric between us. Because you're ready to stop running and admit what you've known since that first night in the library. He turns then, the planes of his face harsh and beautiful in the starlight. That we're the same, you and I. Two sides of a blood-soaked coin. I want to recoil from the raw truth in his words. To seek shelter in righteous denial and cling to the facade I've spent years carefully constructing. But the ocean air fills my lungs, salt and brine and untamed wildness, and the craving I've tried so hard to bury rises swift and brutal in response. I'm not. But the protest is left unfinished as Dario steps closer, obliterating the pretense of distance. His gaze sears into mine, peeling back layers of polite fiction to expose the ugly beautiful reality beneath. Not what? A killer? A Valenti? A dark chuckle rumbles through his chest. Please, Raphael. We both know better. You can wrap yourself in Zegna suits and bury your nose in legal texts, but it doesn't change what flows in your veins. What your hands are capable of. My heart kicks against my ribs, like a fluttering, trapped moth desperate to escape. Because he's right. God help me, he's right. The weight of my family name, the brutal teachings of my childhood, the rush of vicious satisfaction that accompanied my first kill, they live inside me still, dark seeds waiting to sprout anew. Dario's hand finds the back of my neck, his touch a brand even through the crisp barrier of my collar. "I see you," you know, he murmurs, the words carried on a gust of wind and the promise of absolution. "The real you. The man behind the pressed suits and perfect manners. And I won't let you hide from him anymore." The ocean seems to swell in response, waves rising higher, foam hissing as it reaches for our feet. Above us, clouds scuttle across the moon's pale face, plunging the cove into shadow and erasing the artificial boundaries that have kept me caged for so long. Here in this liminal space, suspended between sea and sky, past and present, the last of my resistance crumbles. The mask I've worn for the world, for myself, splits wide, revealing the raw, pulsing truth beneath. "What do you want from me?" I rasp, the question scraping my throat like broken glass. Dario's hand tightens, his thumb pressing against my racing pulse. "Everything," he breathes, the word a dark vow that echoes in my marrow. "Your anger, your hunger, your true self. The parts of you that academia will never sate, that the courtroom can never contain." Each word is a hammer blow against the chains I've willingly donned, heavy iron forged from lies and stubborn self-delusion. The waves crash higher, a rising crescendo perfectly timed with the thunder of my heart. Here in the space between worlds, the line between past and present blurs into insignificance. There's only the pounding surf, the night-cool sand, and the predator wearing my skin, rising swiftly and hungry to meet its match at last. A distant roll of thunder breaks the spell, the sound muffled by the crashing surf. I step back, sand shifting beneath my feet as I try to reclaim some semblance of equilibrium. My skin prickles where Dario's touch lingered, a phantom heat that refuses to dissipate. "This is insanity," I manage, the words scraping my throat raw. "You and me, whatever this twisted game is, it can't end well. For either of us." Dario's chuckle is a dark wisp of smoke on the salted breeze. "Ending well was never the point, Raphael. This is about stripping away the lies we tell ourselves. About excavating the ugly, glorious truth buried beneath the surface." He reaches for me again, but I evade his grasp, a half-stumbled step that brings me perilously close to the water's edge. The receding tide has left a gleaming expanse of close-packed sand in its wake, pocked with craters from the impact of errant wave caps. The anticipation churning in my gut feels equally volatile, a seething maelstrom of conflicting desires. To run, to fight, to sink into the dark temptation that Dario embodies. Each breath I take is saturated with brine and dwindling restraint, the salt heavy on my tongue. "You talk about truth," I grit out, holding fast to the fraying threads of my composure. "But all you deal in is destruction. Ruin. You seek to unmake everything I've built, without a thought for the wreckage left behind." Dario advances with a predator's grace, his steps deliberate and inexorable as the tide. In the midnight gloom, his edges blur, rendering him more elemental than human. A living shadow, a siren song made flesh. "Wreckage can be a new foundation," he counters, every word a silken barb piercing skin and psyche alike. "In the ashes of who you pretend to be, we'll unearth something real." He's close now, too close, the heat of him engulfing me like a rogue wave intent on dragging me under. I taste ozone and danger, the oncoming storm a mirror for the tempest raging inside me. "I can't just abandon everything," I rasp, but the protest rings hollow even to my own ears. How can I claim loyalty to a life built on a brittle latticework of self-delusion? The man I've fought so hard to become is little more than a mirage, the wavering after-image of a castle constructed on shifting sands. Dario senses my weakness, pressing his advantage with ruthless precision. His fingers close around my wrist, each point of contact a firebrand searing through the fabric of my shirt. "You've been abandoning yourself for years," he murmurs, the low rumble of his voice vibrating through my bones, piercing me in ways I didn't know would still hurt. "Denying the essential core of who and what you are. It's time to cut the strings, Raphael. It's time to stop playing the good little puppet." His grip tightens, a wordless command and a tether in one. Above us, the clouds fracture, allowing a sliver of moonlight to pierce the gloom. In that fleeting illumination, Dario's gaze gleams fever bright, a promise and a challenge etched in quicksilver. I feel the moment my resolve splinters, a barricade of pride and stubbornness and years of painstaking suppression crumbling to dust. It's a release akin to bleeding, painful and necessary in equal measure. The roar of the distant storm rises to fever pitch, drowning the last whispers of denial. There's a savage sort of symmetry in succumbing here, poised on the edge of civilization and the untamed wild. A place outside of time, outside the rigid constraints of the life I've so carefully curated. Here, with salt on my lips and darkness pressing close, the lines I've drawn for myself blur into irrelevance. I meet Dario's hungry gaze through lowered lashes, my pulse a war drum urging me towards sweet, ruinous surrender. Or maybe it's exactly what I need. The pull between us ratchets to an unbearable pitch, the very air seeming to crackle with pent-up charge. In the end, there's no conscious choice. Only inevitability, a gravity too powerful to resist. I surge forward, closing the final bit of distance between us, and claim Dario's mouth in a searing kiss that shatters the last of my resistance. In that collision of lips and teeth and unleashed want, I embrace the darkness within. The kiss consumes me, a blaze of pent-up hunger and dark desire. Dario's lips move against mine with searing demand, his tongue exploring deeply to stake its claim. I meet him with equal ferocity, all teeth and desperation as the last tethers of my control snap like brittle twine. We tumble to the sand in a graceless tangle of limbs, the coarse grains abrading my skin through the thin fabric of my shirt. Dario's weight presses me into the shifting surface, heavy and inescapable as the pull he exerts on my soul. His hands are everywhere at once, tugging at buttons and brushing over flushed skin with a reverence that borders on obsession. I arch into the touch, my own fingers scrabbling for purchase against the unyielding wall of his chest. The need to mark him, to embed myself beneath his skin with equal permanence, rises sharp and fierce in my chest. I latch onto the juncture where neck meets shoulder, biting down hard enough to taste copper on my tongue. Dario's resulting growl vibrates through me, unleashing a flood of visceral satisfaction. In this suspended moment, lust twined inextricably with a far more insidious hunger, I allow myself to revel in the darkness that has always lurked beneath the surface of my carefully maintained facade. The ocean licks at our twined bodies, frigid water a startling counterpoint to the heat building between us. Salt spray mists my face as Dario wrenches away just far enough to strip me of my shirt, baring my skin to the elements and his rapacious gaze alike. I watch, transfixed, as he sheds his own clothing with precision, each flex of muscle and glide of ink-shadowed skin a revelation. Naked and gleaming in the patchy light filtering through the clouds, he is a vision torn from mythology, wild and untamed. The sight steals the breath from my lungs, even as it causes my blood to surge with renewed urgency. Dario's smirk sharpens into a blade as he lowers himself over me once more, the scalding press of his flesh against mine an exquisite torment. His lips find my ear, teeth tugging at the sensitive lobe before he whispers, "No more lies, Raphael. No more barriers. Tonight, I'm going to strip you bare in every way imaginable." A shudder ripples through me at the dark promise woven through the words. Dario nips a path down the column of my throat, each sting of pain chased by the soothing swipe of his tongue. My head falls back, fingertips digging into the shifting sand as I offer myself up for his pleasure. He takes full advantage, mapping the planes of my chest with lips and teeth and clever fingers that seek out every sensitive spot with unerring accuracy. When he reaches my navel, his tongue darts into the shallow crevice, and I can't bite back the pleading moan that spills past my lips. He drinks down the sound with a hum of approval, the vibration against my oversensitized skin sending sparks dancing along my nerve endings. "Dario, please." I hardly recognize my own voice, throaty and ravaged. His chuckle slithers through me, dark and seductive. "Begging already, Valenti? We've barely begun." But even as he teases, his hands are moving with renewed purpose, skating over the jut of my hip bones to tangle in the fastenings of my slacks. The rasp of the zipper parting is obscenely loud, nearly eclipsed by the crash of the incoming tide and the ragged cadence of my breathing. Cool air washes over my bared thighs, the sensation quickly chased by the scorching press of Dario's palms. He kneels between my parted legs, and in the instant before he bends his head to lay claim to his prize, our eyes meet, and the intensity in his gaze sears me to the marrow. Watch me, he commands, voice rough with unholy need. Don't look away for a second. I want to see the moment when you finally let go completely. I gasp as his hand wraps around my cock, his grip firm and sure as he begins to stroke me. I can feel the tension building in my body, the anticipation of what was to come. Dario's lips wrap around the head of my cock, his tongue swirling around the sensitive tip as he takes me deeper into his mouth. I groan, my hands moving the tangle in his hair as he works me with his mouth and hand. I can feel the orgasm building, the tension coiling in my body, but before I can reach the peak, Dario pulls away, a devious grin playing on his face. Not yet, Raphael, he says, his voice low and commanding. I want you to feel me inside of you. I nod, my heart pounding in my chest as I wriggle out of my jeans and kick them aside. His body is illuminated by the moonlight before me, his massive cock, the one I love to worship, jutting out proudly. He kneels before me, his hands moving to spread my legs and ass cheeks wide as he settles between them. The head of his cock presses against my entrance, and the anticipation keeps building inside of me. I know he isn't going to warm me up and I don't care. I want him to tear me apart with the power of his cock. I want to be impaled on him, filled by him forever. Fuck, Raphael, he growls as he pushes inside of me, the sudden feeling of fullness overwhelming as he opens me right up. I gasp, my hands moving to grip his shoulders as he begins straight away to pump in and out of me, pinning me and fucking me relentlessly. His groans of enjoyment are loud. He has no patience tonight. I wince as I feel my body try hard to adjust to the fucking. Harder, I hear myself beg. Rip me apart. I cling onto him, desperately, feeling my nails digging into his flesh. The rhythmic motion of his hips as he rams himself into me matches the waves crashing against the shore, the storm in the distance mirroring the one building inside of me. My body tenses as Dario thrusts deeper inside of me, my pain subsiding, my orgasm building till I can't stand it anymore. I buck my hips against his in perfect synchrony as I clench tightly around him. He bites my lip and I taste blood. My orgasm crashes over me and I cry out, sharply, as Dario continues to thrust, hard and deep, his own release following soon after. I feel big spurts of his cum firing deep inside of me. We collapse onto the sand, our bodies slick with sweat and the cool ocean water. Fuck, Raphael, Dario whispers, his voice rough with pleasure. You're mine now. I nod, a wicked smile playing on my lips. And you're mine.
Chapter 14. Dario. The Greco family estate sprawls before me, all manicured lawns and limestone facades that have witnessed generations of brutality couched in old-world charm. I ease my Ducati down the cobblestone drive, gravel crunching beneath tires still caked with sand from last night's oceanside rendezvous. Memories of Raphael's gasps mingle with the distant crash of waves, salt and release and inevitability. My lips curve in a blade's-edge smile, still savoring that sweet, destructive triumph. Marco meets me at the door, frowning at my rumpled clothes and the fading bite mark on my throat. Your father is waiting in the study. He's displeased. Of course he is. The great Antonio Greco expects his sons to be attack dogs on short leashes, not architects of their own games. I shrug out of my riding jacket and toss it over the back of an antique chair, not missing how Marco winces. I'm sure he is. But I've been a very good boy lately, bringing the prodigal Valenti to heel. To his knees. I breathe in the scent of lemon oil and old blood that permeates the foyer. Home sweet home. Daddy dearest should be thanking me. The slap of my boots against marble is gunshot loud as I mount the curving staircase. Ancestral portraits glower at my passage, forever disapproving. Fuck them too. I'm writing my own legacy, one that will eclipse their dusty accolades. The study door is cracked and firelight filters through the gap. I pause, cataloging the tense silence. So it's to be one of those conversations. I square my shoulders and push inside, a wolf entering the hunter's blind. Dario. My father stands at the bar cart, a decanter of Macallan in hand. He doesn't turn, just examines the play of light in amber depths. How good of you to join me. Eventually. I drop into one of the overstuffed armchairs, my casual sprawl a silent challenge. You know me, pop places to be, Valenti's to torment. It's an art. Now he faces me, his cold eyes raking over my disheveled appearance. I see him taking in my reddened mouth and the flecks of sand still clinging to my hair. I watch him do the mental math, tabulating my actions and the depth of his disapproval. This feud with Raphael, your obsession with unmaking that boy. He swirls the scotch with deceptive mildness. It has become a distraction. A liability. I lean forward, placing my elbows on my knees, my grin turning razor sharp. Oh no, that's where you're wrong. It's a decimation. A hostile takeover. My voice lowers, intimate in its viciousness. And when I'm done, the Valenti prince will be a smoking ruin, and their empire will follow. Antonio's grip tightens on his glass, a hairline fracture in his icy facade. Good. He should know by now not to underestimate my appetites or my ambition. Raphael is both a goal and a means, the key to an annihilation that will rewrite the very history of this city. You play a dangerous game, son. The warning rings cold and familiar, a tarnished coin often traded between us. If Salvatore realizes the depth of your plan. Salvatore is a fossil, clinging to the dregs of his power. I examine my nails, deliberately provocative. He'll realize nothing until it's too late. Not until his precious nephew is the poison in his cup and the knife in his back. The mantle clock ticks softly and surely in the weighted silence. My father takes a long pull of his drink, never breaking eye contact. Measuring. Calculating. Trying to discern how much of this is youthful bravado and how much is lethal intent. You should know better. I am my father's son after all. The most ruthless weapon in his arsenal, honed on blood and betrayal. And now I've found my purpose, my target, my brutal magnum opus. Raphael will be my masterpiece, the Valenti dynasty will be the canvas, and the streets will run red with the aftermath. A dark shiver of anticipation travels along my spine at the thought. I hope you know what you're doing, Dario. A muscle jumps in my dad's jaw as he turns back to the bar. For all our sakes. My laughter is caustic in the cloying air of the study. Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. And when the dust settles, I rise to my feet, blood buzzing with vicious satisfaction. You'll be calling me sir. I don't wait for his response. The slam of the study door punctuates my exit, a son's declaration of war against the father. Against the whole damn world. I slam my father's study door hard enough to rattle the frame, each step down the mansion's hallway echoing my fury. The ancestral portraits lining the walls track my passage with painted eyes that hold generations of judgment. Let him stew in his doubts and warnings. I've got an empire to crush and a prince to corrupt. A flash of movement catches my attention, and Marco appears at the intersection of hallways, his usual stoic expression cracked by something that sets my teeth on edge. One look at his face stops me cold. What? He glances at the security cameras before lowering his voice. Intel just came in from our doc contacts. You need to see this. Now. We duck into my private office, the space a stark contrast to my father's old-world sensibilities. Modern furniture, steel surfaces, everything arranged for maximum efficiency. A stack of surveillance reports sits centered on my desk, crisp manila folders stamped with today's date. The first page hits me like a shot to the gut. Ferrara family soldiers creeping along the edges of our territory, testing boundaries and probing weak spots. Their usual haunts show triple the activity of last month. But that's not what sends ice through my veins. Marco stands at attention by the door, his spine rigid as he delivers the real punch. They've been tracking Raphael's movements. 3 men were stationed outside his apartment building last night. Another team followed him to campus this morning. They're getting bolder. One even went into his regular coffee shop right after him. The paper crumples in my fist. Every muscle in my body coils tight at the thought of their eyes on him, marking his patterns, invading spaces I've claimed. A feral sound tears from my throat as I hurl the reports across the room. Pages scatter like birds taking flight, crime scene photos and surveillance logs raining down on imported rugs. Get me everything, I snarl, already reaching for my phone. Security footage from every angle. License plates. Known associates. Cell phone data. I want to know who gave the order and every hand involved in this little expedition into our sandbox. Marco nods once, crisp and efficient. As he moves to comply, I dial a number I've memorized but never saved. It rings 3 times before connecting to empty air and a gravelly voice I know too well. Your credit line's running thin, kid. Last job nearly got 2 of my best guys pinched. I pace the length of my office, past walls of monitors displaying feeds from our territory. Then consider this an investment in future returns. I need eyes on the Ferrara operation, full surveillance, no blind spots. Every warehouse, every safe house, every rat hole they might crawl into. A low whistle crackles through the connection. That's not cheap intel. And Angelo Ferrara isn't known for his forgiving nature when spies get caught. He still has that thing about blowtorches. Neither am I. The words drip acid as I recall the last man who crossed me. They never did find all his pieces. Double your usual rate. Triple if you can get me names within the hour. The line goes dead. I pocket my phone and stalk to the window, staring out at grounds bathed in late afternoon sun. The manicured hedges and perfect flower beds mock me with their artificial order. Like Raphael's carefully constructed world of legal briefs and academic achievements, a thin veneer over darker truths. My fingers itch for a trigger for the simple clarity of answering threats with lead and cordite. But this requires a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. Raphael may be mine to break, but he's still a Valenti. Still a vital piece on this city's chessboard. And no one touches my property without permission. Joey appears in the doorway, another manila folder clutched to his chest like a shield. Sweat beads on his upper lip. He knows interrupting me right now is playing with fire. Sir? We've got movement at the North Docks. Ferrara's people loading unmarked containers onto. I don't give a fuck about shipping manifest right now. I snatch the folder from his trembling hands. Inside, grainy photos show 3 men in dark suits lingering outside Raphael's usual coffee shop. The timestamp reads 8:47 a.m., his regular arrival time. They stood close enough to catch his scent as he passed, near enough to reach out, and red bleeds into the edges of my vision. The folder joins its brethren on the floor, crime scene photos mixing with coffee shop surveillance in a damning collage. My phone buzzes, an address, a time, and a promise of answers that will justify the small fortune I'm about to spend. I check my watch, 2 hours until the meet. Just enough time to remind certain parties why the Greco name carries weight in this city's underworld. Why crossing us, crossing me, is signing your own death warrant in crimson ink. I shrug into my jacket, feeling the familiar press of steel against my ribs. Marco falls in behind me as I stride toward the garage, already calling in backup. The rage in my chest crystallizes into something sharp and focused. Time to go hunting. The warehouse district air reeks of fish guts and diesel as I wait in the shadows. My informant's intel paid off. Ferrara's men are loading crates into a panel van, their movements quick and furtive. Through my scope, I count 6 targets. Amateur hour. They didn't even post proper lookouts. My earpiece crackles. 2 more coming in from the south entrance, Marco whispers. Armed. They're moving like they've got training. A grunt acknowledges his warning as I adjust my position. These aren't the usual dock rats. Their stance and vigilance mark them as proper soldiers. My lips curl into a razor-sharp smile. Good. I want them to put up a fight. The van's engine turns over with a throaty purr. Time to move. I signal my team, watching dark shapes detach from doorways and slip between shipping containers. The trap closes like a noose around unsuspecting prey. Then everything goes sideways. A second van screeches around the corner, its side door already sliding open. The muzzle flash comes first, sharp and bright in the gloom. Then the impact slams into my shoulder, spinning me back against corrugated steel. Pain blazes white-hot through my chest. Contact. Marco's voice cuts through the chaos as gunfire erupts. Boss, you're hit. I ignore him, already rolling to my feet. Blood soaks my shirt, but the Kevlar caught the worst of it. My return fire drops the shooter, his body tumbling from the van like a broken doll. More targets emerge from the warehouse shadows. We're outnumbered now, caught in a crossfire that speaks of careful planning. This wasn't just a chance encounter. They knew we were coming. Sir, we need to fall back. Marco's warning cuts off in a burst of static. Red mist descends as I charge forward, each shot finding its mark with lethal precision. These fuckers dared to come after what's mine. Dared to think they could touch Raphael without consequences. A bullet grazes my ribs, hot enough to sear flesh. I barely feel it. Another round punches through my thigh, but adrenaline keeps me moving. The pain will come later. Right now, there's only the symphony of violence and vengeance. I reach the first van just as its driver tries to flee. One shot through the windshield ends his escape attempt. Inside, I find what I'm looking for: surveillance photos of Raphael. Date-stamped logs of his movements. A detailed map of his daily routes marked with potential ambush points. Fury ignites in my chest, burning hotter than any wound. They weren't just watching him. They were planning to take him. A shout from behind gives me just enough warning. I spin, weapon raised, but I'm too slow. The butt of a rifle slams into my temple, sending me sprawling. Stars explode behind my eyes as rough hands grab my jacket. Not so tough now, eh, Greco? A face looms close. Angelo Ferrara's nephew I recognize. His breath reeks of tobacco as he presses the rifle barrel under my chin. Daddy's attack dog brought low. And all over some Valenti pussy. The knife slides from my sleeve into my palm. One upward thrust finds the soft spot beneath his jaw, the blade angled just right to sever the carotid. Hot arterial spray coats my face as he stumbles back, eyes wide with disbelief. Boss. Marco's voice closer now. Area's clear, but we've got incoming. Sounds like half the fucking city's rolling this way. I push to my feet, ignoring how the world tilts sideways. Blood trails down my leg, marking my path as I retrieve the photos and documents from the van. Evidence of their plans burns readily enough, fed by diesel siphoned from their own vehicle. Time to go, sir. Marco appears at my elbow, his tone urgent. You need medical. No hospitals. I shrug off his supporting hand, though my vision blurs at the edges. Get our people clear. Leave no traces. He hesitates only a moment before nodding. Good man. The warehouse district fades into my rearview mirror as sirens wail in the distance. My phone buzzes, a message from my father's spy in the police department, warning of increased patrols. Let them come. They'll find nothing but shell casings and questions, while I carry the only answers that matter. The Ferraras made their play and lost. The price of my protection comes steep, paid in blood and burning metal. Worth it to keep Raphael safe, to keep him mine. My hands shake slightly as I light a cigarette, the nicotine doing little to dull the mounting pain. Dawn breaks over the harbor, painting everything in shades of crimson and gold. Somewhere in this city, Raphael wakes to another day of pretending at normalcy, unaware of the night's carnage carried out in his name. Let him play at being civilized while I wage war in the shadows. Let him hide behind his law books and moral certainties. In the end, he'll understand. Everything has a price, and I'll gladly pay it in blood.
Chapter 15. Raphael. The crystal wine glasses on the Valenti family home dining table catch light from the chandelier, fracturing it into tiny rainbows across imported linen. I adjust my tie, the silk feeling more like a noose with each passing minute. Through leaded windows, storm clouds gather over the estate's manicured grounds, mirroring the tension building in my chest. Maria appears at my elbow, her silver hair catching the chandelier's glow. Your uncle requests your presence in his study before dinner. Her eyes hold a warning as she smooths my lapel with maternal concern. Even after 30 years of service, she still tries to protect us from ourselves. The journey to my uncle's study feels endless, each step on polished marble echoing like a countdown. Oil paintings of stern-faced ancestors track my progress, their judgment weighing heavy as the gun I no longer carry. The door looms ahead, solid oak imported from Sicily when this mansion was built. A fortress disguised as a home, much like everything else in my life. Uncle Salvatore stands at his desk when I enter, examining something in a thick manila folder. He doesn't look up immediately, drawing out the moment like a conductor leading an orchestra toward crescendo. The silence stretches until it nearly snaps. Sit. He finally closes the folder, gesturing to one of the leather chairs facing his desk. We need to discuss your recent activities. My throat tightens as I lower myself into the offered seat. The leather creaks beneath me, underlining how still I'm holding myself. Years of training kick in as I assess exits, identify weapons, and maintain composure. Old lessons rising unbidden, just as Dario said they would. The Martinez case is proceeding well, I begin, clinging to the pretense of academic discussion. Professor Harrison believes. Photographs spill across the polished wood, cutting off my words. Images of Dario and me in various locations, the library, the warehouse, the rooftop. Each one captures a moment I've tried to forget, evidence of control slipping away frame by frame. Do you take me for a fool, Raphael? Uncle Salvatore's voice carries the weight of decades of command. Did you think we wouldn't notice the youngest Greco stalking our territory? Making appearances at your study spots, your gym? His fingers drum against wood, the rhythm sharp as gunfire. The question is why? I force my hands to remain steady in my lap, those sweat beads at my temples. It's not what you think. No? He selects one particular photo, Dario pressing me against the study room's glass wall. Then explain this to me. Explain why my nephew, who claims to want nothing to do with family business, keeps ending up in compromising positions with Antonio Greco's most volatile son. The truth catches in my throat like ground glass. How do I explain something I barely understand myself? The pull between Dario and me transcends simple manipulation or family politics. It's darker, deeper, more fundamental than any game of power and control. Lightning flashes beyond the study windows as storm clouds finally break. The rain's percussion against glass fills the silence between us, nature's accompaniment to this carefully orchestrated confrontation. I can handle Dario Greco, I say, but the words ring hollow even to my ears. Uncle Salvatore's laugh holds enough ice to freeze hell. Can you? Because you've said this before, and nothing has changed. He taps another photograph, this one from the warehouse. He's systematically dismantling every wall you've built between yourself and your heritage. And you're letting him. Heat floods my face as my uncle's words strike too close to home. The carefully constructed identity I've created, dedicated law student, reformed heir, man of principle, crumbles further with each passing second. My studies are a shield, he cuts in. A convenient excuse to hide from what you really are. What this family needs you to be right now. He stands, his presence filling the room. But that ends now. You have a choice to make, Raphael. Either you walk away from whatever game Dario Greco is playing or you lose the family's protection entirely. The ultimatum lands like a physical blow. Beyond the study's walls, thunder rolls across Motkov's skyline. My careful world balances on a knife's edge, everything I've built threatening to shatter under the weight of impossible choices. You're asking me to. I'm telling you to choose. His voice drops lower, intimate with threat. The law degree, the clean life, the pretense of legitimacy, we've indulged your little rebellion long enough. But with the Grecos testing boundaries, we need every soldier. Every asset. His eyes drill into mine. Every Valenti. My pulse thunders in my ears as the full implications sink in. This isn't just about Dario or my choices. It's about legacy, loyalty, and the price of freedom in a world built on blood and obligation. The rain intensifies, drumming against century-old glass with increasing fury. In this moment, suspended between past and future, I feel the weight of my name like chains around my throat. Uncle Salvatore moves to the bar cart, pouring 2 fingers of scotch with deliberate precision. You have until the end of dinner to decide. The crystal catches light as he lifts his glass. Choose wisely, nephew. Some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. I rise on unsteady legs, the photographs still scattered across his desk like evidence at a crime scene. Each image captures a moment of weakness, of control slipping away, of the truth I've tried so hard to deny. The door closes behind me with stark finality as I step into the hallway. Ahead, voices drift from the dining room where my mother waits. Behind, my uncle's ultimatum hangs in the air like cordite after a firefight. Time to face the family. Time to choose. Time to finally decide who I really am. The walk from the study to dinner stretches endless, each breath an exercise in control. Servers move through familiar rhythms, their practiced efficiency a veneer over mounting tension. One pauses mid-stride as I pass, his stance shifting from servant to soldier in a heartbeat. New hire. Probably ex-military. My uncle's latest addition to his web of surveillance. You're late. My mother's words cut through the clink of silver against china. Her fingertips tap an irregular pattern against crisp linen, our old warning system from childhood. Danger was close. Uncle Salvatore doesn't look up from his tablet, though the screen's blue glow illuminates the satisfied curl of his lips. Interesting message from Professor Harrison just now. Seems your analysis of the Martinez evidence has taken an unexpected direction. Ice slides through my veins. Harrison has access to everything: my case notes, research methods, the careful documentation of weak points in family-structured criminal enterprises. I spear a piece of asparagus, buying seconds to compose my response. The evidence presents certain patterns worth exploring. Patterns. The tablet clicks against polished wood as he sets it aside. Like the pattern of your meetings with the DA's office? Or perhaps the pattern of your late-night research into witness protection protocols? My fork stills. The room's temperature seems to drop 10 degrees despite the crackling hearth. Through the doorway, I catch glimpses of guards shifting positions, their movements synchronized like wolves circling wounded prey. My mother's voice carries forced lightness. The SUFL will collapse if we don't. Tell me about the offshore accounts. Salvatore cuts through her attempt at deflection. The ones you've been tracking through shell companies in the Caymans. Fascinating work. Very thorough. The implications steal air from my lungs. They've been watching everything. Not just my movements, but my digital footprint. Every keystroke, every database search, every careful step toward understanding how to dismantle criminal empires from within. A log splits in the fireplace, the crack like a gunshot that makes my shoulders tense. Outside, the storm mirrors the electricity building in this room, thunder rolling closer with each passing minute. Your commitment to academic excellence is admirable. Uncle Salvatore's words drip acid beneath their polite surface. Though your choice of thesis topic raises certain concerns about family loyalty. I stay rooted to my seat, silent. Your research has been quite thorough. Uncle Salvatore retrieves a USB drive from his pocket, turning it between his fingers. Digital forensics pulled this from your laptop last week. The evidence you've gathered could cripple 3 families' operations. His eyes lock onto mine. Including ours. The bite of veal in my mouth turns to sawdust. They've accessed everything, not just surface-level surveillance, but the core of my work. Years of careful documentation, piecing together the skeleton key that could unlock and dismantle generational criminal enterprises. The Martinez case is purely academic. The lie falls flat and doesn't fool anyone. Nothing in our world is purely academic. He inserts the drive into his tablet. These organizational charts, for instance. The way you've mapped family hierarchies, identifying pressure points and structural weaknesses. Text scrolls across the screen, my own words condemning me. You've created a blueprint for destruction. My mother's hand finds my knee beneath the table, a gesture of comfort that feels like a farewell. The guards by the door shift their weight, hands drifting closer to concealed weapons. And then there's the matter of Dario Greco. Salvatore's voice drops lower, threatening. At first, we thought he was manipulating you. Using the Valenti heirs' rebellion to destabilize both families. He switches to a new document on his tablet. But these surveillance photos tell a different story. Heat floods my face as images flash across the screen, the warehouse, the rooftop, the beach. Each moment I thought was private laid bare in high-resolution evidence of my capitulation to everything I'd tried to escape. The choice before you is simple. Salvatore closes the tablet with deliberate care. Surrender your research. All of it. Return to the family business, where your analytical skills can be properly directed. His lips curve in a mirthless smile. Or lose everything. Your apartment lease, your tuition payments, your carefully maintained distance from our world, all of it exists because we allow it. Thunder cracks overhead as the weight of his words sinks in yet again. 3 years of work, of building an escape route not just for myself but for others trapped in this life of elegant violence. All of it balanced on a knife's edge. You're asking me to betray my principles. I'm telling you to remember your blood. He signals, and a guard approaches with a familiar case. Inside, my old Beretta gleams against black velvet. Time to decide who you really are, nephew. A soldier in this family's army or its most dangerous enemy. My mother's grip tightens, a silent plea I can't decipher. For compliance? For escape? The storm rages beyond leaded windows, nature's percussion building toward crescendo as my uncle continues. You have talent, Raphael. The same strategic mind that makes you dangerous could make you invaluable. He opens the gun case. Come home. Put your skills to proper use. Or walk away with nothing but the clothes on your back and the knowledge that you'll never be truly free of us. The choice stretches before me like a chasm. On one side, the comfort of family power, of known violence wrapped in expensive suits and old money. On the other, uncertainty and exposure, but perhaps something closer to truth. Lightning turns the room stark white for a heartbeat. In that frozen moment, I see the web of obligations and threats that's always surrounded me, fine as silk but strong as steel. The pretty cage they built, thinking I'd never dare to fly. I rise from the table, each movement deliberate and measured. The Beretta remains in its case, untouched. My research stays with me. Think carefully about what you're doing. Uncle Salvatore's voice carries quiet menace. The protection our name provides was always a chain. The words sound stronger than I feel. Every favor, every connection, every door smoothly opened, they're all strings you use to pull us back in line. My mother stands, her chair scraping against marble. Raphael, please. I know what I'm giving up. I meet my uncle's gaze, refusing to flinch. The apartment, the tuition, the carefully maintained fiction of normalcy. Take it all. Lightning fractures the sky beyond arched windows. The guards tense, awaiting orders that haven't come. Not yet. We all know that worse things than financial ruin await those who truly betray family loyalty. Why? You think your legal expertise will protect you? Salvatore's laugh holds an arctic chill. That your precious academic world will shield you from consequences? No. I step back from the table, from everything it represents. But I'd rather face those consequences than spend another second pretending this empire of yours is anything but poison. The slap of my shoes against the marble floor echoes through the suddenly silent halls. Behind me, my mother calls my name. Not a command, but something closer to grief. I don't turn. Can't turn. The weight of generations of violence and power presses against my back, trying to pull me under. Rain pounds against leaded glass as I reach the foyer. The front doors loom massive and dark, imported oak reinforced with steel cores. They represent every barrier between me and freedom, every obstacle my family created while calling it protection. You won't survive out there alone. Uncle Salvatore's voice carries from the dining room. Not with what you know. Not with what you are. My hand finds the door handle, cool metal grounding me in this moment of severance. I'm not what you made me. But even as I speak the words, Dario's voice echoes in my head, blood always tells. The truth of it burns in my chest as I step into the storm. Rain soaks through my suit, expensive will becoming dead weight on my shoulders. My car sits in the circular drive, water streaming off its polished curves. The keys feel wrong in my hand, one last gift from the family I'm rejecting. I leave them on the driver's seat and start walking. Lightning turns the estate's grounds brilliant white. The gardens my mother tends stretch manicured and perfect, their carefully maintained order a mirror for the control this family exerts over everything it touches. Thunder follows, nature's percussion marking my exile. The iron gates part silently, the sensors recognizing me one final time. Beyond them, Motkov's lights glitter against low clouds. Somewhere in that maze of power and privilege, Dario waits, another wolf circling while I strip away my protections. But he, at least, never pretended to be anything but what he is. Rain traces cold fingers down my neck as I walk away from everything I've known. Each step carries me further from the certainty of family power and from the comfortable weight of the Valenti name. Behind me, the mansion's lights blur into a golden smear. My phone buzzes, text messages flooding in as my mother and uncle spread word of my defection. Accounts will be frozen, doors will close, carefully maintained connections will dissolve like sugar and rain. By morning, I'll be cut off from every support system I've relied on. But as I reach the main road, my steps feel lighter despite the storm. Sometimes the only way forward is to burn everything behind you. Let them think they've stripped me of power. Let them believe I'm defenseless without their protection. They forgot the most important lesson they taught me: a cornered wolf is the most dangerous kind. I turn my collar up against the rain and keep walking. Somewhere ahead, past the illusions of legitimacy and the comfortable lies of family loyalty, a different kind of truth waits. Time to find out exactly what I am without their chains.
Chapter 16. Dario. The warehouse floor vibrates beneath my feet, tremors from the approaching storm matching the thunder of my boots against steel stairs. Marco's message still burns in my mind. Ferrara soldiers spotted trailing Raphael, moving like they've got more than surveillance in mind. I take the steps 3 at a time, adrenaline surging through my veins. My security team's command center occupies the top floor, a maze of servers and surveillance equipment that keeps eyes on every corner of our territory. The space hums with urgent activity as I burst through the stairwell door. Banks of monitors paint my face in digital glow, each screen tracking a different piece of the emerging threat. Joey's fingers fly across keyboards, pulling up camera feeds from around Raphael's usual haunts. The tech catches my reflection in one of his screens and flinches. Report. The command sends my people scrambling. Marco materializes from the shadows, tablet in hand. 3 teams converging. Professional gear, combat stance. Not the usual Ferrara street muscle. He swipes through photos, each one stoking the rage building in my chest. They've been tracking his patterns for at least a week. Coffee shop, gym, library. My territory. The words come out as a growl. They dare hunt on my fucking ground? Another tech, Isabella XNSA with a gift for signals intelligence, calls out from her station. Cell traffic spike near his apartment. Burner phones, encrypted channels. Whatever they're planning, it's happening soon. I lean over her shoulder, studying the data streams flowing across her screens. Coordinates, timestamps, and fragments of code that paint a picture of coordinated movement. They're not just watching anymore. They're positioning for something bigger. Give me eyes on Raphael. Now. Screens flicker as Joey accesses traffic cams, building security feeds, and ATM cameras, the digital web that blankets this city. But the image that freezes my blood comes from a convenience store's grainy surveillance. 3 men in tactical combat gear sliding out of an unmarked van, their weapons partially concealed under civilian clothes. The timestamp shows 7 minutes ago. That's 2 blocks from his study group's usual coffee spot. Marco's voice carries quiet urgency. Tuesday nights they meet until 10:30. I check my watch, 10:17 p.m. The study group will be breaking up soon, and Raphael will be heading to his car in the poorly lit parking structure where I've watched him 100 times before. It's the perfect ambush point. Lightning strobes through the warehouse's high windows as I start issuing orders. I want 3 teams mobile in the next 2 minutes. Full tactical loadout, communications dark except for the emergency channel. I draw my Beretta, checking the magazine more from habit than necessity. Marco, you're with me. The rest of you coordinate from here. If they've got eyes and ears on our frequencies. Sir. Isabella's voice cuts through the mounting tension. Thermal imaging just picked up a group entering the parking structure. 6 heat signatures moving in formation. Ice slides through my veins despite the fury burning in my chest. They're early. Which means either their intelligence is better than we thought or Raphael left the study group ahead of schedule. Joey pulls up another feed showing a familiar figure in an expensive coat moving with that precise grace that first caught my attention all those months ago. Completely unaware of the deadly trap about to spring. Move. Now. My team flows into action with practiced efficiency, but I barely register their response. All I can see is Raphael walking into an ambush, his carefully maintained world about to shatter in ways even I didn't plan. The Ferraras won't be gentle. They'll hurt him just to send a message. They'll break him to prove they can reach anyone under my protection. The thought sends something molten and vicious coursing through my chest. Raphael is mine to unmake, mine to break down and rebuild. No one else gets to touch him. No one else gets to test the limits of his control. I hit the stairs at a dead run, Marco half a step behind me. Rain pounds against the warehouse's metal roof, nature's percussion building toward violence. Perfect ambience for what's coming next. Time to remind everyone why the Greco name carries weight in this city's underworld. Time to show these fucking amateurs what happens when you touch what's mine. And if I have to paint that parking structure in Ferrara blood to make my point, so be it. The Maserati's engine screams as I take the corner onto Madison, tires fighting for traction on rain-slicked asphalt. Traffic lights blur past, each intersection a calculated risk as I weave between slower vehicles. The police scanner crackles with routine chatter. They haven't caught wind of what's coming yet. 2 minutes out. Marco's voice carries through my earpiece as his vehicle maintains position 3 cars back. Joey's got eyes on the structure's security feeds. 6 hostiles confirmed, moving to boxing positions. My hands tighten on the steering wheel as another light turns red ahead. No time for caution. The Maserati roars through the intersection, sending a taxi skidding sideways to avoid a collision. In my mind, I see Raphael walking into their trap, unaware of the violence about to shatter his carefully maintained world. The parking structure finally looms ahead, a concrete monument to poor lighting and even worse security. Marco peels off to circle the perimeter while I slip through a service entrance, rainwater dripping from my jacket. The space echoes with the sound of distant engines and storm runoff flooding poorly maintained drains. My earpiece crackles. Targets on level 3 north side. Joey's voice carries controlled urgency. Heat signatures are converging from both stairwells. I take the stairs 2 at a time, moving on silent feet despite the rage burning in my chest. Years of training transform my movements into cat-like grace, each step precisely placed to avoid detection. The Ferrara soldiers won't expect resistance. They think they're hunting easy prey, a pampered heir playing at normalcy. Their mistake. Voices drift down from the level above. Rough whispers in guttural Sicilian giving directions, coordinating the trap. I ease my Beretta from its holster, the weight familiar and welcome against my palm. Through gaps in the concrete, I catch glimpses of tactical gear and suppressed weapons. A car door slams somewhere above. Raphael's voice carries clearly. I know you're there. Pride surges through me despite the situation. Even now, even stripped of family protection, his training shows through. He sensed the ambush before they could spring it. But pride turns to ice as multiple shadows detach from nearby pillars, surrounding him with practiced efficiency. Don't make this harder than it needs to be, Valenti. The speaker stays hidden, but I recognize that voice. Nicholas Ferrara, Angelo's eldest son. The one who's been pushing for more aggressive expansion into our territory. Your uncle's protection is gone. It's time to choose a new allegiance. I reach the 3rd level just as Raphael answers, his tone carrying that slight accent he gets when control starts slipping. I choose neither. The first shot catches Nicholas's lieutenant high in the chest, the sound suppressed but still sharp in the enclosed space. Raphael moves like lightning, using the falling body as cover while he drops another soldier with brutal efficiency. But he's outnumbered and they've planned for resistance. Time for me to change the odds. My first bullet takes the back of a skull, spraying bone and gray matter across expensive gear. The second catches Nicholas's shoulder as he spins toward the new threat, his return fire going wide. Concrete chips explode beside my head as I dive for cover behind a support pillar. Greco. Nicholas spits my name like a curse. Should have known you'd show up to protect your pet project. More shadows move in the darkness, at least 4 more hostiles using parked cars as cover. Raphael has gone to ground somewhere to my left, but I catch the glint of his eyes in the dim emergency lighting. A whole conversation passes in that split-second glance. Positioning, angles of attack, the dance of violence we both learned in childhood. You're in my territory. I pitch my voice to Carrie, letting them track the sound while I ease toward a better position. Hunting what's mine. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? A laugh echoes off concrete walls. Notice? We counted on it. Why do you think we chose tonight? Metal scrapes against stone as Nicholas shifts position. With you distracted here, our other teams are hitting the north docks. Your father's shipment won't make it to port. The revelation should sting and send me racing to protect my family interests to maintain the balance of power in this city. Instead, something darker unfurls in my chest as I catch movement behind a luxury SUV. You think I care about cargo? The words emerge in a growl as I put 2 rounds through the vehicle's window. A body thuds against the concrete, accompanied by cursing in rapid-fire Sicilian. You think drug shipments and protection rackets matter compared to? The rest is lost in an explosion of gunfire as they make their play. Muzzle flashes transform the garage into a strobe-lit hellscape. I roll beneath a pickup truck, coming up on the other side in time to catch a soldier trying to flank my position. The knife slides between his ribs with practiced ease, angled up to pierce his heart. More shots ring out from Raphael's position. 1, 2, 3 in rapid succession. Each finds its mark with surgical precision. The sound sends electricity down my spine despite the chaos. Even now, even in the middle of an ambush, his execution is perfect. You're both dead anyway. Nicholas's voice carries strain now, pain and fury mixing as he clutches his wounded shoulder. The old alliances are done. The bullet catches him just below the left eye, cutting off whatever grand speech he had planned. I emerge from cover as his body hits the ground, blood pooling beneath his skull in an ever-widening circle. The garage falls silent except for the storm's distant rumble and the dying gurgle of punctured lungs. Raphael straightens from his firing stance, his weapon still trained on shadows that no longer hold threats. His suit is spattered with wet crimson, his carefully maintained composure cracked to reveal the killer beneath. Beautiful in his violence, perfect in his brutality. What? You shouldn't be here. His voice carries that edge I love, the one that betrays his true nature. I had it under control. I step over Nicholas's corpse, moving closer despite the weapon still humming with deadly potential in Raphael's hands. You really think I'd let anyone else break what's mine? His finger tightens on the trigger, but we both know he won't fire. Can't fire. Not with the electricity arcing between us, the shared pulse of violence and recognition that's drawn us together since that first night in the library. I'm not yours to break. But the words lack conviction, undermined by how his body responds to my proximity. No. I reach for him, my fingers finding his throat above the blood-spattered collar. His pulse races beneath my touch, hungry and vital. Then why do you shake when I? Movement flickers in my peripheral vision. A shadow rising from behind a concrete pillar, weapon already swinging up to target center mass. I spin toward the threat, but I'm too slow, too distracted by Raphael's heat against my palm. The impact feels like a sledgehammer to my chest, knocking me back a step. Another round catches my shoulder, spinning me half around. Pain blazes white-hot through my body as I return fire, my shots going wide as darkness creeps at the edges of my vision. The last thing I see before my consciousness fades is Raphael's face transforming from controlled distance to raw fury. His gun screams once, twice, 3 times. The shadow collapses in a spray of arterial red. Then the concrete rushes up to meet me and everything goes black. Pain drags me back to consciousness, each heartbeat sending fresh agony through my chest and shoulder. The first breath feels like swallowing broken glass. The second tells me at least one rib is cracked, maybe worse. Iron fills my mouth, blood, but whether from internal damage or split lips I can't tell. Voices drift through the haze, an argument carrying on overhead while I assess the damage. Years of training kick in despite the fog. Catalog injuries, identify threats, and maintain situational awareness even through the red mist of pain. He needs a hospital. Raphael's voice, closer than expected. Something warm presses against my chest. His hands, I realize, applying pressure to the worst of the bleeding. This isn't something you can patch up in a safe house with a first aid kit. Marco's response comes sharp with tension. You know we can't. Every ER in the city reports gunshot wounds. Your uncle's people will be watching. Fuck my uncle. The curse carries that pure Sicilian bite I love, the one that betrays his true nature. And fuck family politics. He's losing too much blood. He'll bleed out. I force my eyes open, my vision swimming before it focuses on Raphael's face above me. His perfect suit is ruined, soaked through with my blood where he kneels beside me. The sight sends satisfaction curling through my chest despite the pain. Even dying, I've managed to strip away another piece of his carefully maintained image. Don't. Speaking hurts, but I manage it anyway. Don't pretend you care now. His hands press harder against my wounds, the pain sharp enough to make spots dance at the edges of my vision. Shut up. You don't get to die playing hero. Not for me. A laugh bubbles up my throat, slick with blood and bitter amusement. Not playing. I catch his wrist with my good hand, smearing red across expensive cotton. Protecting what's mine. Something flashes across his face, fury or fear or something deeper. Before he can respond, footsteps approach at a run. Joey appears at the edge of my vision, his usual tech geek composure cracked by urgency. Sir, we've got incoming. MCPD just got an anonymous tip about shots fired. First responders are. Get the car. Raphael's command cuts through the chaos, carrying the weight of generations of authority. Now. My security team hesitates, caught between following their training and obeying the unexpected voice of command. I manage a small nod, giving permission they shouldn't need. The parking structure erupts into controlled motion as they execute the extraction protocols drilled into their bones. More hands lift me, the movement sending fresh fire through my chest. Someone curses in rapid-fire Italian. Me probably, though the pain makes it hard to be sure if I said my thoughts out loud. The world blurs into snippets of sensation. Rain on my face as they carry me to the waiting Maserati, leather seats cold against my back, engine roaring to life. Raphael slides into the back seat beside me, his hands never leaving the wounds that he turns to Marco. Drive. I'll tell you where. Sir? Marco's question carries layers of meaning, asking me, not him, even as he follows Raphael's directions. Do it. The words come out as a growl, metallic liquid flooding my mouth. Trust him. The city streaks past in neon smears as Marco pushes the Maserati to its limits. Rain hammers against the car's bulletproof glass, the storm matching the chaos of my pulse. Raphael's hands remain steady against my chest, his touch both a comfort and a torment. You're an idiot. His voice drops lower, meant for my ears alone. I had an extraction plan. Contingencies. I didn't need. Couldn't risk it. Another wet laugh tears free. Couldn't let them touch you. Break you. That's my job. His fingers tighten, sending fresh pain blazing through my nervous system. Your job. His natural accent bleeds through his usually careful pronunciation. Your obsession, you mean? Your sick game of unraveling everything I've built. Not a game. Blood makes it hard to speak, but these words matter. I need him to understand, even as darkness creeps at the edges of my vision. Never just a game with you. The admission hangs between us as Marco takes another corner too fast. Raphael's face swims above me, his perfect composure cracking to reveal something raw underneath. For a moment, I see past the masks we both wear, past family loyalty and calculated manipulation to something deeper. Something neither of us dared name. Then the pain swallows everything and I drift in and out of consciousness. Time loses meaning, measured only in the rhythm of Raphael's hands keeping pressure on my wounds. His voice fades in and out, giving directions I can't quite follow. Private clinic in Chelsea? Dr. Rossi owes me? No questions asked. The Maserati finally slows, then stops. Rain still drums against metal and glass, but the sound seems distant now. Far away, like everything except the fire in my chest and the weight of Raphael's touch. Stay with me. His command cuts through the gathering darkness. Don't you dare die on me, you bastard. Not when I'm finally starting to understand. But unconsciousness claims me before I can hear what he's finally beginning to comprehend. The last thing I feel is his fingers against my throat, checking for a pulse that grows weaker with each beat. My last coherent thought is, mine. Consciousness returns in fragments, each piece carrying its own flavor of agony. Antiseptic burns my nostrils, mixing with copper and old fear. Medical equipment beeps somewhere to my left, marking time with mechanical precision. The sound grates against instincts that scream about exposure, vulnerability, and too many windows without enough eyes on the door. My body feels distant, like it's wrapped in cotton and morphine fog. I try to perceive my surroundings like my childhood training demanded, but everything goes soft at the edges. The private clinic security is good, but not good enough. Not for what's coming. Voices drift through the gap in the door, carrying tension despite their attempt at quiet. 3 broken ribs, collapsed lung, major blood loss. A woman's voice, clinical and controlled. Must be Dr. Rossi, the one Raphael mentioned. He's stable for now, but how long until he can be moved? Marco, a sharp edge to his tone. A pause filled with medical machinery's steady rhythm. We need a minimum of 48 hours to monitor him. The internal damage alone. We don't have 48 hours. Raphael's voice cuts through the discussion, that slight accent bleeding stronger with stress. The Ferraras are already moving. They'll know he survived by now. My fingers twitch against starched sheets, my hands instinctively reaching for weapons that aren't there. The movement sends a fresh wave of fire through nerve endings that aren't quite deadened by whatever's dripping through my fore. A grunt escapes before I can swallow it. Footsteps approach. 3 sets, distinctly different patterns. Raphael reaches my bedside first, his expensive shoes, now destroyed by the firefight, silent against linoleum. Training never quite fades. "You're an idiot," he repeats. The words carry equal parts fury and something else I'm too woozy to decipher. Taking bullets meant for me. Playing hero. I force my eyes open, my vision doing somersaults before it locks onto his face. The perfect suit is gone, replaced by clothes that probably came from some emergency stash. But even in borrowed fabric, he carries that deadly grace that I've come to love. Not. Speaking feels like gargling glass, but I manage it anyway. Not playing anything. His hands clench at his sides, knuckles white with restraint. Behind him, Marco and the doctor exchange looks heavy with meaning. They know, even if Raphael won't admit it. They know that I'd take another bullet, a dozen bullets to keep anyone else from breaking what's mine. The Ferrara attack wasn't random. Raphael's voice drops lower, meant for my ears alone. They knew about us. About whatever this is. They used it to draw you out to take you down. Doesn't matter. Blood makes my voice rough, but the words emerge clear enough. No one touches what's mine. Something flashes across his face. Frustration or understanding or both. Before he can respond, a phone buzzes. Marco checks the screen, his expression turning to granite. "Sir, Ferrara soldiers spotted 3 blocks south." The heart monitor's steady beep accelerates as I try to push upright. Fresh agony blazes through my chest, but training overrides physical limitations. "Give me a weapon. Now." "You can't even stand." Raphael's hand finds my shoulder, pressing me back against the flattened pillows. The touch burns even through bandages and morphine haze. "You'll tear the stitches and start the internal bleeding again. Then I'll bleed." I catch his wrist, smearing red across clean gauze where the 4 pulled loose. "But I won't let them." "Let them what?" His fingers curl against my skin, not quite a caress. "Take me? Break me? I chose this life, Dario. I chose to walk away from my family's protection. The consequences are mine to handle. Mine and mine alone." The words hit harder than bullets, and something sharp and vital twists in my chest. Beyond the clinic room's door, footsteps move with trained precision. My security team shifts positions, preparing for what comes next. The doctor has already vanished, plausible deniability in sensible shoes. "You don't understand." Blood makes it hard to focus, but I need him to not just hear but understand me. Not about protection. About possession. About control. He finishes the thought, something raw bleeding through his careful mask. "About breaking me down and rebuilding me in your image." "I know. I've always known." Marco appears in the doorway, his weapon already drawn. 2 minutes. Maybe less. Raphael's hand slips from my grasp as he straightens, that killer's grace asserting itself despite borrowed clothes and exhaustion. For a moment, I see him as he truly is, not the pampered heir playing at a normal life, but a weapon crafted from birth. Beautiful and lethal and finally starting to remember. "Get him out." The command carries authority in its undertones. "Take the back exit and use the contingency routes we discussed. I'll handle the Ferrara problem." "Like how?" I try to rise again, but the drugs and blood loss betray me. The world tilts sideways as my vision blurs. "You can't." "Can't what?" His smile carries edges sharp enough to cut. "Can't fight? Can't kill? You've spent months stripping away my masks, Dario. Showing me exactly what I am." He checks his weapon with practiced precision. "Time to reap what you've sown." The last thing I see before unconsciousness claims me again is Raphael's silhouette in the doorway, his frame wrapped with power and violence. The last thing I think is, "I love you. Even if it destroys us both."
Chapter 17. Raphael. I check my weapon one final time as Dario loses consciousness on the clinic bed. His last words, another protest against my handling of the Ferrara threat, fade into the steady beep of medical equipment. Behind me, Marco's team prepares for evacuation, their movements carrying the precise efficiency of men who've done this before. "Get him out." The command feels natural in my mouth, years of family authority rising to the surface despite my attempted escape from that life. "Use the contingency routes we discussed." "I'll handle this." Marco hesitates, his loyalty to his boss warring with tactical necessity. "Sir, the Ferraras have at least 8 men approaching." "You can't possibly." "I can." The words slip out in pure Sicilian, my American accent abandoned like the pretense of normalcy. And I will. The medical equipment's rhythmic beeping fills the silence as I move to the door. Each step carries the weight of choice, not just about tonight's violence, but about who I truly am. What I'm willing to do. Who I'm willing to become. For him. Go, I tell Marco, not looking back at Dario's still form. If I look, I might falter. I might remember all the reasons I tried to escape this life of brutality. Keep him safe. The hallway stretches empty ahead as I advance, my footsteps silent against polished floors. The private clinic's night shift has already been evacuated, another contingency plan for scenarios like this. Only the essential medical equipment is kept running, creating a baseline hum that helps me track movement through the building. A whisper of fabric against the wall. A boot scuffing tile. The Ferrara soldiers move well, but they're used to overwhelming brute force rather than subtle infiltration. I count heartbeats between their positions, mapping their approach through sound alone. The first one dies silently, my knife finding the sweet spot between ribs before he registers my presence. I ease his body to the ground, the movement smooth as silk. The training I've tried so hard to forget flows like muscle memory, each motion precise and deadly. His partner turns the corner just as I retrieve my blade. The surprise on his face lasts only a fraction of a second before my hands find his throat. Something cracks beneath my grip, highway bone or trachea, it doesn't matter. He drops without a sound. 2 down. 6 to go. Gunfire erupts from the east stairwell, Marco's team creating a diversion to cover their exit. The remaining Ferrara soldiers react exactly as expected, moving to flank what they assume is the main threat. Their adherence to tactical doctrine makes them predictable. Vulnerable. I flow through shadows like smoke, each kill cleaner than the last. One drops from a precisely thrown scalpel. Another falls to wire pulled taut around his throat. A third barely has time to register my presence before I snap his neck, quickly and quietly. The violence feels horrifyingly natural. All my careful walls, my years of pretending at being normal, crumble beneath the weight of blood and necessity. Each death strips away another layer of deception until only the truth remains. I am exactly what they made me. What I've always been. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it brings a kind of peace. Like finally stopping the exhausting charade of being something I'm not. A phone buzzes. Mine, still synced to the clinic's security feeds. Marco's message is brief, package secure. Secondary location prepped. Relief floods my system, making my next kill slightly messier than intended. Arterial spray paints the wall as the body drops, but I barely notice. Dario is safe. Everything else is just cleanup. The last 2 Ferrara soldiers prove more challenging. They're older and more experienced, and they've realized something is wrong. I find them in defensive positions near the main entrance, their weapons trained on likely approach vectors. Unfortunately for them, I was trained to be unlikely. The fight is brief but vicious. My suit jacket tears as I roll under their first volley. My knuckles split on teeth as I disarm the nearer one. Blood, mine and theirs, makes the floor slick as we grapple. They're good. Professional. Lethal. But I'm better. When it ends, I stand alone in the corridor. My clothes are ruined, my carefully maintained image shattered like the bones beneath my feet. The precise number of dead bodies doesn't matter. What matters is the message this sends: someone touched what's mine. The thought freezes me mid-step. Mine. When did I start thinking of Dario that way? When did this twisted game of hunter and prey transform into something deeper? My phone buzzes again, coordinates for the new secure facility. A private hospital on the outskirts of the city, bought with money that doesn't officially exist. I should feel disgust at how easily I've slipped back into my family's methods. Instead, I feel only certainty. I survey the scene one final time, evaluating what evidence needs to be cleaned and disposed of. The clinic's owner will handle most of it, that's what the offshore accounts are for. But certain things require a personal touch. As I work, my mind keeps returning to Dario. To the way he took those bullets with my name etched on them without hesitation. To everything of mine that he's stripped away, every truth he's forced me to face. To the realization that I can't walk away. Not now. Maybe not ever. The night stretches endless as I finish securing the scene. Dawn will bring new complications, new threats, and new choices to make. But for now, there is only the drive to the new facility. Only the need to see him, to verify with my own eyes that he's safe. Only the growing certainty that some chains, once acknowledged, become a kind of freedom. The new facility rises like a fortress from manicured grounds, its modern architecture disguising state-of-the-art security. Every window is bulletproof, every door reinforced, every sight line calculated for maximum defensive coverage. The kind of place that understands exactly what sort of patients need treatment without official records. The eastern sky glows red and gold as I approach the entrance. My borrowed clothes still carry evidence of the night's violence, but the security team's eyes slide past the stains with detached indifference. They're professional enough not to react when they scan my ID, a perfect forgery courtesy of connections I shouldn't still have. Dr. Danielle Mercer meets me in the private elevator, her expression neutral as she swipes a keycard for the secure floor. The transfer was successful, though not without complications. His blood pressure dropped during transport, and we had to. Show me. The words are sharp enough to cut. I've spent the drive here imagining every possible disaster, every way the transport could have gone wrong. She leads me through corridors that reek of antiseptic and old-world money, past doors with keypad locks and silent guards. The security measures should feel oppressive. Instead, they settle something restless in my chest. Here, at least, the Ferraras can't easily reach us. He's been in and out of consciousness. Dr. Mercer's voice drops lower as we approach Dario's room. The pain medication makes him unpredictable. He keeps asking for you. Heat floods my face at her careful tone. Of course he's been asking for me. Even half dead, Dario won't stop pushing, won't stop trying to strip away my carefully maintained composure. The private suite could pass for a luxury hotel room if not for the medical equipment lining the walls. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the sunrise, though I know the glass is thick enough to stop a .50 caliber round. The morning light catches Dario's face, turning him almost ethereal against the stark white sheets. You're doing. His voice is still rough but stronger than before. This fancy cage? Rest. I move to check his monitors, letting medical routine mask how my hands want to shake. You lost enough blood without wasting energy on conversation. His laugh carries edges of pain. Always so controlled. Even now. His fingers brush my wrist as I adjust his fore. Even after what you did at the clinic. The touch burns, even through layers of gauze and carefully maintained distance. I try to pull away, but his grip tightens with desperate strength. The Ferrara soldiers? His eyes track my face, reading truths I can't quite hide. How many? Enough. I don't elaborate. I don't tell him how naturally the violence flowed, how easily I slipped back into the killer they bred me to be. It's handled. Something dark and hungry flashes across his features. Wish I could have seen it, you finally embracing what you are. His thumb traces patterns against my pulse point. You finally stopping the endless fucking illusion. Don't. But I'm not sure what I'm protesting, his words or the way my body responds to his touch. Why not? He shifts, trying to sit up despite the pain that makes his breath catch. Why keep lying to yourself after everything that's happened? After what you did to protect? I said don't. I press him back against the pillows, gentle despite the steel in my voice. You need to heal. Need to focus on. On what? His free hand finds my collar, pulling me closer. I'm getting stronger so we can go back to our little dance. So you can pretend you don't feel this? His fingers slide to my throat, reading the chaos in my pulse. So you can keep running from what's between us? The monitors track his elevated heart rate as I try to stay composed. But he's right. I'm tired of running and denying the gravity that draws us together despite every rational argument against it. I killed them for you. The confession tears free before I can stop it. Not for tactical advantage or family politics. For you. His smile carries equal parts triumph and tenderness. I know. He tugs me closer still, until our breaths mingle in the space between us. Just like I took those bullets for you. Because you're... Don't say it. But we both know it's too late for denial. Too late for anything but the truth. Mine, he finishes, the word of benediction and a curse wrapped into one. This time, I don't pull away, and he tugs me closer until I'm perched on the edge of his hospital bed, his hand a brand against my skin. The word hangs between us, mine, carrying weight I can no longer deny. His grip on my collar loosens but doesn't release, as if he's afraid I'll bolt the moment he lets go. And maybe I would have, once. Maybe I'd have run back to my meticulously ordered world of legal briefs and moral certainty. But I'm tired of running. I sink into the chair beside his bed, letting his hand slide from my collar to my throat. The touch should feel threatening. This is Dario Greco after all, the man who's systematically destroyed every wall I've built. Instead, it feels like I'm home. Minutes stretch in comfortable silence as sunrise creeps across the room. The medical equipment's steady rhythm marks time between words neither of us quite knows how to say. His thumb traces patterns against my pulse, as if reading truth in its chaos. Why did you walk away from your family? The question comes out soft but carries steel beneath. Really? Not the bullshit about wanting a clean life or escaping violence. I should pull back and maintain the careful distance that's kept me sane these past 3 years. Instead, I find myself sinking into the chair beside his bed, letting exhaustion strip away pretense. I thought. The words catch, years of carefully maintained lies dissolving like sugar in rain. I thought if I could understand the system, I mean really understand it, I could find a way out. Not just for me, but for everyone trapped in this life. His fingers slide from my throat to my jaw, the touch gentler than I've ever felt from him. Noble of you. Fucking stupid, but noble. You don't understand. But even as I say it, I know he does. Better than anyone. The patterns, the weaknesses in how these organizations operate, if someone could expose them properly. What? The cops would suddenly grow spines? The judges would stop taking bribes? His laugh sounds hollow. The system's rotten from the ground to the sky, Raphael. That's why families like ours exist in the first place. The use of ours hits me like a physical blow. I close my eyes, fighting the weight of truth in his words. There has to be a way. Some path that doesn't end in blood and bullet casings. Maybe. His thumb traces my lower lip, the touch electric despite his weakness. But that's not why you really ran, is it? Not the whole truth. My eyes snap open to find his gaze locked on me, fever bright and knowing. Don't. Say it. His voice drops lower, intimate as a knife pressed to the spine. Tell me what really sent you running to those ivory towers. What you're actually afraid of. The words rise like bile in my throat, truth I've never admitted even to myself. I was good at it. The violence. The power. The pure fucking clarity of hurting people who deserved it. My hands clench in my lap. I didn't just understand it. I loved it. His smile carries no judgment, only recognition. Like tonight. At the clinic. Tell me you didn't feel alive taking them apart. Tell me it didn't sing in your blood. Stop. But it's a token protest at best. We both know he's right. No more stopping. His grip tightens on my jaw. No more running. No more pretending you're something you're not. His eyes hold mine, stripping away layers of my facade. You're exactly what they made you. What we both are. The difference is, I never tried to deny it. And look where that got you. I gesture at his bandaged chest, the monitors tracking his heartbeat. Shot up in a private hospital because you couldn't walk away from a fight. Because I couldn't walk away from you. The raw honesty in his voice steals my breath. Everything I've done, every game, every manipulation, every push to make you crack, it was all to make you see what I saw that first night in the library. What? The question escapes, barely above a whisper. Someone like me. Someone who understands that violence isn't just about power or family loyalty. His thumb traces my cheekbone. It's about truth. It's about stripping away all the pretty lies society tells itself and embracing what we really are. The monitors track the acceleration of his pulse as silence stretches between us. Outside, the sun climbs higher, illuminating his room. I should argue and defend my constructed worldview of law and order and legitimate paths to change. Instead, I hear myself say, I can't walk away from you either. The admission costs something vital, some last vestiges of being better than my nature. But as soon as the words leave my mouth, a weight lifts from my chest. The constant strain of maintaining masks and boundaries dissolves like mist in morning light. I know. His smile carries equal parts triumph and tenderness. You never could. Not really. That's what terrified you so badly you ran to law school. Terrified me? A bitter laugh escapes. Look what happened when I stopped running. Look what following you back into this life has cost. His hand slides into my hair, grip tightening just shy of pain. Worth it. Every bullet, every drop of blood, every burned bridge. Worth it to see you finally embrace what you are. And what am I? The question comes out low and steady, scraped from somewhere deeper than pride. Mine. His voice carries absolute conviction. Just like I'm yours. Everything else is just details. The truth of it burns through my chest, consuming the last of my resistance. I lean into his touch, letting myself feel the full weight of inevitability. Of recognition. Of belonging. Dario's hand has migrated from my throat to the nape of my neck, his fingers tangling in hair that's escaped its usual careful styling. The touch should feel possessive and threatening. Instead, it anchors me in this moment of strange peace. You need rest. I try to inject authority into the words, but they come out softer than intended. The internal damage can wait. His thumb traces my jawline, the gesture almost reverent. I've spent months watching you hide behind that perfect mask. Let me see you. Really see you. I let him guide me down until we're sharing the same breath, my body curved carefully around his injuries. This close, I can see the faint scars mapping his skin, stories written in violence and survival. My fingers drift to the newest wounds, gauze stark against his flesh. Stop thinking so hard. His voice carries equal parts amusement and command. I can hear the gears turning from here. Someone has to think. But I don't pull away as his hand slides beneath my borrowed shirt, mapping my ribs and muscle with deliberate care. About security protocols and medical logistics in. His mouth finds mine, stealing the rest of my protests. The kiss is different from our previous encounters. No violence, no power plays, just the slow exploration of new territory. I melt into it despite myself, letting him take what he's already claimed a dozen times in darker ways. Beautiful. He breathes the word against my lips. Finally letting go. Finally being honest about what you need. Heat floods my face, but I don't deny it. Can't deny it. Not after everything that's passed between us. My hands frame his face as I deepen the kiss, pouring months of suppressed one into the contact. He responds with a sound caught between pleasure and pain. The monitors spike, reminding me of his injuries, of the bullets he took that were meant for me. I try to pull back, but his grip tightens. Don't you dare. The words ghost across my skin. Don't retreat behind that careful control. Not now. You're hurt. I gesture at the medical equipment surrounding us. The doctor said. The doctor doesn't understand what this is. He runs his fingers through my hair, grip tightening just shy of pain. What we are. What we've always been. The truth of it burns in my chest as I let him pull me back down. This time when our lips meet, something deeper passes between us, understanding, recognition, and the acknowledgement of chains we've forged in blood and bullets. His free hand maps my spine as we kiss, learning territory he's already claimed through violence and need. My own fingers trace careful patterns across his skin, mindful of bandages and stitches that mark where he bled for me. Mine. The word vibrates against my mouth as he nips my lower lip. Say it. Admit what we both know. I should resist, but instead, I find myself whispering against his skin, yours. His smile carries triumph tinged with tenderness. The expression transforms his face, softening edges honed by years of calculated brutality. For a moment, I glimpse something beneath his predator's mask, something that matches the yearning building in my own chest. And you're mine. His voice is rough, scraped raw with honesty. God help us both. The monitors track the steady rhythm of our heartbeats as silence stretches between us. Outside, the sun climbs higher, but inside, his hands continue their exploration of my skin, mapping territory claimed first through violence, and now through something deeper. We'll burn for this. But I make no move to pull away as his mouth finds my throat. Both our families, all of Mount Cove, they'll try to tear us apart. His laugh rumbles against my pulse. Let them try. I didn't take these bullets just to let someone else break what's mine. I capture his mouth again, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss. His hands tangle in my hair as he responds with equal fervor, mindful of his injuries but unwilling to maintain distance. The monitors track his rising heart rate, but neither of us pays them any mind. Let the world burn. Let our families rage. Let Motkov's careful power structure crumble. Some prices are worth paying.
Chapter 18. Dario. Pain greets me as consciousness returns, a dull throb beneath expensive bandages. I reluctantly open my eyes and look around Raphael's apartment, noticing how the light is turning everything soft and unreal. Even the medical equipment beside the bed seems out of place in his carefully ordered sanctuary. Much like me, violence wrapped in thread count high enough to make angels weep. I shift against the silk sheets, testing the limits of my healing flesh. The movement sends fresh fire through my chest, but I refuse to let the grunt of pain escape. Raphael materializes from somewhere to my left, his usual perfect composure cracked by exhaustion and worry. The sight sends satisfaction curling through me despite the agony. Stop moving. His hands check monitors with practiced efficiency, the gesture betraying medical knowledge he shouldn't need. You'll tear the stitches again. I catch his wrist before he can retreat, my grip still weak but carrying promise. Worried about me, baby? Your bedside manner's improving. His pulse jumps beneath my fingers as he tries to maintain his professional distance. But I see the shadows under his eyes and the way his carefully styled hair has started to curl wayward from too many nights spent watching me breathe. He's beautiful in his dishevelment, all that precise control finally starting to fray. A quiet chime signals movement in the building's lobby. Raphael tenses, but I recognize Marco's footsteps patterned through the security feed displayed on a tablet beside the bed. My people know how to do their jobs maintaining perimeter checks while sourcing black market medical supplies. The sight of Raphael accepting these necessary evils, this return to family methods, feeds something hungry inside of me. Your uncle's people called again. He tries to pull away but I tighten my grip. They're getting closer to tracking us. Let them. The words are scratchy in my throat. Let them all come. You chose this. Chose us. Color floods his face as truth hits home. He did choose. Chose to protect me, to abandon his carefully constructed legitimate life, and to become exactly what I always knew he could be. The realization makes me want to brand him, to leave fresh bruises beside the ones already yellowing on his throat. But movement sends agony blazing through my nerve endings, reminding me of limitations I'm not used to accepting. Raphael notices. Of course he does, he notices everything, and his hand finds my face with careful gentleness. You need rest. His thumb traces my jaw, the touch carrying none of our usual violence. So do you. The admission that I notice costs something, but I'm too tired to care. These past days have stripped us both raw. Him abandoning pretense of normalcy while I bleed all over his waxed floors. His careful mask cracks further as he helps me sit up, supporting my weight while I swallow water and pills. The position brings him close enough that I catch his scent, expensive cologne barely masking exhaustion and gunpowder. He's been practicing at the range again, preparing for the inevitable moment when the Ferraras find us. They'll try again. His voice carries quiet certainty as he checks my bandages. Not just the Ferraras. Both our families, all of Montcove. They'll all try to tear us apart. I slide my hand to his nape, fingers tangling in hair that's escaped its usual perfect styling. Let them try. I didn't take these bullets just to let someone else call the shots. Not with us. His breath catches as I pull him closer, until our foreheads touch and the rest of the world fades to background noise. Outside, Moncove's morning traffic creates dancing patterns of light and shadow across his carefully neutral walls. Inside, we remain suspended in this strange peace, both acutely aware it can't last. The security system chimes again, another of Marco's team completing their security rounds. Raphael starts to pull away, ever the tactician, but I hold him still. Let our families rage. Let this whole fucking city tear itself apart trying to separate us. He's worth it. My free hand finds his throat and I press my thumb, gently this time, against his pulse. The steady rhythm grounds me as pain and morphine try to drag me under again. But I fight it, needing to feel this moment of quiet triumph as Raphael finally stops pretending he wants to be anywhere else. Sleep. His command carries that slight accent he gets when control slips. You need to heal. I smile against his skin, tasting victory and belonging in chains we've forged in blood. Stay. He does. The afternoon drags endless as I drift in and out of consciousness. Medication dulls everything until it's all a smear of formless color, but some instincts run too deep to silence completely. A car door slams 3 stories down. Footsteps echo in the stairwell despite the building's soundproofing. My body tries to respond before my mind fully registers the threat. Don't. Raphael's hand settles on my chest, keeping me still. Marco's team is handling it. I hate this. This helplessness, this forced reliance on others while my body betrays me with weakness. The security feed shows dark sedans circling the block, Valenti soldiers doing what they do best, hunting prey. Raphael watches them through narrowed eyes, all that civility stripped away by necessity. Your uncle's getting bold. My voice sounds distant, unreal. He's sending teams this deep into neutral territory. He's desperate. Raphael's fingers drum against the tablet displaying camera feeds. The Ferrara attack exposed too many weaknesses in his operation. Now he needs to reassert control. By finding us. By dragging his wayward nephew back to the fold. By eliminating the Greco complication that's disrupted his careful plans. The thought sends ice through my veins despite the fever still burning beneath my skin. A glimpse of motion draws my attention to the hallway. Raphael tenses, one hand already reaching for the weapon concealed beneath his suit jacket. 3 years of pretending haven't dulled his reflexes. If anything, they're sharper now, honed by the need to protect what's his. The door's electronic lock disengages with a soft click. Marco steps inside, his usual stone-faced expression cracked by urgency. Sir, we've got movement on the south perimeter. They've found. Gunfire erupts from the street below, the sound muffled by thick glass. Raphael moves with feline grace, checking sight lines while keeping his body between me and the windows. The position should feel suffocating and vulnerable. Instead, it settles something restless in my body. How many? I try to push upright, but fresh pain blazes through my wounds. Stay down, Raphael hisses through his teeth. You don't need to tear any more stitches. More shots ring out, closer now. Marco barks orders into his comm unit, coordinating our security team's response. But my focus narrows to Raphael, to the way tension coils through his frame, to how naturally he falls into a combat stance. All that careful conditioning forgotten in the face of immediate threat. We need to move. Marco's voice carries quiet urgency. The backup site is prepped, but we have maybe 3 minutes before. No. The word emerges as a growl as I force myself to sit up. I'm not running anymore. Not from them. Not from anyone. Raphael's hands find my shoulders and grip tight enough to bruise. This isn't about pride or territory. You can barely stand. Then help me. I catch his wrist, feeling how his pulse races beneath expensive cotton. You've spent years building walls between you and what you are. Time to use that knowledge. Show me how to disappear. Something flashes across his face, understanding or recognition or both. His fingers slide to my throat, reading chaos in my heartbeat. You trust me that much? The question hangs between us as gunfire continues below. Marco shifts impatiently by the door, but this moment matters more than tactical retreat. This is about choice, about surrender, about finally admitting what burns between us is worth any price. Yes, the admission costs nothing. Not anymore. Raphael's expression transforms, that perfect mask cracking to reveal something fierce and possessive underneath. He moves with practiced efficiency, disconnecting medical equipment while Marco clears our exit route. Each motion carries the weight of inevitability, of chains we've forged not through violence this time but through choice. Hold on to me. His arm slides beneath my shoulders, taking my weight as we stand. The position brings his mouth close to my ear as he adds, "I won't let you fall." The words carry layers of meaning neither of us are ready to face. Raphael guides me through his apartment's hidden passages, one hand keeping pressure on my wounds while the other maintains a firing grip on his weapon. Each step sends fresh agony through my chest, but his steady presence makes it bearable. Glass shatters somewhere behind us. They've breached the main entrance. Raphael's team returns fire, covering our retreat through maintenance corridors and service elevators. My vision blurs at the edges as blood seeps through fresh bandages. But I keep moving, one foot in front of the other, trusting him to get us clear. Marco's voice crackles through comms. Vehicle is ready in the loading bay. 10 seconds. Raphael's grip tightens as we emerge into underground parking. The sound of combat follows us down, growing distant as his carefully planned escape route carries us deeper. He's planned for this, I realize. All those hours studying tactical manuals and building contingencies weren't just academic exercises. 3 cars, 6 turns, and 2 driver switches later, we finally reached the safe house. Marco's team swept it an hour ago, but Raphael still insists on checking every room himself, his weapon drawn despite how his hands must ache from supporting my weight during the escape. Only when he's satisfied does he help me to the bedroom, his touch clinical as he checks my stitches for fresh bleeding. Now I sit propped against the headboard, watching him establish a security perimeter through cameras and motion sensors. He hasn't stopped moving since we arrived, his body humming with leftover adrenaline as he scans for threats. The room smells of bleach and old fear, but his presence makes it feel like a sanctuary. They're not tracking us. I try to keep the pain out of my voice. Your uncle's men lost our trail 3 districts back. They'll find us eventually. He doesn't look up from his tablet, where dots of red mark enemy positions across the city grid. They always do. The movement tears my stitches when I reach for him, but I manage to snag his sleeve. Come here. He resists for a moment, that ingrained need for control warring with baser instincts. But when I tug harder, he lets me pull him down beside me on the bed. His body runs hot despite the room's chill, tension radiating through designer fabric. Stop thinking so hard. I slide my hand to his nape, feeling how his muscles bunch under my touch. Your escape plan worked. We're clear. For now. But he leans into my grip, betraying how exhaustion pulls at him. The Valentis have connections in every hospital and every clinic. They'll figure out which supplies were stolen and trace the... I shut him up with my mouth on his. The kiss carries none of our usual violence. I'm too weak for that kind of game. Instead, I pour 3 days of watching him protect me into the contact. 3 days of seeing him throw away everything he built to keep me alive. His hands frame my face as he responds, careful of my bandages and bruises. The gentleness should feel wrong like weakness. Instead, it settles something restless in my heart. I had a plan, you know. His words ghost across my skin between kisses. Before all this, a way to expose the whole system, the corruption, the bribes, everything that keeps our families in power. I laugh against his mouth, the sound carrying more bitterness than intended. Playing reformer? That's not you, baby. Not really. No. He pulls back enough to meet my gaze. Then what am I? The question hangs between us, heavy with implications. Outside, traffic moves in familiar patterns. Inside, we remain suspended in this moment of raw honesty. You're like me. I trace the shape of his mouth, feeling how his breath catches. A killer trying to be something else. The difference is, I never pretended I could change. Color floods his face as truth hits home. His hands clench in the sheets beside my hips, betraying how control slips. I wanted to fix things? To save people? I tug him closer until our foreheads touch. Noble of you. Fucking stupid but noble. He tries to pull away, but I hold him still. 3 days of fever dreams and morphine haze have stripped me of patience for his careful lies. You chose this, I remind him, letting my grip tighten. Chose us. Everything you've done since the clinic proves what you really are. A monster. The words are rough, as if they're scraped raw with stark honesty. Mine. I catch his chin, making him meet my stare. Just like I'm yours. Stop fighting it. His resistance crumbles as I pull him down again. This kiss carries more heat, more hunger. His hands map my skin with possessive care, finding paths between bandages and bruises. When he bites my lower lip, the metallic taste of blood fills my mouth. Perfect. A phone buzzes somewhere. His or mine, it doesn't matter. We ignore it as his mouth traces fire down my throat. Let our families search. Let the whole fucking city burn while we claim territory already marked in blood and bullets. They'll find us. He breathes the words against my skin between kisses. Both our families, the Ferraras, everyone who wants us dead. I slide my fingers into his hair, grip tightening as his teeth find my pulse. Let them come. His laugh carries edges sharp enough to cut. You're insane, says the man who shot his way through his uncle's soldiers to protect me. I drag him up for another kiss, tasting copper and triumph. Face it, baby. We're both fucking crazy. This time when he kisses me, it carries no hesitation. No careful control or measured distance. Just raw need and acceptance of what burns between us. His hands brand ownership across my skin as mine mark him in return. Some truths can only be written in blood and bruises. Some chains bind tighter than family loyalty ever could. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Night presses against reinforced windows as security lights cast shadows across the safe house bedroom. The pain meds have worn off, but I ignore the fire in my chest, too caught up in watching Raphael move through his security checks. His suit jacket is gone, shirt sleeves rolled up, that perfect facade finally cracking after today's chaos. Stop staring. He doesn't turn from the monitors, but tension rides his shoulders. Get some rest. Come here instead. My voice is laced with need and medication. He hesitates, that ingrained control warring with baser instincts. But when I reach for him, he lets himself be pulled onto the bed. His body runs hot against mine, exhaustion and adrenaline making him pliant in ways he rarely allows. You should sleep. But his hands find my face, betraying how much he needs this contact. The escape took a lot out of you. Need you more. I slide my fingers into his hair, feeling how he melts into the touch. No more mask. No more careful distance. Just raw honesty as his forehead presses against mine. The kiss starts gentle, too gentle for what burns between us. I catch his lower lip between my teeth, drawing blood to remind him what we are. His response is immediate and fierce, hands tightening in my hair as he deepens the contact. Careful. But there's no real warning in my voice as he presses closer. Don't want to tear the stitches again. His laugh vibrates against my throat. Then stop moving. His fingers trace paths between bandages, finding skin that burns for his touch. Let me take care of you. The words should feel wrong. Should feel like weakness. Instead, they send electricity down my spine as he maps my body with deliberate care. His mouth follows the path of his hands, marking territory already claimed a dozen different ways. Raphael. His name comes out like a plea or a curse as he works his way lower. He pauses, lifting his head to meet my gaze. The hunger there matches my own but carries something deeper now. Something that tastes of belonging rather than possession. His lips trail down my neck, leaving a path of fire in their wake. His hands roam my body, exploring, dominating. When he reaches the waistband of my boxers, his fingers trace the line, teasing me. I squirm under his touch, my breath hitching in anticipation. Fuck, I gasp as he pulls my boxers down, his mouth finding my already hard length. His tongue swirls around the tip, his hand working in tandem with his mouth as he cups my balls and squeezes gently. I groan, my hands twisting in the sheets as he takes me deeper, his mouth warm and wet around my dick. He pulls away, his eyes meeting mine, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He flips me over, his hands gripping my ash cheeks, spreading them apart. His tongue traces a line down my crack, finding my hole. I moan, my body tensing as he runs his tongue around my hole, darting it in, teasing me. Please, I beg, my body aching for him. He chuckles, the vibration sending shivers down my spine. He pulls away briefly, and I can see his hands reaching for the nightstand, grabbing a bottle of lube. He coats his fingers, his eyes never leaving mine as he prepares me for him. His fingers probe my hole, stretching me, preparing me for his hard length. I moan, my body arching into his touch. He adds another finger, scissoring them, stretching me even more for his invasion. I groan, my body aching for him, needing him inside me for the first time. He pulls his fingers away, replacing them with his hard cock. He pushes inside me, his cock stretching and filling me. I gasp as my body adjusts to his size. He pulls out slowly, then thrusts back in, setting a rhythm that turns my breath ragged as I fight for air. I moan and my body aches for release. He reaches around, his hand finding my hard length, stroking me in time with his thrusts. Fuck. I gasp, my body tensing as my orgasm approaches. He is deep inside me, his hand working my cock, bringing me closer and closer to the edge. I moan again, my body tensing as my orgasm washes over me, my cum coating his hand. He grunts, and his thrusts become erratic as he chases his own release. He thrusts even deeper inside me, his cock pulsing as he comes, filling me with his cum. He collapses onto the bed, his body covering mine, his breath hot against my neck. Fuck, he murmurs, his voice husky. I smile, my body finally sated, my heart full. Our journey had been violent, passionate, but in the end, it had brought us together. And as light streams through the partially open blinds, I know that no matter what the future holds, we would face it together.
Chapter 19. Raphael. The Valenti estate materializes through early evening mist like something from a half-forgotten nightmare. Limestone towers and manicured grounds that once represented safety now loom with silent threat. I ease the borrowed car, one of Dario's many untraceable vehicles, to a stop just beyond the property line, giving myself one final moment before crossing a threshold that can't be uncrossed. My reflection in the rearview mirror shows a stranger, stubble darkening my jaw, shadows beneath my eyes, and a hardness that wasn't there 3 weeks ago. The expensive suit I wear feels like armor, each piece carefully selected for this confrontation. The wool carries a slight weight in the breast pocket, a micro recorder Dario insisted I take. Not that I'll need evidence of what comes next. Some conversations burn themselves into memory. The security gate sensor recognizes my approach, iron barriers parting with silent efficiency despite my weeks of absence. 3 years of playing at escape, and the family systems still know my signature, still welcome me home like the prodigal son. The irony isn't lost on me. Gravel crunches beneath tires as I navigate the circular drive. 2 black Escalades flank the main entrance, my uncle's vehicles, which means he's expecting me. Of course he is. Nothing happens in Mont Cove without Salvatore knowing, especially not a Valenti heir returning after such a public break. The mansion's windows gleam golden in fading daylight, warmth that doesn't reach the cold calculation in my chest. I've rehearsed this meeting 100 times in my mind, played out every possible scenario with the same strategic precision Uncle Salvatore taught me before I could drive. The same skills I've spent years pretending I didn't possess. I check my watch, Italian, a gift from my mother on my 21st birthday. The hour is specific, carefully chosen for when the family would be gathered but before dinner begins. Maximum impact with controlled variables. A lesson from my earliest training that I've never managed to unlearn. Security cameras track my approach to the door, their subtle movements betraying heightened alert status. The guard at the entrance, new since my departure, maintains a facade of welcome that doesn't reach his eyes. His hand remains close to the weapon hidden beneath his tailored jacket. Mr. Valenti. He inclines his head with practiced deference. They're waiting for you in the main study. Not the dining room, then. Interesting choice. The study offers fewer exits but more privacy. Uncle Salvatore's strategic thinking hasn't dulled in my absence. My footsteps echo against marble as I cross the threshold, muscle memory guiding me through hallways I could navigate blindfolded. Every painting, every antique, every carefully positioned chair remains unchanged, as if the past weeks of violence and revelation never happened. As if I haven't been irreversibly transformed by bullets and blood and Dario's arms around me. The familiar scent of lemon polish and old money fills my lungs as I approach the study. Voices drift through the partially open door, my mother's melodic cadence, my uncle's deeper rumble, and others I can't immediately identify. I pause, straightening my already immaculate tie. Not from nervousness, but from the ritual of preparation my father instilled in me before he died. Always enter important confrontations from a position of control, even when you're outnumbered. I don't bother knocking. This house, for all its locked rooms and hidden passages, never truly belonged to anyone but Salvatore. Instead, I push the door open with deliberate force, letting it swing wide enough to reveal every occupant at once. My uncle stands behind his massive desk, hands braced against polished wood like a general surveying battle plans. My mother sits in one of the leather wingbacks, her posture perfect despite the tension evident in her shoulders. Cousin Luca occupies the window seat, his usual friendly expression replaced by something more cautious. 3 security personnel hold positions near strategic points in the room: doors, windows, and the concealed wall safe. Raphael. Uncle Salvatore's voice carries the weight of authority that once commanded my unquestioning obedience. How kind of you to finally return. My mother rises, taking half a step toward me before Salvatore's subtle gesture halts her movement. Her eyes catalog my appearance, noting changes that speak volumes about where I've been and who I've been with. Salvatore. I ignore the theatrics, moving further into the room with measured steps. Mother. Luca. Each name carries identical intonation, betraying nothing of the emotional current running beneath my carefully constructed calm. You look. My mother searches for the right word, settling on, different. A bitter smile tugs at my mouth. Different. That's one way to put it. Salvatore gestures to the chair opposite his desk. Sit. We have much to discuss. I remain standing, maintaining eye contact as I position myself with clear sight lines to all exits. Not that I expect to need them, this isn't that kind of confrontation. Not yet. I appreciate the invitation, but I'll stand. The words come out smooth despite the tension coiling through my frame. This won't take long. My uncle's expression doesn't change, but something cold flickers in his eyes. You disappear for weeks after publicly defying family authority, consort with our most dangerous rival, and cost us considerable resources tracking your movements. And you think this conversation will be brief? I'm not here to explain myself. I unbutton my jacket, a casual gesture that allows easier access to the weapon I'm not carrying. Old habits. I'm here to make my position clear, one final time. Luca straightens, his usual easy manner nowhere in evidence. Raph, whatever Greco's done to convince you. This isn't about Dario. The lie slips out smooth as silk, though we all know better. This is about choice. About finally acknowledging what we all are beneath the veneer of legitimacy and family loyalty. And what is that, exactly? Salvatore's voice carries dangerous undercurrents despite his relaxed posture. I meet his gaze without flinching. Monsters wearing designer suits. Killers playing at civility while the blood never quite washes off our hands. My focus shifts to my mother, who flinches as if struck. Some of us just stopped pretending. The guards shift positions at a subtle signal from my uncle. Not threatening, not yet, but the room's energy transforms like a brewing storm. Outside, darkness has fully claimed the grounds, turning windows into perfect mirrors that reflect our tableau of power and restraint. Is that what your Greco pet has been whispering in your ear? Salvatore moves around the desk, diminishing the physical barrier between us. That we're all the same beneath our so-called pretense? That your years of education and careful distance mean nothing? Dario didn't need to tell me anything I didn't already know. My voice drops lower, intimate enough that the guards have to strain to hear. He just made me stop lying to myself about what I am. What you made me. My mother makes a small sound, a sharp intake of breath that carries decades of unspoken truths. Luca rises from his window seat, caught between family loyalty and the genuine affection we've shared since childhood. Raphael. My mother's voice carries a plea beneath its practiced control. Come home. Whatever hold Greco has over you, whatever you think you've discovered about yourself, we can fix this. Fix. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. like I'm something broken because I finally stopped denying my nature. Salvatore closes the remaining distance between us, power radiating from his frame despite his advancing age. Your nature? You mean the skills we honed, the killer we crafted because this world demands that kind of protection? His hand finds my shoulder, grip just shy of painful. That was never meant to be your prison, boy. It was meant to be your armor. I don't shrug off his touch. Instead, I let him feel how tension coils through my frame, how ready I am for whatever comes next. You don't understand. None of you do. My gaze sweeps the room, taking in each face that once represented home and safety. I'm not here to negotiate terms or beg for forgiveness. I'm here to tell you that I'm walking away. Completely. Permanently. And anyone who tries to stop me will regret it. Salvatore's grip tightens, his fingertips digging into muscle. You think it's that simple? That you can just declare independence and we'll all respect your wishes? A cold laugh escapes him. The Valenti name comes with obligations that don't disappear because you've found yourself a Greco plaything. The insult to Dario sends heat flooding my veins, but I maintain my composure by sheer force of will. My last name doesn't define me. Not anymore. Your blood defines you. Salvatore releases my shoulder, stepping back to observe my reaction. Whether you acknowledge it or not. Whether you run to academia or to our enemies' beds. You are Valenti to your bones, Raphael. For a moment, silence stretches between us. Even the guards hold their breath, sensing the precipice upon which we balance. Finally, my mother breaks the tension, rising from her seat with fluid grace. At least stay for dinner. Her voice carries carefully constructed neutrality. We can discuss this like the family we are. Family. The word tastes like ash. Is that what we're calling it now? Salvatore's eyes narrow at my tone. Careful, boy. There are lines even you shouldn't cross. I crossed those lines weeks ago. I buttoned my jacket, preparing to leave. When I chose Dario over family loyalty. When I finally admitted what burns between us is worth any price. The confession lands like a physical blow. My mother's composure cracks, revealing genuine shock beneath her careful mask. Luca curses under his breath, while the guards exchange glances heavy with meaning. Salvatore, however, reveals nothing. His expression remains carved from ice as he returns to his position behind the desk, physically removing himself from potential confrontation. The gesture speaks volumes about his tactical assessment of the situation. So that's your final word. He doesn't phrase it as a question. You choose the Greco boy over blood. Over legacy. Over everything we've built. I head for the door, each step carrying the weight of inevitability. At the threshold, I pause, allowing myself one final glance at the family I'm truly leaving behind. I choose freedom. I choose truth. I choose to stop pretending I'm something other than what I am. My hand finds the doorknob, cool metal grounding me in this moment of severance. Goodbye, Uncle. Mother. My gaze finds Luca, the cousin who's been more brother than blood relation. Take care of yourself. Then I'm moving through hallways that suddenly feel foreign, past portraits of ancestors who seem to watch my departure with silent judgment. The mansion's grand entrance looms ahead, solid oak doors that separate the world of my birth from the life I've chosen. Behind me, footsteps echo against marble, my mother, following one last time. I pause, allowing her to catch up, though I don't turn. Can't turn. The weight of finality presses against my spine like a blade. Raphael. Her voice carries none of its usual control. Please reconsider. This path you're choosing, it can only end in blood. Now I face her, taking in the woman who raised me to be both gentleman and killer. All paths in our world end in blood, mother. The difference is, I've chosen whose blood matters most to me. Understanding dawns in her eyes, followed by something close to grief. You love him. The accusation, for that's what it is, hangs between us like smoke after gunfire. I don't confirm or deny, merely incline my head in acknowledgement of a truth we both recognize. Be careful, she whispers, reaching up to straighten my already perfect tie. The gesture carries decades of care disguised as correction. Salvatore won't let this stand. He'll come for you both. Let him try. I catch her hand, holding it briefly before releasing her. I've learned more than law books at Valmont. She steps back, composure reasserting itself like armor sliding into place. Goodbye, my son. The mansion's side entrance opens as I turn to leave, spilling golden light across rain-slicked gravel. Enzo Mancini, my grandfather's right hand until his death, now my uncle's most trusted advisor, steps out, his weathered face impassive despite the tension radiating from his frame. Your uncle requests your presence in the dining room. His voice carries neither judgment nor warmth, merely the weight of decades serving family interests. The entire family has gathered. I pause, hand already reaching for the car keys in my pocket. I've said what I came to say, but it seems Salvatore has other plans for this evening. A tactical maneuver I should have anticipated but somehow missed. This isn't a request, Raphael. Enzo's eyes hold a warning I can't quite decipher. They're all waiting. Every lieutenant, every cousin, every associate with blood or marriage ties. A full council. Understanding crashes through me, sharp as broken glass. Salvatore has orchestrated this perfectly, letting me believe our confrontation in the study was the end of it, only to maneuver me into a public declaration before the entire family. A direct challenge that cannot be ignored or dismissed as a private disagreement. Clever, I murmur, more to myself than Enzo. Force my hand in front of witnesses. Enzo's expression softens slightly, the closest he comes to showing concern. You have 2 minutes to decide. After that, they'll come looking. I weigh my options as I stand motionless in the driveway. Walking away now would be easiest, a clean break, no messy public confrontation. But it would also be interpreted as weakness, as running from family obligation rather than facing it directly. And I'm done running. Lead the way. I toss the car keys into a nearby flower bed where I can retrieve them later. Let's see what performance Uncle has arranged. Enzo nods once, relief flashing briefly across his features before professional detachment reasserts itself. He guides me through side passages and servants' corridors, routes I memorized as a child, playing hide-and-seek with Luca among the mansion's many secrets. Each step carries the weight of ghosts and memories I have spent years trying to escape. The dining room doors loom ahead, solid oak panels carved with vineyard scenes that hide reinforced steel cores. Voices drift through the wood, dozens of conversations overlapping in a symphony of power and negotiation. Enzo pauses, giving me one final moment to prepare. Remember who you are, he murmurs, too low for anyone else to hear. I straighten my tie, a gesture that centers me despite its simplicity. That's precisely why I'm here. The doors swing open, and conversation dies like a caught wire. The massive dining table stretches the length of the room, every seat occupied by family members and trusted associates. Salvatore sits at the head, naturally, with my mother to his right, her face a mask of perfect control that doesn't quite hide the turmoil beneath. Luca has been positioned halfway down, deliberately distanced from the center of power. Nephew. Salvatore's voice carries to every corner despite its moderate volume. How good of you to join us. We were just discussing family matters. I move into the room, aware of every eye tracking my progress. Cousins I've avoided since childhood. Aunts who taught me how to mix poisons with my mother's herbs. Uncles who demonstrated knife techniques while other children learned to ride bicycles. The entire criminal aristocracy of the Valenti bloodline, gathered to witness my final stand. Uncle. I incline my head, the gesture carrying precisely calibrated respect, enough to acknowledge his position, not enough to suggest submission. I wasn't aware we were having a family reunion. A ripple of tension travels around the table. Salvatore's smile doesn't reach his eyes as he gestures to the empty chair directly across from him. Not a reunion. A reckoning. I remain standing, hands clasped behind my back in a posture that offers both confidence and tactical advantage. Is this really necessary? I've made my position clear. To me and to your mother. His hand sweeps the assembled group. But the family deserves to hear directly from you about your choices. About your alliance with our enemies. The accusation hangs in the air. Several of the younger cousins shift uncomfortably, while the older generation maintains perfect stillness, predators waiting for the right moment to strike. Alliance. A bitter laugh escapes before I can stop it. Is that what we're calling it? Salvatore's expression hardens. What would you call it, then? Consorting with Antonio Greco's most volatile son? Taking bullets meant for a Greco? Betraying family secrets? Aunt Elena, my mother's older sister, leans forward. We heard you killed 6 Ferrara soldiers to protect him. Her voice carries equal parts accusation and grudging respect. Is that true? 8, actually. The correction slips out before I can consider its implications. They were planning to use him against his father. I intervened. Silence descends, heavy with shock and calculation. 8 trained killers, dispatched by the family's wayward scholar. The revelation transforms how they see me, no longer the soft academic playing at legitimacy, but something more dangerous. More familiar. The boy remembers his training, remarks Uncle Paolo from the far end of the table. Even if he's forgotten his loyalties. I meet his gaze without flinching. My training never left me. Neither did my judgment. The Ferraras were using family conflicts as cover for territory expansion. I made a tactical decision. A tactical decision. Salvatore's repetition carries dangerous undertones. And was it also a tactical decision to share our security protocols with Dario Greco? To reveal safe house locations? To compromise operations we've spent decades building? Now the room's energy shifts, suspicion and outrage replacing mere disapproval. My cousin Maria, who runs our digital security, watches me with naked hostility. The accusation strikes at the heart of family survival. Betraying operational security is unforgivable, regardless of motivation. I never compromised family interests. I maintained steady eye contact with Salvatore, refusing to be drawn into defending myself to lesser players. Dario knows nothing about current operations, protocols, or assets. But he knows you. My mother's voice cuts through the tension, her words carrying a weight that silences even Salvatore. He's inside your head, your heart. That's a vulnerability none of us can afford. The naked truth of her statement lands like a physical blow. Not because she's wrong, but because she's right in ways I've only recently admitted to myself. Dario doesn't just know me, he sees me, all the way down to bones and blood and the darkness I've tried so hard to deny. Yes. The admission costs nothing now. He knows me. Better than anyone in this room ever bothered to try. Luca flinches as if struck. The rest of the family exchanges glances heavy with calculation, reassessing threats and alliances in light of this confession. Salvatore, however, reveals nothing, his expression a perfect mask of patriarchal authority. And for this, understanding, you're willing to turn your back on blood? On the family that raised you, protected you, gave you everything? He rises slowly from his chair, power radiating from his frame despite his advancing age. For a Greco? I match his stance, straightening to my full height. I turn my back on nothing. I simply choose a different path. One that acknowledges what I am without pretending it's something noble or necessary. What you are, my uncle repeats, circling the table with measured steps, is a Valenti. Whether you acknowledge it or not. Whether you run to academia or to our enemies' beds. This blood, he gestures to the family crest mounted above the fireplace, this legacy, it defines you. It shapes you. It demands loyalty above all personal desire. Blood. I taste the word like copper on my tongue. How many times have you invoked that word to justify violence? To demand obedience? To silence questions about the lives we destroy? Gasps ripple around the table. No one challenges Salvatore this directly, not even his own brothers. But I'm beyond caring about family hierarchy or the consequences of disrespect. I've already chosen a path that carries its own death sentence in their eyes. Salvatore stops his circling, now standing close enough that I catch the scent of his cologne, the same one my father wore before his assassination. You think you're the first to question? To want something different? His voice drops lower, meant for my ears though the room's acoustics carry it to every listener. Your father had similar ideas once. Similar weaknesses. The comparison to my father, rarely mentioned since his death, sends ice through my veins. Don't you dare use him against me. He believed in something beyond blind loyalty to a system built on blood and domination. And look where that got him. The words hit like bullets, precisely aimed to maximize damage. Dead before 40, leaving his son to be raised by others who understood the necessities of our world. My hands curl into fists, nails biting into palms hard enough to break skin. Control slips, that careful mask I've maintained throughout this confrontation cracking under the weight of old grief and fresh rage. Is that a threat? The question emerges in pure Sicilian, my carefully cultivated American accent abandoned in the face of primal emotion. Salvatore's smile carries no warmth. A reminder. Of the price of defiance. Of the reality waiting beyond these walls for those who forget who and what they are. The room holds its collective breath, sensing the precipice upon which we balance. Violence hangs in the air like ozone before lightning strikes, everyone present acutely aware of how quickly words can transform into blood. I know exactly what I am. My voice drops to a whisper that somehow carries to every corner. The perfect blend of violence and intellect that you spent years crafting. I step closer to Salvatore, close enough to see the faint lines around his eyes, the evidence of age's power cannot disguise. But here's what you never understood, knowing what I am doesn't mean I have to be your weapon. No, he agrees, something like genuine regret touching his features. You've chosen to be Greco's weapon instead. The accusation should sting, should make me defensive. Instead, it draws a bitter laugh that surprises even me with its rawness. You still don't understand. I'm no one's weapon anymore. Not yours. Not his. Not even my own. I turn, addressing the entire assembled family. I'm done pretending we're anything but what we are. Done justifying violence with talk of protection and necessity. Done hiding behind legal degrees and family loyalty while blood stains every dollar we touch. My gaze finds my mother, holding her eyes as I deliver the final blow. I choose to walk away. Completely. Permanently. I claim nothing from this family, no protection, no resources, no name. The declaration lands like a bomb, shock waves rippling through the assembled group. Even Salvatore seems momentarily stunned by the totality of my rejection. To walk away without claiming family protection is unheard of in our world. It's tantamount to suicide. You can't possibly survive out there alone. Aunt Elena's voice carries genuine concern beneath her sharp tone. Not with what you know. Not with what you are. I never said I'd be alone. The implication hangs in the air, undeniable and damning. Salvatore recovers quickly, his mask reasserting itself as he returns to the head of the table. So that's your final word. I maintain eye contact, refusing to be cowed by the collective judgment burning in their gazes. I choose freedom from lies. I choose honesty about what we are and what we do. My voice remains steady despite the emotion building in my chest. And yes, I choose Dario, not because he's different from us, but because he never pretended to be. Luke arises suddenly, the screech of his chair against marble breaking the room's terrible silence. This is madness, Raph. He'll destroy you. That's what Grecos do, they consume everything they touch. Perhaps. I acknowledge the possibility with a small nod. But at least it will be an honest destruction. Not the slow death of pretending to be something I'm not. My words land like physical blows. Several family members shift uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact. They recognize the truth in what I'm saying, even if they'd never admit it aloud. We've all made compromises with darkness, justified violence with necessity, buried better instincts beneath family obligation. Salvatore signals to the guards positioned near the doors. Not to detain me, we're well past that point, but to prepare for my departure. One last gesture of control in a situation rapidly spinning beyond his grasp. You understand what this means. It's not a question. Once you walk out that door, you are no longer under family protection. No resources. No connections. No sanctuary if things go wrong with your arrangement. I understand perfectly. I straighten my posture. And I accept those terms. My mother makes a small sound, not quite a gasp, not quite a sob. Her composure, legendary among family associates, fractures briefly before she rebuilds it through sheer force of will. This is a mistake, Raphael. Maybe. I allow myself to truly look at her, to see beyond the mask to the woman who raised me with equal parts love and calculation. But it's my mistake to make. I turn to leave, each step carrying the weight of finality. The collected family watches in silence as I approach the doors, no one moving to stop me. They've made their declarations, I've made mine. What comes next will be decided not by words but by action. At the threshold, I pause. Not from hesitation, but from a sense of completion. One chapter ending, another beginning. I don't look back as I deliver my parting words. Goodbye. All of you. Then I'm moving through corridors that suddenly feel foreign and too small for me until I finally walk out the doors. Outside, rain continues to fall, soaking into my suit as I retrieve the car keys from their hiding place. Water drips from my hair as I slide behind the wheel, but I make no move to start the engine immediately. Instead, I take one moment, just one, to absorb the magnitude of what I've done. A clean break. A total severance. Freedom purchased at the highest possible price. The estate's gates part silently as I approach, sensors still recognizing the vehicle if not the man I've become. Beyond them stretches a world of uncertainty and threat, but also possibility. A life without pretense, without the constant strain of maintaining dual identities. I don't look back as the gates close behind me, cutting off the view of my childhood home. There's nothing there for me anymore. Nothing but ghosts and old loyalties that no longer command my allegiance. Whatever comes next, I've made my choice. And God help anyone who tries to make me regret it. I've barely reached the end of the estate's long driveway when my phone erupts with notifications. Messages flood the screen, cousins, associates, even distant relatives I've barely spoken to in years, all suddenly desperate to make contact. I silence the device without reading a single word. Whatever attempts at persuasion or threat they've crafted can wait until I'm safely away from Valenti territory. The rain intensifies, fat drops hammering against the windshield as I navigate familiar roads. Muscle memory guides my hands on the wheel while my mind races ahead, calculating threats and countermeasures with the strategic precision Salvatore himself instilled in me. The irony doesn't escape me, using skills he taught to escape the life he designed. I'm 3 miles from the estate when headlights appear in my rearview mirror. 2 sets, moving in tactical formation, one directly behind, one maintaining parallel position in the adjacent lane. The pattern is unmistakable, one I've observed in countless family operations. Intercept and isolate. The dance of predators closing in on prey. Predictable, I murmur, though tension coils through my frame. I assess options with cold efficiency, defensible positions, alternate routes, potential weapons within reach. The car Dario provided carries a Glock secured beneath the driver's seat, but accessing it while driving at speed presents its own challenges. My phone vibrates again, not a message this time but an incoming call from Luca. I consider ignoring it, but tactical necessity overrides emotional distance. Information is currency in this world, even from sources I've just rejected. You have 30 seconds. I keep my voice neutral as I answer, eyes never leaving the vehicles in my mirror. They're coming for you. Luca's words tumble out, urgent and stripped of his usual easy charm. Salvatore ordered immediate retrieval. Any means necessary. Ice slides through my veins despite the controlled heat of anger building in my chest. Define any means. Alive if possible. Contained if necessary. The euphemisms are familiar, a family code for escalating levels of acceptable violence. Contain means injured but breathing. It means broken bones and blood loss calculated to incapacitate without killing. Who's leading the team? I press the accelerator harder, putting distance between myself and the trailing vehicles, though I know the reprieve is temporary. Vittorio. My uncle's most efficient enforcer. The name alone tells me everything I need to know about Salvatore's intent. Vittorio doesn't do gentle retrievals or family counseling. His specialty is making examples of those who cross established boundaries. Raphael. Luca's voice drops lower, genuine fear bleeding through his practiced calm. This isn't a negotiation anymore. After you left, things escalated. Salvatore got a call. Something about the Ferrara situation and Dario's involvement. He's convinced you've compromised our position in the three-family truce. That's ridiculous. But even as I say it, uncertainty creeps in. Dario hasn't been forthcoming about his plans regarding the Ferrara conflict, maintaining operational security even with me. The Ferraras moved against both our families. Dario was shot protecting. It doesn't matter what actually happened. Luca cuts me off, frustration evident despite the poor connection. What matters is what Salvatore believes. And right now, he believes you're either a traitor or compromised beyond salvation. The trailing vehicles gain ground, their high beams now illuminating my car's interior. I take a sharp right onto a narrow access road, using local knowledge to seek temporary advantage. Rain-slick asphalt makes the turn dangerous at this speed, but I complete it with calculated precision. I appreciate the warning. I scan the road ahead, mapping potential choke points and escape routes. But I need to go. Wait. Luca's voice takes on an urgency I've rarely heard from my usually collected cousin. There's a complication. After you left, Enzo approached Salvatore with concerns about security at your apartment. They're sending a secondary team to secure anything that might connect back to family operations. I have nothing at my apartment that, understanding hits like a physical blow. When? They're probably already there. Regret colors his tone. I'm sorry, Raph. I tried to delay them, but... I end the call, cold calculation replacing momentary panic. The apartment holds nothing of tactical value to the family. I've been careful about that, but it does contain something infinitely more precious. Someone infinitely more vulnerable. Dario. Still healing from gunshot wounds that should have killed him. Still weak from blood loss and confined to bed rest under doctor's orders. A predator temporarily caged by his own broken body. My hands tighten on the steering wheel as I assess options. The trailing vehicles have reappeared, joined now by a third that must have been held in reserve. Vittorio is nothing if not thorough in his pursuit strategies. I can't outrun them forever, not in a straight chase. Which means the rules need to change. I grab my phone, dialing Enzo's personal number, the one not issued by family security. He answers on the first ring, voice clipped with professional detachment. You shouldn't be calling this line. Listen closely. I cut through formalities, each word razor-sharp with urgency. There's a medical facility on 49th and Hargrove. Owned by the Nardi family. Password is Penitent Sunrise. Enzo's silence speaks volumes. He recognizes what I'm offering, the location of Dario Greco, vulnerable and contained. Information worth its weight in blood. Why tell me this? Suspicion colors his tone. Years of service to my family have taught him to question unexpected gifts. Because I need you to make a choice. I navigate a sharp curve, momentarily losing my pursuers. Salvatore sent a team to my apartment. If they find what's there, this conflict escalates beyond repair. Beyond blood price. You're asking me to. I'm asking you to prevent a war. I cut him off, voice hard with certainty. Salvatore thinks he's retrieving a wayward nephew. He doesn't understand what he's actually walking into. The rain hammers harder, visibility dropping to near zero. Behind me, headlights reappear, more determined than before. Enzo's breathing is the only sound for long seconds. You chose this path. His words carry the weight of decades serving my family. You chose the Greco boy over blood loyalty. Yes. No point denying it now. And I'd do it again. But this isn't about loyalty anymore. It's about preventing slaughter on all sides. Thunder rolls overhead, punctuating my words with nature's percussion. I can almost see Enzo weighing options, calculating outcomes with the precision that's made him invaluable to 3 generations of Valenti leadership. 49th and Hargrove. He repeats the address, committing it to memory. If I do this, you'll have enough leverage to negotiate terms. I finish his thought, understanding how his mind works. Salvatore gets what he wants, Dario Greco contained, without risking an all-out war with Antonio's operation. My rearview mirror fills with light as Vittorio's team closes in. Time is running out. Enzo's decision hangs in the balance, teetering between family obligation and calculated risk management. Make the call. I press harder, voice dropping to steel-edged certainty. Or prepare to bury more Valentis than you can count. Starting with me. His exhale carries the weight of choice. I need 10 minutes. You have 5. I end the call, tossing the phone onto the passenger seat. The diversion is set. Now for the hard part. I swing the car into a narrow service road that cuts between industrial complexes. Years of childhood exploration with Luca taught me every hidden path in Valenti territory. This particular route leads to an abandoned shipping facility that once served as a family distribution center. Concrete and steel walls, multiple exits, and architecture that favors defenders over attackers. Perfect for what comes next. The pursuing vehicles hesitate at the turn, momentarily uncertain of my strategy. I use the hesitation to gain distance, pushing the car to its limits as I navigate potholes and debris. The facility looms ahead, its darkened silhouette a familiar shadow against the storm-lashed sky. I screech to a halt inside the main loading bay, positioning the car to block the primary entrance. The Glock slides smoothly into my hand as I exit the vehicle, the weight familiar despite years of pretending I'd forgotten how to hold such weapons. I move with the practiced efficiency Salvatore himself instilled in me, seeking higher ground as headlights illuminate the bay's entrance. 3 vehicles. At least 6 men, all armed and trained in Valenti retrieval protocols. Led by Vittorio, whose reputation for effective violence is matched only by his loyalty to Salvatore's orders. The odds aren't good, but they don't need to be. I don't need to win. I only need to delay. 5 minutes. That's all Enzo needs to redirect the team approaching my apartment. 5 minutes to keep Vittorio's attention focused entirely on me, rather than coordinating with other family operations. 5 minutes to ensure Dario's safety, even if it costs me everything. Come on men, I whisper as the first shadows detach from vehicles, weapons drawn as they approach my position. Let's see if Uncle's training stuck. The first shot rings out, echoing against concrete walls like a death knell. Not aimed to kill, but to establish boundaries. To communicate that this won't be a simple retrieval. Return fire comes immediately, disciplined and controlled. They're good. Professional. Lethal in their efficiency. But I have something they don't, absolute certainty in my purpose. Bullets chip concrete near my position as I move laterally, drawing their attention away from potential secondary exits. Vittorio's voice carries through the cacophony of gunfire and rain, ordering containment rather than elimination. Salvatore wants me alive, then. Small comfort as rounds trace patterns closer to my position. I return fire, aiming to wound rather than kill. These are still family soldiers, men who've served loyally without questioning the morality of their orders. The distinction matters less to them, judging by how close their shots come to critical targets. A bullet grazes my arm, tearing fabric and flesh in a white-hot line of pain. I ignore it, using the injury to fuel focus rather than panic. Blood soaks into my clothes as I shift position again, drawing them deeper into the building. 4 minutes now. Almost there. Vittorio himself appears at the edge of my vision, moving with the lethal grace that's earned him his reputation. He signals to his team, coordinating their approach with practiced precision. I catch the gesture for non-lethal if possible as they close in from multiple angles. Raphael. His voice carries through the cavernous space, controlled and reasonable. This doesn't need to end badly. Your uncle just wants to talk. A bitter laugh escapes before I can suppress it. With restraints and interrogation drugs? That depends entirely on your cooperation. No pretense of denial, at least. Vittorio has always been direct in his methods. Come involuntarily, and I guarantee minimal discomfort. 3 minutes. Keep him talking. And Dario Greco? I shift again, maintaining cover while assessing potential escape routes. What are Salvatore's plans for him? A short pause tells me everything I need to know. Vittorio weighs his words carefully, aware that the wrong response could escalate this confrontation beyond retrieval to elimination. That's between your uncle and Antonio Greco. Diplomatic, but telling. Family business. That's what I thought. I squeeze off 2 more rounds, forcing his team to retreat to cover. Tell Salvatore I meant what I said. I'm done with family obligations. Philosophical differences can be discussed back at the estate. Vittorio signals his team to circle around, attempting to flank my position. Preferably without additional bloodshed. 2 minutes. Almost there. There's nothing to discuss. I edge toward a secondary exit, one partially concealed by stacked shipping pallets. I've made my choice. Salvatore needs to accept that. The boy has clearly compromised your judgment. Vittorio's voice hardens, professional detachment giving way to genuine concern. Whatever hold Greco has on you, we can break it. Get you the help you need. His misunderstanding would be comical if it weren't so dangerous. He sees this as manipulation, as Dario exploiting weakness rather than recognizing shared strength. The Valenti mindset in its purest form, loyalty to blood supersedes all personal desire or independent thought. 1 minute. Just a little longer. This isn't about Dario's hold on me. I move again, drawing their attention away from my actual escape route. It's about finally being honest about what I am. What we all are. Vittorio's side carries decades of family service. Then you leave us no choice. He signals his team, the gesture carrying unmistakable meaning, take him down. Their approach shifts from containment to active suppression. The next volley of fire comes dangerously close to lethal intent, forcing me to abandon my position for more cover. A bullet catches my leg, the impact like a hammer blow against my thigh. Not arterial, but deep enough to compromise mobility. I grit my teeth against the pain. Time's up. Enzo has either succeeded or failed. I can't delay any longer. The secondary exit beckons, a narrow drainage tunnel that leads to the harbor. Designed for emergency evacuation when this facility still processed family merchandise. Tight quarters in pitch darkness, but it's my only viable option now. I fire the remaining rounds in a suppressive pattern, buying precious seconds as I drag myself toward the hidden entrance. Vittorio shouts orders, realizing too late what I'm attempting. His team converges on my position with ruthless efficiency, but they're seconds too slow. The tunnel swallows me into darkness as bullets chip concrete at the entrance. Water soaks through my clothes, cold enough to numb the fire in my leg as I crawl forward on hands and knees. Behind me, Vittorio's curses fade as distance and concrete muffle sound. My phone vibrates in my pocket, a text, not a call. I pause, risking precious seconds to check the message. From Enzo, just 3 words. Package secure. Redirected. Relief floods through me, stronger than the pain of my injuries. Dario is safe. The team sent to my apartment has been diverted to the false location I provided. For now, at least, we've avoided the worst possible outcome. I continue forward, each movement sending fresh agony through my wounded leg. The tunnel stretches endless in the darkness, but I keep moving, driven by purpose stronger than pain. Behind me, sounds of pursuit grow more distant. Vittorio isn't built for tunnel crawling, and the narrowing passage makes it impossible to send his entire team after me. Eventually, light appears ahead, dim and watery, but unmistakable. The tunnel's exit emerges near the harbor's edge, well away from the main shipping lanes. Rain still falls, the drops now indistinguishable from the dirty water soaking my clothes. I drag myself onto rain-slicked rocks, blood mixing with water as I assess my surroundings. 3 blocks west, a safe house Dario established when he first began his pursuit of me. Stocked with medical supplies, weapons, and emergency funds. If I can reach it without leaving a blood trail for Vittorio to follow. My phone buzzes again. Dario this time, his message characteristically direct. "Where are you?" "Apartment compromised." So Enzo told him about the threat but not about my diversion. Interesting. I text back coordinates that make no sense to anyone without the cipher we established, another safe house, this one unknown to either of our families. A true neutral ground where we can regroup. Then I force myself to my feet, ignoring how the world tilts sideways with pain and blood loss. Each step carries the weight of choice made and consequences accepted. The Valenti name and all its protection now stands against me rather than behind me. Every resource, every connection, every advantage I once took for granted now represents a potential threat. But as I limp toward safety, thoughts of Dario waiting at our rendezvous point drive me forward. The pain matters less than the purpose. The blood loss matters less than the bond we've forged in violence and need in recognition. I've made my choice. Chosen him over family, over legacy, over safety and certainty. If that choice costs my life, so be it. Some prices are worth paying. Moscow's skyline lights up as I limp the final block to our rendezvous point. Blood loss and exhaustion have turned the journey into an endless nightmare, each step a deliberate act of will against my body's demands for surrender. The makeshift bandage I fashioned from my ruined shirt has long since soaked through, leaving a trail I can only hope the rain has washed away. The safe house rises like a fortress from between abandoned warehouses, a nondescript building with boarded windows and faded brick that conceals state-of-the-art security beneath its dilapidated exterior. Dario acquired it years ago through shell companies untraceable to either of our families. One of many contingencies he established while I was still pretending to live a different life than the one I was born into. Pain shoots through my injured leg as I approach the entrance, the bullet wound sending shockwaves of agony with each step. The hidden camera above the door tracks my movement, its subtle adjustment the only indication that I'm being watched. I make no effort to conceal my face, knowing Dario's security protocols by heart. 3 knocks, pause, 2 more. The door opens before I can complete the sequence, and Enzo's shadow fills the entrance. "You look like shit," he observes, his usual professionalism cracked by genuine concern as he takes in my blood-soaked appearance. I push past him, scanning the dimly lit interior for the only person who matters. Where is he? Secure. Marco helps support my weight as he closes and locks the door behind us. Your diversion worked. Salvatore's team is still at the clinic on 49th, negotiating with ghosts. Relief floods through me, stronger than the pain or blood loss. And the team at my apartment? Redirected, as promised. Marco guides me toward a back room where first aid supplies await. Though they'll figure out the deception soon enough, if they haven't already. Vittorio may be a blunt instrument, but he's not stupid. I sink onto a metal chair, finally allowing my body to acknowledge the extent of its injuries. The bullet in my thigh has gone clean through, small mercies, but the blood loss is substantial. Enzo works with practiced efficiency, cutting away ruined fabric to access the wound. Why are you here? I ask through gritted teeth as he begins cleaning the injury. Why help us at all? His hands pause briefly before resuming their work. Your uncle has lost perspective. The vendetta against Greco was tactical. This. He gestures to my wounded state. This is personal. Emotional. It risks everything the family has built over 3 generations. You didn't answer my question. I hiss as antiseptic burns through ravaged flesh. Marco's eyes meet mine, decades of service to my family reflected in their depths. I served your father before Salvatore. I watched you grow up. I taught you to shoot when you were barely tall enough to hold a pistol. His focus returns to the wound as he prepares to suture. Call it a debt to the past. Or insurance for the future. Understanding dawns despite pain-induced fog. Enzo is playing both sides, maintaining loyalty to family interests while establishing connection to whatever power structure emerges from this conflict. A practical choice, though not without risk. If Salvatore discovers his role in tonight's events, Enzo's service record won't protect him from retribution. Dario? I press through waves of pain as Marco begins stitching the wound. Second floor. Resting. His hands move with surgical precision, closing torn flesh with neat, even sutures. Your warning reached him in time. His security team extracted him minutes before Vittorio's men arrived. Relief washes through me again, temporarily dulling the fire in my leg. Dario is safe. For now, at least, we've avoided the worst possible outcome. The apartment? I grit my teeth against a particularly painful suture. Compromised. Everything in it is considered evidence now. Enzo bandages the freshly closed wound with practiced efficiency. Salvatore has launched a full investigation. Bank records, phone logs, digital footprint, everything connected to you is being scrutinized for links to Greco operations. He won't find any. The certainty in my voice draws Enzo's attention. I was careful. A grim smile touches his lips. Even so. Your uncle is determined to prove you've been compromised. That the Greco boy manipulated you into betraying family interests. He secures the bandage with medical tape, his movements betraying nothing of his thoughts. It's easier for him to believe that than to accept you chose this path freely. Of course it is. Bitterness coats my words. The alternative threatens everything he's built. Everything he believes about blood loyalty and family obligation. Enzo rises, gathering bloodied gauze and packaging it for proper disposal. No DNA evidence, no trace left behind. Old habits. You should rest. You've lost a lot of blood. I need to see Dario first. I push myself upright, ignoring how the room spins momentarily. He's sleeping. Doctor's orders. Enzo's tone brooks no argument. You're both safer if at least one of you is functional. Sleep now. Plan your next move when you're stronger. Logic overrides emotional need. I allow Enzo to help me to a cot against the far wall, my body practically collapsing as it meets the horizontal surface. Exhaustion pulls at the edges of my consciousness, drawing me toward darkness that promises temporary respite from pain and consequence. Why did you really come back? Enzo asks quietly, his voice already fading as sleep claims me. After everything you built at Valmont, why throw it all away for him? The question follows me into dreams of blood and bullets and Dario's arms around me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I wake to the sensation of being watched. Daylight streams through cracks in boarded windows, turning dust motes to dancing stars. My body aches with memories of last night's escape, but the sharp edge of pain has dulled to a manageable throb. Medication, probably administered while I slept. Dario sits in a chair beside my cot, his posture betraying lingering weakness beneath careful stillness. His eyes track my every movement as I push myself to a sitting position, cataloging injuries and assessing recovery with predatory focus. You're an idiot, he says without preamble, voice rough with emotion he tries to disguise as anger. Taking on Vittorio's team alone. With a standard issue Glock and no backup, no less. Good morning to you too. I manage a weak smile despite the fire reigniting in my thigh. How are your stitches? Better than yours. He leans forward, elbows braced on knees as he studies my bandaged leg. Enzo says the bullet missed the femoral artery by less than an inch. Pure dumb luck. Or skill. I counter, matching his directness. I know how to take a controlled injury. His laugh holds sharp edges, but also a note of genuine warmth beneath. Of course you do. Perfect Valenti training. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining with surprising gentleness. Why did you go back there? After everything your uncle did. The question pulls at still raw emotions, at choices made and consequences accepted. I let myself truly look at him, at the man who's systematically dismantled every wall I've built. Who's forced me to acknowledge the darkness living in my blood. I needed to make a clean break. My thumb traces patterns against his palm, each point of contact grounding me in the present. To face them directly and declare my choice. No ambiguity, no room for misinterpretation. And no going back. He finishes the thought, understanding darkening his gaze. You burned that bridge completely. I did. The admission carries neither regret nor triumph, merely acknowledgement of truth. Salvatore sent retrieval teams. Vittorio himself led the pursuit. Dario's grip tightens, his usual calculated control slipping to reveal something fiercer beneath. Are they still looking? Of course. I gesture toward my wounded leg. I embarrassed them and escaped despite numerical superiority and tactical advantage. Uncle won't let that stand. His free hand brushes hair from my forehead, the touch gentler than anyone would expect from Dario Greco. We need to move. This safe house won't stay secure forever. Not with both families hunting us. Both? The question emerges sharper than intended. Dario's expression shifts, calculation replacing concern. My father isn't pleased about my investment in you. Or the Ferrara conflict that resulted in my injuries. Understanding dawns, heavy with implications. He thinks I'm compromising your judgment. That I've turned you against family interests. I can't help the bitter laugh that escapes. Mirror image of Salvatore's accusations against me. Patriarchs think alike. His mouth twists in something not quite a smile. Loyalty to blood above all personal desire. Control disguised as protection. And now we've rejected both. The magnitude of our decision settles like lead in my stomach. Every resource, every connection, every advantage either of us once possessed, gone. Or actively turned against us. Dario raises my hand to his lips, the gesture carrying none of his usual mockery. Not everything. Not everyone. His eyes hold mine, stripped of calculation to reveal raw truth beneath. We still have each other. We still have what burns between us. The words settle something restless in my chest, a truth I've been fighting since that first night in the library. Whatever this is between us, obsession or recognition or something darker still, it's worth the price we've paid. Worth the blood and bullets and burned bridges. What now? I ask, the question encompassing everything left unspoken between us. Dario's smile carries sharp edges, but genuine warmth beneath. Now we stop running. Stop pretending we're something other than what we are. And what are we, exactly? The question emerges quiet but steady, scraping from somewhere deeper than pride. Survivors. He brushes his thumb across my knuckles, the touch electric despite its gentleness. Killers. His voice drops lower, intimate as a blade between ribs. Mine and yours. Matched in blood and violence and everything neither of our families could understand. The simple truth of it burns through my chest, consuming the last of my resistance. I lean into his touch, letting myself feel the full weight of inevitability. Of belonging. Of chains forged not through obligation but through choice. They'll never stop hunting us. My practical nature reasserts itself despite the warmth spreading through my veins. Both our families, the Ferraras, everyone who wants us dead or controlled. Let them try. His confidence is absolute, bones-deep certainty that would seem arrogant from anyone else. Let them waste resources and time while we build something new. Something they can't touch or corrupt. Something permanent. I find myself thinking aloud, my strategic mind already mapping possibilities. Outside traditional territories, beyond established power structures. Dario's expression sharpens with interest. You have something specific in mind? I nod, years of legal expertise and family knowledge coalescing into coherent strategy. The Martinez case I was researching. Not just abstract study, but practical application. I mapped weaknesses in family-structured criminal enterprises, vulnerabilities in how power transfers between generations, leverage points. He follows my thought process immediately, that brilliant strategic mind-catching fire with possibilities. Pressure valves where legitimate and illegitimate interests intersect. Exactly. For the first time since waking, genuine excitement displaces pain and uncertainty. We have knowledge both our families would kill to suppress. Names, dates, operational details for 3 generations of organized crime. Not enough to destroy everything, but enough to carve out neutral territory. Dario completes the thought, his grip tightening with approval. Space we can claim without direct confrontation. Space we can defend. I clarify, unwilling to understate the challenge ahead. With information as our primary weapon, backed by whatever conventional resources we can secure. His smile spreads, slow and dangerous and achingly beautiful. I knew there was a reason I wanted you. That strategic mind wrapped in Zegna suits and academic pretense. He leans closer, breath ghosting across my lips. Beautiful and lethal and finally embracing what you are. Heat floods my face, but I don't pull away as his hand finds my jaw. What we both are. Mine and yours. The words carry absolute conviction as his mouth claims mine. The kiss is different from our previous encounters, no violence or power struggle, just the slow exploration of new territory. I melt into it despite myself, letting him take what he's already claimed a dozen times in darker ways. There's a gentleness to his touch I never would have expected, a tenderness at odds with everything I thought I knew about Dario Greco. His hand cradles my face as he pulls back, just enough to rest his forehead against mine. We should get moving soon. This place won't stay secure for long. I know. My fingers trace the outline of bandages beneath his shirt, evidence of bullets he took protecting me. Where will we go? Both families will have eyes at borders, airports, train stations. His smile turns sharp, predatory. I have contingencies in place. Safe routes, clean identities, vehicles with no paper trail. He brushes hair from my face, the gesture oddly intimate. The benefits of planning this particular obsession for months. I can't help the small laugh that escapes. You really did orchestrate all of this from the beginning, didn't you? From that first night in the library to now. Not this exactly. Something unreadable flashes across his features. I wanted to break you down, to force you to acknowledge what you are. To make you stop pretending at normalcy. His thumb traces my lower lip, touch featherlight. I didn't expect to become so invested in the outcome. The admission costs him something, I can tell by the slight tension in his jaw. Dario Greco doesn't admit vulnerability easily. Neither do I, for that matter. But something has shifted between us, transformed our collision course into something else entirely. Invested. I echo the word, testing its weight. That's what we're calling it. His eyes meet mine, all calculation stripped away to reveal raw honesty. What would you call it? The question hangs between us, heavy with implications I'm not quite ready to voice. Instead, I press my palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat strong and steady beneath my touch. A choice, I finally say, the words carrying more weight than their simplicity suggests. My choice. Not made under duress or manipulation, but with eyes wide open to exactly what I'm getting. His smile softens slightly, something almost vulnerable passing across his features before his usual mask reasserts itself. Good enough. For now. Footsteps approach from the hallway, Enzo, judging by the cadence. Dario shifts back slightly but doesn't release my hand, maintaining connection even as the door swings open. Transport's ready. Enzo's eyes flick between us, noting our proximity without comment. We have a 3-hour window before the next security sweep catches the route. Dario nods, all business now as he helps me to my feet. Your leg? Functional. I test my weight against it, ignoring the fire that shoots through damaged tissues. I'll manage. You'll do better than manage. He slides his arm around my waist, taking some of the burden without making it obvious. We have too far to go for heroics. Enzo hands me a small duffel bag containing fresh clothes and basic necessities. Everything we own now fits in 2 bags and whatever we can carry on our persons. A stark reminder of everything we've left behind. I've arranged a meeting with Torres and Darian. Marco's voice drops lower, meant for my ears alone as Dario checks the hallway. He still owes your father. He'll provide what you need to make it out of the country. I squeeze his arm in silent thanks. Enzo has just committed fully to our side, providing connection to my father's old network. If Salvatore discovers this betrayal, Enzo won't survive the week. Be careful, I tell him, the warning encompassing everything left unsaid between us. His smile carries decades of service to violent men. Always am. Now go. Build something better than what you're leaving behind. Dario returns, his expression betraying nothing of his thoughts as he takes in our exchange. Time to move. The safe house falls away behind us as we slip through side streets and maintenance corridors, following the exit route Enzo arranged. Each step carries us further from the lives we've abandoned, from family obligations and blood loyalty and all the chains disguised as protection. Rain begins to fall again as we reach the nondescript sedan waiting in an alley 3 blocks away. The driver, one of Dario's people, judging by his deliberate lack of eye contact, hands over keys without a word before melting into the shadows. Where to? I ask as Dario helps me into the passenger seat. His smile carries edges sharp enough to cut. Away. For now. He slides behind the wheel, the engine purring to life beneath his touch. Then anywhere we want. We're not running anymore, remember? The city blurs past as we navigate toward the outskirts, toward temporary safety that will buy us time to implement longer-term strategies. I watch familiar landmarks fade in the rearview mirror, the skyline of Mont Cove growing smaller with each passing mile. No regrets? Dario asks, his eyes never leaving the road ahead. I look at him, really look at him. None. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. You? His hand finds mine across the console, fingers intertwining with possessive surety. Only that I didn't find you sooner. The words settle something restless in my chest as the last of Motkov's outline disappears behind us. We drive toward an uncertain future, both our families hunting us, violence and danger waiting at every turn. But for the first time in years, perhaps ever, I feel something close to peace. I've stepped off the edge and into free fall, with no guarantee of safe landing. But I'm falling with Dario beside me, his hand steady in mine as we leave the wreckage of our old lives behind. Whatever comes next, I've made my choice. And I'd make it again, 1,000 times over.
Chapter 20. Dario. The villa's stone walls catch the afternoon sunlight, warming beneath my touch as I trace old mason's marks along the facade. This place isn't like the Greco family compounds with their ostentatious displays of wealth and armed guards at every corner. No, this sanctuary carries age and quiet certainty in its bones. A fortress disguised as a coastal retreat. I test the new security system with methodical precision, each sensor responding perfectly to simulated breaches. The setup is elegant in its simplicity. Motion detectors hidden in ancient olive trees, pressure plates beneath imported gravel, and infrared beams crossing every possible approach. Anyone getting within 100 yards will trigger at least 3 overlapping alerts. Overkill? Raphael asks from the terrace doorway, his frame silhouetted against warm interior light. 2 months of healing have erased the worst of his injuries, though he still favors his right leg after extended walks. Necessary precaution. I join him on the wide stone terrace that overlooks the Mediterranean. Salt hangs heavy in the air, mixing with the heady fragrance of night-blooming jasmine climbing along ancient trellises. Your uncle hasn't stopped looking. Neither has my father. Raphael doesn't flinch at the mention of family anymore. Progress, considering how deeply the Valenti roots ran through his identity. He hands me a glass of something amber that catches the sunset's glow, his fingers brushing mine in deliberate contact. Torres confirmed 3 attempts to breach his network last week. They're still trying to track our path out of Mont Cove. I sip the whiskey, expensive from the collection we acquired with the villa, and savor the burn. Let them waste resources. Every false lead we've planted just confuses their efforts more. The Mediterranean stretches beyond our cliffside perch, endless blue melting into a horizon painted in shades of fire. Fishing boats dot the water, tiny pinpricks of light beginning to flicker as twilight approaches. Below us, waves crash against limestone in rhythms older than family feuds or blood oaths. I never thought I'd have this. Raphael's voice drops lower, a rare vulnerability in his tone that might be imperceptible to anyone who doesn't know him as I do. Something that belongs just to us. Not family legacy or inherited territory. My hand finds the small of his back, feeling heat through Italian linen. It's different when you build it yourself. The property transfers were complicated. Shell companies within shell companies, ownership records buried beneath layers of digital protection. This villa exists in a kind of legal limbo, visible on no registry connected to either Greco or Valenti interests. It's ours in ways nothing else has ever been. Come. I guide him inside as darkness claims the horizon. Security's confirmed. The rest can wait until morning. The interior blends old-world craftsmanship with modern necessity. Limestone floors cool beneath bare feet. Vaulted ceilings carry whispers across open space. Hidden panels conceal weapons caches and emergency supplies, because some habits die harder than others. Despite the villa's age, we've ensured nothing inside could be classified as antiquated, not the security, not the amenities, and certainly not the defenses. Raphael moves through our new home with that dangerous grace he tried so hard to disguise in his former life. Law books still line some shelves, but they're interspersed now with tactical manuals and intelligence assessments. His fingers trail across leather-bound volumes, the gesture almost wistful. Do you miss it? I find myself asking. The academic world. The illusion of normalcy. His laugh carries no bitterness, just honest recognition. Sometimes I miss the simplicity of pretending I could be something other than what I am. He turns, catching me with those amber eyes that see too much. But then I remember the cost of that pretense. How exhausting it was to maintain those walls. I step closer, eliminating the careful distance he once insisted on maintaining. My hands find his hips, pulling him against me until I feel his heartbeat through layers of fabric. No more walls between us. No more pretending. His voice drops to a whisper as his forehead rests against mine. No more running. Outside, sophisticated sensors maintain constant vigilance. Inside, we've created something neither of our families would understand. Something built on choice rather than obligation. My fingers find the buttons of his shirt, each one coming undone with deliberate care. This home is just the beginning, I tell him, the words a promise sealed with teeth against his throat. One piece of what we're building. His head falls back, giving me better access as I mark territory already claimed a dozen different ways. Foundation stones. Exactly. My hands slide beneath open fabric, mapping warm skin and old scars. The first layer of something neither of our fathers could imagine. The villa settles around us, ancient stones witnessing this new chapter as we claim another room in our sanctuary. Outside, waves continue their relentless rhythm, a sound that carries neither judgment nor expectation. Just endless possibility spreading toward a horizon we've chosen for ourselves. The night passes into dawn as we claim this space as our own. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Morning light filters through half-drawn shutters, painting stripes across Raphael's sleeping form. I've been awake for hours, reviewing security protocols and checking network activity for any hint of discovery. Old habits, though the context has transformed entirely. A message from Torres blinks on my encrypted tablet. Another shipment intercepted, another of my father's operations compromised by information we'd strategically released. The balance of power in Montcove shifts with each calculated revelation. Not enough to destroy either family, but sufficient to keep them focused internally rather than hunting us with full resources. Raphael stirs, the sheet sliding lower to reveal bruises I left on his collarbone last night. You're thinking too loudly, he murmurs, voice rough with sleep. His eyes open, immediately alert despite the hour. Another trait we share. The inability to wake gradually when years of training have taught your body that slow consciousness gets you killed. Torres sent confirmation. I pass him the tablet, watching how his expression shifts to analytical precision as he scans the report. Your uncle's lost his foothold in the Eastern District. The information you provided about his arrangements with Judge Harmon proved particularly effective. Something like satisfaction crosses his features. Salvatore never understood that ruling through fear creates more vulnerabilities than strengths. He sets the tablet aside, stretching with calculated grace. How's the identity package coming along? I pour coffee from the carafe kept warm on the bedside table, another small ritual we've established in our months here. Final documentation arrives today. Passport, banking credentials, digital history, everything needed to establish ourselves in legitimate circles. Raphael Valenti and Dario Greco disappear completely, replaced by David and Raymond Castellani. I hand him the mug, our fingers brushing in deliberate contact. Business partners with interests in international shipping and property development. His smile carries edges sharp enough to cut. Cousins rather than lovers? How traditional. Only on paper. I settle beside him on the bed, inhaling the scent of expensive sheets and warm skin. The world sees what we need them to see. The truth remains ours. Raphael sips his coffee, eyes watching me over the rim. The foundation in Barcelona still expects us next week? Everything's arranged. I trace patterns across his chest, each touch proprietary and possessive. The Martinez Foundation for International Security Studies. Perfectly legitimate, heavily funded, and positioned to influence policy decisions across multiple jurisdictions. And all built on information we extracted from both our families. Poetic justice. My fingers find the scar on his thigh, still pink with recent healing. They created us, trained us, and thought they could control us. Now we're using those same skills to carve out territory they can't touch. Raphael sets his mug aside, pulling me down until our bodies align perfectly. The ultimate clean slate. Not just new identities, but a new kind of power altogether. Information as currency. I nip at his lower lip, enjoying how his breath catches. More valuable than guns or territory or political connections. His hands slide into my hair, grip tightening just shy of pain. And more sustainable. They can't kill information once it's out there. Beyond our windows, the Mediterranean glitters in morning light. Gulls wheel and cry, their voices carrying on salt-laden breezes. Inside, we continue building something neither of our families could understand. Power without dominance, strength without brutality, partnership without hierarchy. Do you regret it? I find myself asking, the question emerging from somewhere deeper than calculated strategy. Leaving everything behind? The law career, the academic world, the chance at something approaching normal? Raphael's laugh holds no bitterness, just honest recognition. Normal was never an option for either of us. Not really. His thumb traces my jaw, the touch gentler than anyone would expect from a Valenti heir. I was living half a life, denying what I am, what we both are. The simple truth of it settles something restless deep inside of me. I've spent my life being exactly what my father made me, a weapon, a terror, a tool for expanding Greco power. Never questioning, never wanting something outside the boundaries of family expectation. Until Raphael. Until I recognized something in him that matched the darkness in me, but channeled towards something approaching freedom. We're building something better, I tell him, the words a promise sealed with teeth against his throat. Something that can't be taken away or corrupted. His head falls back, giving me better access as I mark territory already claimed in countless ways. Something permanent. Exactly. My hands slide beneath the sheet, mapping warm skin and taut muscle. Something neither of our families could ever imagine. Outside, sophisticated security systems maintain constant vigilance. Inside, we've created sanctuary, not just in this physical space, but in the partnership we've forged through blood and bullets and mutual recognition. My fingers find the knife scar on his ribs, a remnant from battles fought before we found each other. He carries my marks now, too, evidence of possession disguised as passion. The clean slate isn't about forgetting who we are, Raphael murmurs against my skin. It's about finally embracing it without apology. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The morning stretches ahead, filled with logistics and planning and the careful architecture of our new existence. But for now, there is only this, his hands tracing ownership across my skin, my mouth claiming territory already surrendered. The foundation we're building extends beyond property and identity, beyond the Martinez Foundation or offshore accounts. It begins here in the honest recognition of what we are together. Something neither of us found within family walls or blood loyalty. Something we've built with clear eyes and willing hands and the explicit choice to belong to each other. The villa's security system chimes with a perimeter alert, interrupting our dinner on the western terrace. I'm up before the sound fades, weapon sliding from hidden holster to hand with practiced fluidity. Raphael moves with equal precision, no wasted motion as he secures the approaches while I check the monitoring system. Southern Gate, I note, examining camera feeds that show a single vehicle approaching. Looks like Torres' car, but protocol violations mean we treat it as hostile until confirmed. Raphael positions himself with clear lines of sight to all potential entry points, that perfect tactical awareness betraying the soldier beneath the scholarly exterior he once maintained. Could be under duress. Or Enzo. The possibility hangs between us, both acknowledging what it would mean if Raphael's family's advisor had finally betrayed our location. He's been our most valuable source inside Valenti operations, but loyalty under pressure is never guaranteed. I activate the secondary defense protocol, metal shutters sliding silently into place over vulnerable windows. Raphael checks his weapon with methodical precision, his eyes betraying nothing of the emotion churning beneath. If Enzo has compromised us, it means more than relocating. It means someone Raphael trusted has finally chosen family loyalty over personal connection. The approaching vehicle stops at exactly the designated checkpoint, headlights cutting through gathering twilight. A single figure emerges, hands clearly visible. Torres himself, not his usual courier. Unusual enough to warrant caution. Stay here, I tell Raphael, though we both know it's unnecessary. His tactical mind has already calculated that separating provides better defensive coverage. 3-minute assessment, then a security confirmation. The path to the gate winds through ancient olive trees, their twisted trunks providing both cover and concealment. I move like a shadow through familiar terrain, each step placed with the silent precision ingrained since childhood. By the time I reach Torres, I've confirmed he's alone and carrying only his usual sidearm. You're violating protocols, I observe, emerging from darkness with my weapon still ready. Explain. Torres doesn't flinch at the gun or the implied threat. After 3 decades navigating the criminal underworld of 2 continents, very little rattles him. I have information that couldn't be trusted to send over electronic channels. He reaches slowly into his jacket, maintaining eye contact as he withdraws a sealed envelope. From Enzo. I take it without lowering my weapon, the paper heavy with implications. You could have sent the usual signal for emergency contact. The usual channels are being watched. Torres' weathered face reveals genuine concern, an expression I've rarely seen from him. Both families have escalated efforts. New search parameters, new tactics. Your father's brought in specialists from the Russian operation. Cold slides through my veins despite the warm evening air. The Russians represent a significant escalation. They specialize in digital forensics and extraction techniques that border on the medieval when electronic trails grow cold. How compromised are we? I ask, finally lowering my weapon as Raphael approaches, having confirmed the perimeter remains secure. Torres shakes his head, the gesture carrying decades of experience with threats and countermeasures. Not directly. Not yet. But they're narrowing the geographical search area. Mediterranean coast, private property, recent transfers through shell companies. They're putting together the pieces. Raphael accepts the envelope from my outstretched hand, breaking the seal with careful precision. His expression reveals nothing as he scans the contents, but I catch the slight tension in his shoulders. Bad news, though perhaps not catastrophic. Salvatore's leveraged his Vatican connections, he says, voice deliberately neutral. They're accessing property records that should have been unreachable. I curse under my breath. The Catholic Church maintains the oldest continuous property records in Europe, including transactions the digital world never captured. A route we hadn't fully secured. How long? I asked Torres, already calculating evacuation timelines and contingency options. 2 weeks, maybe 3 before they narrow it to this specific region. After that. He shrugs, the gesture eloquent in its simplicity. Once they have the region, it's only a matter of manpower and determination to find us. Raphael hands me the letter, his fingers brushing mine in subtle reassurance. We're ahead of schedule anyway. The Barcelona operation can be accelerated. Torres watches our exchange with interest but makes no comment. His loyalty is to services rendered and payment received, not family politics or personal judgments. There's something else. He reaches into his pocket again, producing a thumb drive. From your mother. Raphael's composure cracks just slightly, just enough for me to see the impact. He takes the drive with steady hands that betray nothing of what must be churning beneath. Did she say what it contains? Only that it's for your eyes alone, and that it required significant risk to compile. Torres checks his watch, already calculating his departure timeline. Our protection only extends so far, and he has other clients waiting. Whatever's on there, she thought it worth potentially compromising her position with Salvatore. The implications hang heavy in the coastal air. Raphael's mother has maintained a careful neutrality in the months since our departure, neither actively hunting us nor providing direct assistance. This represents a clear choice, one that carries significant risk for her within the Valenti family hierarchy. Thank you for taking the risk, Raphael says, the formal acknowledgement carrying weight that Torres recognizes with a slight nod. Business is business. But there's something almost like respect in the older man's eyes as he glances between us. Most don't survive separating from families like yours. Fewer still manage to establish independent operations that actually threaten the old power structures. I secure my weapon, recognizing that Torres poses no immediate threat. We had the advantage of knowing exactly how they'd respond and what tactics they'd employ. Because you helped design those same tactics, he acknowledges with a thin smile. Still, don't underestimate their resources or determination. Pride is a powerful motivator when combined with fear. Raphael pockets the thumb drive, his expression betraying nothing of the emotional impact it must carry. The Barcelona Foundation launches next week. Once that's established, their options for direct action become significantly limited. True. Torres moves back toward his car, mission accomplished and lingering now unnecessary risk. But limited options often lead desperate men to extreme measures. Watch your backs. We maintain security protocols until his taillights disappear down the coastal road, neither of us speaking until confirmation comes that the property's perimeter remains secure. Only then does Raphael's perfect posture soften slightly, the weight of implications settling on his shoulders. My mother wouldn't risk contact without significant cause, he says, turning the thumb drive over in his fingers. Whatever this contains. I place my hand at the small of his back, feeling tension coiled beneath expensive fabric. We'll review it together. After we've confirmed the villa hasn't been compromised. He nods, slipping the drive into his pocket as we walk back toward the house. The night has fully claimed the sky now, stars emerging like scattered diamonds against black velvet. Below us, waves continue their endless rhythm against ancient stone, indifferent to human concerns or family vendettas. We knew they wouldn't stop looking, I remind him, though the words are unnecessary. Raphael understands the reality of our situation as clearly as I do. This just accelerates our timeline. The foundation is ready. His tactical mind shifts to logistics and contingencies, the emotional impact of his mother's message temporarily shelved. We can move our timeline up to next week. Have everything in place before they narrow the geographical search. Inside the villa, security systems confirm no additional breaches. The space feels different now, sanctuary temporarily compromised by outside intrusion. Raphael moves with contained energy, checking security cameras and sensor readings while I secure doors and reactivate protective measures. When everything is confirmed secure, I find him in the study, staring at the thumb drive now connected to our most secure terminal. The screen remains dark, he hasn't accessed the contents yet. You don't have to do this alone, I tell him, closing the door behind me. His smile carries sharp edges but genuine warmth beneath. I know. He gestures to the chair beside him, an invitation to witness whatever his mother has risked her position to share. The file opens to reveal detailed intelligence. Salvatore's latest security protocols, updated search parameters, and most significantly, a complete roster of assets dedicated to finding us. The information is comprehensive and damning, evidence of how far Raphael's uncle is willing to go to bring his wayward nephew back into the fold. She's always been thorough, Raphael observes, voice carefully neutral despite the emotion that must be churning beneath. His mother's position within the Valenti hierarchy has always been complex. Power disguised as subordination, influence exercised through careful manipulation rather than direct authority. Then we reach the final file, and both of us fall silent at its contents. Medical records. DNA analysis. Paternity tests conducted in absolute secrecy nearly 23 years ago. Jesus, Raphael breathes, the color draining from his face as implications become clear. Salvatore isn't just my uncle. The evidence is irrefutable, laid out in clinical terminology that somehow makes the revelation more shocking. Salvatore Valenti, not his brother, is Raphael's biological father. A secret maintained for over 2 decades through careful misdirection and strategic ambiguity. This changes everything, I say, understanding blooming like blood in water. And it explains why he's so determined to bring you back. Why he's willing to commit unprecedented resources to finding us. Raphael's laugh holds no humor, just bitter recognition. Not just his nephew. His son. His heir. His hands clench on the desk edge, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. All those years of special training and additional responsibility. It wasn't just grooming the next generation. It was preparing his successor. I place my hand over his, feeling how tension vibrates through him like a plucked wire. This is why your mother risked contact. She knew Salvatore would never stop looking. That he'd burn down the world to reclaim what he considers his by blood right. My mother. Raphael's voice catches on the word, years of complicated emotion surfacing in 2 syllables. She maintained this fiction my entire life. Let me believe my father was. He trails off, unable to complete the thought. The revelation transforms everything. Past interactions, childhood memories, the specific nature of Salvatore's pursuit. Not just family honor or operational security, but the reclamation of a direct bloodline heir. In families like ours, such distinctions carry weight beyond sentiment. They represent legacy, continuation, the transfer of power through carefully maintained genetic lines. This doesn't change our plans, I say, the words carrying absolute certainty. If anything, it makes the Barcelona Foundation more critical. We need the protection of legitimate public presence more than ever. Raphael nods, his analytical mind already processing implications despite the emotional impact. Salvatore won't risk open action against a humanitarian foundation with international visibility. Not without compromising his own careful facade of legitimacy. Exactly. I close the file, severing the connection to Raphael's past. This revelation changes nothing about who you are or what we're building. It only explains the intensity of the pursuit. His eyes meet mine, conflict and resolution warring in amber depths. It explains why he'll never stop looking. Then we'll never stop advancing. I pull him to his feet, hands framing his face with uncommon gentleness. Always one step ahead, always counterbalancing their moves with our own. The foundation goes active next week. After that, direct action against us becomes exponentially more complicated. Outside, waves continue their relentless rhythm against ancient stone. Inside, Raphael processes a revelation that would shatter lesser men. His hands find my shoulders, anchoring himself in present reality rather than past deception. One last threat neutralized, he says, voice steadying as he regains equilibrium. One final loose end before we fully establish our new identity. I nod, understanding exactly what he's proposing. The villa was always temporary. A stepping stone to something more permanent. Barcelona. His decision carries the weight of choice rather than resignation. We activate the foundation, establish our public presence, and create a shield they can't penetrate without exposing themselves. The plan crystallizes between us, each element falling into logical sequence. Accelerated timeline, controlled information release, strategic positioning that transforms vulnerability into strength. Everything we've built together, not just in physical space but in the partnership forged through blood and revelation, shifts into its next evolution. Pack what's essential, I tell him, already calculating logistics and security protocols. We leave at first light. Raphael nods, his expression settling into the focused determination I've come to recognize as his true nature. Not the careful scholar he pretended to be, nor the cold-blooded killer his father, Salvatore, tried to create. Something uniquely his own, forged in the crucible of choice and consequence. No more looking back, he says, fingers intertwining with mine in deliberate connection. Only forward. The night stretches ahead, filled with preparation and planning and the careful dismantling of our temporary sanctuary. But beneath the tactical considerations lies something stronger. The foundation we've built not just in property or identity, but in the bond forged between us. No family legacy or blood revelation can touch that. Not anymore. Moonlight paints silver paths across Raphael's skin as we claim one last night in our coastal sanctuary. Tomorrow brings Barcelona, the foundation launch, and a new phase in the life we're building from scorched earth and calculated risk. Tonight, however, belongs only to us, suspended in this moment before another transformation. Having second thoughts? I trace the scar on his thigh, still pink with recent healing. His body carries a map of our journey, bullet wounds from the warehouse, knife marks from earlier conflicts, and newer marks I've left with lips and teeth and deliberate possession. No thoughts at all. His smile carries edges sharp enough to cut, but genuine warmth beneath. Just feeling. This admission, that Raphael Valenti, master strategist and eternal overthinker, has surrendered to pure sensation, settles a possessive urge in my chest. I've spent months peeling away his carefully constructed layers, forcing him to acknowledge what burns beneath academic pretense and controlled composure. What I've found validates every instinct that drew me to him that first night in the library. My mouth follows the path of my fingers, mapping territory claimed a dozen different ways. His breath catches as I find the sensitive spot where thigh meets hip, his hands sliding into my hair with just enough pressure to hover between guidance and demand. This balance, control and surrender, dominance and vulnerability, has defined everything between us from the beginning. The Barcelona property is fully secured. I murmur against his skin, practical details mixed with intimate contact in ways that have become natural between us. Torres confirmed the security staff has been vetted through 3 separate channels. Raphael's laugh vibrates beneath my lips. Discussing operational logistics during foreplay? That's new. I nip at his hip bone in retaliation, enjoying how his body responds with immediate tension. Multitasking. An essential skill in our line of work. And what line of work is that, exactly? His fingers tighten in my hair, pulling me up until our eyes meet in moonlit darkness. We're not exactly following traditional career paths here. The question carries weight beyond casual words, touching on everything we're building from the ashes of our former lives. I settle alongside him, our bodies aligned from shoulder to ankle in perfect symmetry. We're architects, I tell him, the definition emerging fully formed though I hadn't considered it before this moment. Building power structures based on information rather than violence. Control through knowledge rather than fear. His smile transforms his face, academically stern features softening with genuine pleasure. Sustainable models rather than the extractive systems our families maintained for generations. Exactly. My hand finds his face, thumb tracing cheekbones sharpened by months of tactical planning and operational stress. Despite everything, he's never been more beautiful than in these moments of clarity and purpose. The Martinez Foundation creates a public shield while establishing legitimate influence channels. The intelligence network provides both protection and leverage. And privately? His question drops lower, intimate as a knife against skin. What are we building beyond operational structures? The question catches me unprepared, vulnerability I'm still learning to navigate without deflection or control. My thumb traces his lower lip, feeling how his breath catches at the contact. Everything, I admit, the word emerging raw and honest. Something I never thought possible before you. Before us. Raphael's expression transforms, academic sharpness replaced by something deeper, darker, more fundamental. His hand slides to my throat, feeling how my pulse jumps beneath his touch. The gesture mirrors our earliest encounters, when violence and desire blurred into recognition so profound it threatened everything we thought we understood about ourselves. My mouth claims his, the kiss carrying none of our earlier violence. No power struggle or dominance play, just the honest connection of equals who recognize themselves in each other. Raphael responds with equal fervor, his hands mapping possession across my skin. Each touch carries history now, memories of bullets taken and blood shed and choices made that can never be unmade. I roll him beneath me, settling between his thighs with practiced familiarity. Tomorrow we become Raymond and David Castellani, I remind him, watching how his pupils dilate as I rock against him. Business partners with impeccable credentials and strategic investments across 3 continents. Cousins on paper. His laugh carries edges of desire as I establish a rhythm designed to build rather than satisfy. How disappointingly heteronormative of us. I nip at his throat in retaliation, feeling how the slight pain transforms to pleasure beneath my tongue. Tactical necessity. For now. His legs wrap around my waist, pulling me impossibly closer as I continue the maddeningly slow pace. And privately? Behind closed doors and security systems? Privately, you're mine. The words emerge as a growl as I lean in to nip him on his neck again. Just as I'm yours. No qualifiers, no conditions, no boundaries that matter. Raphael's back arches beneath me, his body leaning into the affection. His hands grip my shoulders with bruising force, holding me exactly where he wants me. Everything we're building, all of it means nothing without this. Without us. The admission cost him something, I can tell by the slight tension in his jaw. Raphael doesn't surrender control easily, doesn't admit vulnerability without struggle. That he offers it now, stripped of conditions or qualifications, feeds something primal in my chest. No one touches what's mine, I tell him, the words of vow sealed with teeth against his throat. Not your father, not my family, not anyone who thought they could control or claim or break you. Outside, waves crash against ancient stone in rhythms that have witnessed empires rise and fall. Inside, we forge something neither of our families could comprehend. A partnership based on choice rather than obligation, strength found in mutual recognition rather than dominance. Barcelona, he breathes, eyes locked on mine. Then wherever we choose. Always forward, never looking back. Together. The word emerges rough with promise as tension coils between us. Building something permanent. Something neither of them could imagine. As we lie on our bed, our bodies tangled in silk sheets, the Mediterranean breeze cools our skin. Raphael's head rests on my chest, his breathing grounding me in ways I never knew I needed as I trace patterns across his shoulders. The villa settles around us, stones standing sentinel witnessing this moment of transition as we prepare to leave one sanctuary for another. No regrets. I find myself asking, the question emerging from somewhere deeper than calculated strategy. Raphael shifts, looking up at me with those amber eyes that see straight through every defense I've built. None. The certainty in his voice settles something restless in my chest. You? My hand slides into his hair, grip tightening with possessive certainty. Only that I didn't claim you as mine sooner. His smile carries no sharp edges now, just honest recognition of what we've built together. We have time now. To build something neither of our fathers could destroy or corrupt. Outside, the first hints of dawn lighten the eastern horizon. Barcelona awaits, and with it, the foundation launch that transforms private power into public presence. The future stretches before us, uncharted but filled with possibilities neither of us dared imagine within family walls. The car arrives in 3 hours, I remind him, though neither of us makes any move to begin final preparations. The jet is fueled and ready at the private airstrip. Plenty of time. His hand traces lower, rekindling heat despite the short recovery period. The gesture carries equal parts playfulness and possession, his previous academic reserve transformed into something more honest, more fundamental. Barcelona is just the beginning, he continues, his voice laced with determination and certainty. We're finally creating something larger than either of us imagined. The Martinez Foundation launches with full diplomatic recognition. 6 member nations at the Security Summit and 3 major financial institutions backing our initiatives. I can't help but stare at him in awe. His laugh carries equal parts amusement and arousal. Always strategizing even now. I pull him down for a kiss that silences further commentary, the contact deep and claiming. The strategy, I murmur against his mouth, is ensuring no one can touch what's ours. What we've built together. Whatever comes next, he says between kisses, whatever threats or challenges emerge. We face them together. I complete his thought, our little habit that's come from not just obsession but love. Building something neither of our fathers could imagine or destroy. 3 hours, Raphael murmurs, though neither of us makes any move to begin preparations. Before we leave this life behind and step into the next. My fingers trace the line of his spine, feeling how the years of tension has melted from his frame. Not leaving behind. Evolving into something stronger. Something they can't touch or corrupt. His smile carries contentment I've rarely witnessed in him, academic sharpness temporarily softened by genuine peace. Something worth protecting. Worth building. Worth everything we've sacrificed to get here. Outside, waves continue their endless rhythm against the looming limestone cliffs, indifferent to human concerns or family vendettas. Inside, we've created a sanctuary not just in physical space, but in our connection and partnership built on a foundation of trust and security. The foundation we've built extends beyond property and identity, beyond the Martinez Foundation or offshore accounts. It begins here, in the honest acknowledgement of what we are together. Something neither of us found within family walls or blood loyalty. Something we've built with clear eyes and willing hands and the explicit choice to belong to each other. No more running, I tell him, the words a promise sealed with gentle hands against his skin. No more hiding. No more pretending we're anything but exactly what we are. Raphael's eyes meet mine, stripped of calculation to reveal absolute certainty. Together. Against everything they throw at us. The vow hangs between us, not needing further elaboration or formal declaration. In 3 hours we'll leave this sanctuary for the next phase of what we're building. But for now there is only this, the honest connection between two people who recognize themselves in each other. Who chose each other again and again, despite every reason not to. Despite bullets and blood and family vendettas. Despite the weight of legacy and obligation. Despite everything our fathers built to contain and control us. Something permanent. Something true. Something neither of them could destroy. Something worth everything it cost to claim.
Epilogue. Raphael. 5 years later. The espresso machine hisses to life under my touch, its familiar rhythm marking the start of another precisely ordered day. Dawn light filters through bulletproof glass, painting our kitchen in gold and amber. 5 years in this place, and I still appreciate the perfect sight lines and the unobstructed views of both the approaching driveway and the cliffside path below. Strategic positioning disguised as architectural preference. Some habits never change. Dario emerges from our bedroom, his hair still damp from the shower, tablet already in hand as he scans overnight security reports. He moves with that predatory grace that first caught my attention years ago, though now his proximity sends warmth through my chest rather than triggering defensive positioning. Torres confirmed the Stockholm Agreement is finalized, he says, accepting the espresso I slide across our marble island. His fingers brush mine intentionally, a small point of contact that carries more meaning than outsiders could understand. The Foundation's humanitarian corridor opens next week. I nod, satisfaction blooming as another piece of our carefully constructed influence network locks into place. And the security contract for the UN delegation? Signed yesterday. His smile carries sharp edges but genuine warmth beneath. The Castellani Group now provides protection for 3 separate diplomatic missions. All completely legitimate, all perfectly positioned for our purposes. The Castellani Group, our creation, built from nothing but willpower and the strategic application of secrets extracted from both our families. Now it's a legitimate security and intelligence firm with operations across 4 continents. Power built on information rather than violence, though we maintain capacity for both when circumstances demand. I turn to the windows, taking in the sprawling grounds that surround our villa. Gardens that rival my mother's spread in carefully planned splendor, though these contain subtle security features alongside the beauty. Motion sensors disguised as lighting elements. Pressure plates hidden beneath imported gravel. Every approach is monitored by systems that remain undetectable to even the most sophisticated surveillance. The board meeting is at 10, I remind him, though we both know he never forgets a scheduled obligation. The words are more ritual than necessity, part of the morning cadence we've established in our years together. Dario sets down his tablet, moving behind me with deliberate stealth that still raises goosebumps despite years of familiarity. His arms encircle my waist, his mouth finding the sensitive spot where my neck meets shoulder. That gives us 2 hours. Heat floods my body at his touch, desire still immediate and overwhelming despite the years. I lean back into his embrace, feeling the solid strength of him against my spine. The security briefing with Jakarta is at 9. 90 minutes, then. His teeth graze my earlobe, sending electricity down my spine. More than enough time. I turn in his arms, capturing his mouth with mine. The kiss carries none of the violence that marked our earliest encounters, though passion remains undiminished. Instead, there's a certainty to it, possession mixed with belonging, claiming balanced with surrender. When we break apart, his eyes hold mine with that intensity that still strips away pretense. 5 years. the words carry weight beyond their simplicity. 5 years since we walked away from our family legacies. Since we chose each other over blood loyalty and generational obligation. Since we began building something neither of our fathers could imagine or control. Any regrets? I find myself asking, though I already know the answer. It's the same one every time, a small comfort between us. His laugh vibrates against my chest, rich with genuine amusement. Only that we didn't start sooner. His hands frame my face, the touch gentler than anyone who only knows his reputation would believe possible. You? I shake my head, honesty flowing easily after years of practice. None. Though I sometimes miss the academic world. The structure of legal arguments, the satisfaction of perfectly constructed precedent. Of course you do. He kisses me again, brief but claiming. Because you're still the same perfectionist who color-coded his study notes and organized his life into compartments. And you're still the same predator who enjoys dismantling order. I nip at his lower lip in playful retaliation. Some things never change. His smile sharpens with satisfaction. But other things did. For the better. Outside, security teams conduct their morning perimeter check, moving with the precision we've personally trained into them. Inside, household staff maintain respectful distance, approaching only when signaled. The balance we've created, private intimacy within a structure of necessary protection, took years to perfect, but it now runs with mechanical precision. Dario's phone chimes with an encrypted alert, dragging us back to the day's obligations. He checks it with practiced efficiency, expression shifting to analytical focus. Marco's team intercepted another probe attempt. Valenti digital fingerprints. Your father is nothing if not persistent. I take the phone, examining the details with the eye for patterns Salvatore himself trained into me. Different approach this time. He's getting creative in his old age. The knowledge that my father, no longer just my uncle in my mind, though I'll never call him anything but Salvatore, continues hunting us after 5 years should probably unnerve me. Instead, it merely reinforces the correctness of our choice. His persistence proves the threat we represent to old power structures, to the systems of control our families maintained for generations. The Foundation's global presence makes direct action impossible, I note, handing back the phone. He's reduced to digital reconnaissance and remote probing. It's all he has left. For now. Dario's smile carries predatory satisfaction. Next month's Security Council vote will extend our diplomatic protections even further. After that, even electronic surveillance becomes problematic for them. Pride fills my chest as I consider what we've built together. The Martinez Foundation for International Security, named for the legal case that first revealed structural weaknesses in family-based criminal enterprises, now stands as a globally respected institution. Our legitimate security firm provides protection for humanitarian missions while gathering intelligence that keeps both our families' operations at bay. Power built not through violence or intimidation, but through the strategic application of knowledge. Influence exercised not through fear, but through carefully cultivated relationships and mutually beneficial arrangements. We should prepare for the Jakarta call. I reluctantly disentangle myself from Dario's embrace, though his heat lingers against my skin. He nods, professional focus returning as we shift from private intimacy to operational mode. I'll brief the team while you review the threat assessment. His hand finds the small of my back as we move toward the secure office that occupies the villa's east wing. Then perhaps we can revisit the issue of our limited schedule. The promise in his voice sends another wave of heat through my body, but years of self-discipline allow me to maintain professional focus. For now, at least. The morning stretches ahead, filled with obligations and responsibilities that come with the empire we've built together. An empire founded not on blood or violence, but on choice. On partnership. On the explicit decision to belong to each other in ways neither of our families could understand. The morning light strengthens as we move through our home, casting long shadows that dance across imported marble and ancient stone. Another day in the life we've created from the ashes of our old existences. Another day of building something permanent, something true, something neither of our families could destroy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Castellani Group headquarters rises like a fortress of glass and steel above Barcelona's business district. Perfect views of the Mediterranean from the upper floors, clear sight lines to all approaching streets, and security systems sophisticated enough to make even my father's operations look primitive by comparison. The building itself serves as a statement: we are here, we are legitimate, and we are untouchable. I stride through the main lobby, nodding to security personnel who maintain the illusion of standard corporate protection while actually comprising former Special Forces operatives from 3 different countries. The biometric scanner reads my palm print before the executive elevator opens, another layer of security disguised as executive privilege. The Jakarta team is ready in conference room C, Maya informs me as I reach the executive floor. She's been our operations director for 3 years now, recruited away from Interpol with promises of resources they could never provide and moral latitude they would never allow. Her loyalty is absolute, though not based on fear or family obligation, the foundation I insisted on when we began building our organization. And Dario? I ask, accepting the tablet she offers. The screen displays multiple threat assessments for the Southeast Asian corridor, each one meticulously detailed with sources I'd rather not examine too closely. Already briefing the advance team. She falls into step beside me, her stride matching mine with the unconscious precision of a natural soldier. The diplomatic credentials arrived this morning. Full immunity for our entire security detail. Satisfaction settles in my chest as another piece of our carefully constructed operation locks into place. Diplomatic immunity means our people can move freely through territories previously controlled by families like mine and Dario's. It means expanding our legitimate security operations while gathering intelligence that keeps both our families' influence at bay. The Martinez Foundation Board has approved the additional funding, I tell her as we approach the conference room. Humanitarian security operations in 3 new territories beginning next month. Maya's smile carries genuine pride. The Foundation's reputation opens doors even faster than we projected. Governments practically beg for our involvement now. As they should. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. 5 years ago, I was still struggling to reconcile the man I tried to be with the man I actually am. Now, I embrace both aspects without apology, the strategic mind trained by Salvatore twisted toward purposes he never envisioned, coupled with the moral framework I developed during my academic years. The conference room falls silent as I enter, 20 faces turning toward me with expressions ranging from respect to carefully concealed fear. Our security teams know exactly who Dario and I were before becoming David and Raymond Castellani. They understand the power structures we navigated and the bloodlines we rejected. It only enhances their effectiveness. Dario stands at the head of the table, his presentation paused mid-slide. His public persona, polished, professional, with danger carefully leashed beneath designer suits, is perfectly calibrated for these briefings. Only I see the heat that flashes in his eyes when our gazes meet across the polished teak table. Raymond, he acknowledges with formal precision. 5 years of practice has made our professional facade second nature. I was just outlining the Jakarta security protocols. I take my place beside him, our shoulders nearly touching as I face the assembled team. The diplomatic delegation arrives Thursday. The Foundation's humanitarian corridor opens the following Tuesday. My voice carries the authority bred into me since childhood, though now it serves a purpose I've chosen rather than one thrust upon me. This operation represents our most significant expansion into territory previously controlled by traditional power structures. The unspoken meaning isn't lost on anyone present. Traditional power structures means families like the ones Dario and I were born into. Syndicates that maintain generations of control through violence and fear, now finding their influence eroded by our careful, legitimate encroachment. Communications protocols remain at highest level encryption, Dario continues, advancing his presentation to display security sectors mapped across Jakarta's sprawling districts. Assets are compartmentalized, with knowledge limited to operational necessity. the standard approach when dealing with territories where traditional organizations maintain intelligence networks. Again, the euphemisms aren't lost on our people. Traditional organizations. Family operations. The ghost of both our pasts, transformed into clinical terminology for briefing purposes. I scan the assembled team, noting their focused attention and professional demeanor. Each one carefully vetted, thoroughly trained, and absolutely loyal to the organization Dario and I have built. Not through fear or intimidation, but through shared purpose and exceptional compensation. Power structured on choice rather than coercion, the foundation we established from the beginning. Questions? I invite, though I already know there will be few. Our operational briefings have evolved into well-orchestrated performances, each element carefully calibrated to reinforce confidence and clarity. A section leader raises his hand, his expression betraying nothing of the former Israeli intelligence background that makes him invaluable. Contingency protocols if we encounter direct opposition from local interests. Dario's smile carries sharp edges despite his professional demeanor. Diplomatic channels remain our first response. Foundation contacts provide legitimate cover for all operations. His eyes flick toward mine briefly before continuing. However, should direct threat materialize, you're authorized for appropriate countermeasures within established parameters. The room understands exactly what those parameters entail. We've built our organization on legitimate operations, but we maintain capacity for decisive action when circumstances demand. The legacy of our training, repurposed toward protecting what we've created rather than expanding family territories. The briefing continues for another 40 minutes, each operational detail examined with mechanical precision. When it concludes, the team files out with practiced efficiency, leaving Dario and me alone in the conference room. The silence settles between us, comfortable after years of shared purpose. Torres confirmed another probe attempt against our secure servers, he informs me, voice dropping now that we've shed our corporate personas. Digital fingerprints that match Valenti security protocols. Your father remains persistent. Salvatore, I correct automatically. Even after 5 years, I refuse to grant him the title of father beyond biological fact. And persistence without progress is just stubbornness. His digital operations can't touch our secure networks. Dario's laugh carries genuine amusement beneath its sharp edge. Still, 5 years of consistent attempts shows dedication. Or desperation. I move to the windows, taking in Barcelona's skyline stretching toward the sea. The old power structures are failing. Not just my family's, but all of them. The systems they built relied on isolation and fear, both of which technology has rendered increasingly obsolete. And we've accelerated that process. Dario joins me at the window, standing close enough that our shoulders brush. The contact, barely perceptible, carries more meaning than outsiders could understand. The Martinez Foundation's transparency initiatives alone have compromised 3 major family operations in the past year. Pride fills my chest as I consider what we've built. The legitimacy of the Foundation's humanitarian work provides cover for intelligence gathering that keeps both our families at bay. The Castellani Group's security contracts extend our influence into territories previously controlled by generational criminal enterprises. Layer upon layer of protection wrapped in legitimate business operations. The Jakarta expansion completes our coverage in the Southeast Asian corridor, I note, my analytical mind already calculating next moves. After that, only the Russian territories remain outside our intelligence network. One step at a time. Dario's hand finds the small of my back, the touch private despite the glass walls surrounding us. We've achieved more in 5 years than either of us projected. He's right, though I'm still driven by the strategic mind Salvatore himself trained into me. Always another move, another expansion, another layer of security to add to what we've built together. The habits of generational thinking, though now focused on protecting our creation rather than family legacy. The board meeting begins in 20 minutes, I remind him, though neither of us makes any move toward the door. The Barcelona sky holds us momentarily captive, a physical reminder of how far we've come from Motkov's shadows. Plenty of time to consider our next move, Dario murmurs, his voice carrying that edge that still sends electricity down my spine after all these years. The Russian faction has been making overtures about potential cooperation, specifically requesting a meeting with the Castellani Group's founders. I turn to face him fully, reading the calculation behind his casual delivery. They know. He nods, no surprise in his expression. At least they suspect. 5 years of careful identity management can't completely erase who we were. Especially not from organizations with connections to both our families. This development should concern me more than it does. Instead, a strange excitement builds in my chest. The Russians knowing our true identities represents both threat and opportunity, the first significant challenge to our carefully constructed facade in years. Your move, strategist. Dario's smile carries confidence and heat in equal measure. How do we play this? And there it is, the partnership that defines everything we've built together. No dominance hierarchy, no power struggle, just the recognition that different scenarios call for different strengths. This particular challenge requires the strategic mind Salvatore trained into me, the capacity for multi-layered planning that once made me his heir apparent. We meet them directly, I decide after brief consideration. On neutral ground, with appropriate security measures. But we acknowledge what they already suspect. Dario's eyebrow raises fractionally, surprise flickering briefly across his features. Deliberate transparency? That's a new approach for us. Strategic transparency, I clarify, the plan taking shape as I speak. We control the narrative by confirming select details while establishing clear boundaries. The message becomes, yes, we are who you think we are, which means we're more dangerous than you realize. His smile sharpens with approval and satisfaction. Calculated revelation rather than continued denial. I like it. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining with proprietary surety. The Russians respect power and directness. This approach plays to that cultural expectation. Outside our glass-walled conference room, the Castellani Group's operations continue with mechanical precision. Inside, we share a moment of perfect understanding that outsiders could never comprehend. The balance we've achieved, personal intimacy within professional excellence, private connection within public power, took years to perfect. We should prepare for the board meeting. I reluctantly disentangle our fingers, professional obligations reasserting themselves. The quarterly projections need context for the humanitarian expansion. Dario nods, though his eyes still hold that heat that promises more private conversation later. I'll have Torres update the Russian intelligence briefing. If we're taking this approach, we need comprehensive understanding of who exactly we're dealing with. We move toward the door with synchronized precision, years of partnership evident in every coordinated movement. The Castellani Group's executive floor hums with legitimate business operations, security contracts being negotiated, intelligence reports being compiled, humanitarian missions being coordinated. An empire built from nothing but willpower and the strategic application of knowledge extracted from both our families. Power structured not on violence or intimidation, but on information and choice. Influence exercised not through fear, but through carefully cultivated relationships and mutually beneficial arrangements. As we walk toward the boardroom, side by side in perfect step, I catch our reflection in the glass walls. Two figures in impeccable suits, moving with the coordinated precision that betrays our shared training despite 5 years of carefully maintained cover. To the world, we are the Castellani cousins, legitimate business partners with impeccable credentials and strategic investments across 3 continents. But behind closed doors, behind security systems sophisticated enough to keep even Salvatore's probes at bay, we are what we've always been to each other. Something neither of our families could understand or control. Something we've built with clear eyes and willing hands and the explicit choice to belong to each other. The security gates of our estate part silently, recognizing the car's approach. Unlike the iron barriers of my childhood home, these don't announce power through intimidation, but through discrete technological superiority. No family crest emblazoned on stone pillars, no obvious cameras tracking movement, just elegant functionality disguised as architectural preference. Dario drives with that focused precision that characterizes everything he does, following the winding driveway through meticulously maintained grounds. The gardens bloom with late summer abundance, flowers and herbs arranged with both aesthetic and tactical consideration. Sight lines remain clear from every approach, yet somehow the grounds maintain an appearance of natural beauty rather than militarized vigilance. The board meeting went better than projected, he notes as we approach the villa that's been our primary residence for nearly 3 years. The Jakarta expansion has already attracted additional funding from 3 separate diplomatic missions. I nod, satisfaction filling my chest as I scan the property out of ingrained habit. Torres confirmed the security protocols have been upgraded ahead of schedule. The Foundation's humanitarian corridor opens with full diplomatic protection. Our conversation feels natural now, this blend of operational details and domestic familiarity. 5 years of practice has erased the awkwardness that once existed between our public and private personas, between professional partnership and personal intimacy. The car circles the fountain that marks our main entrance, water catching the setting sun in patterns of gold and amber. Security staff maintain discreet distance, visible enough to provide reassurance without intruding on private moments. Another carefully calibrated balance we've perfected over the years. Home, Dario says simply as the engine falls silent. The word carries weight beyond its simplicity, an acknowledgement of everything we've built together. Not just the physical structure with its unparalleled security and private luxury, but the sanctuary we've created from the ashes of our former lives. The villa's massive doors open at our approach, biometric sensors confirming identities while appearing to be nothing more sophisticated than modern convenience. Inside, evening light filters through bulletproof glass, painting our living space in warm tones that soften the building's defensive architecture. I shed my suit jacket with a sigh of relief, the day's corporate persona falling away as I loosen my tie. Dario watches with that intensity that still sends electricity through my veins, his eyes tracking the movement with predatory focus that 5 years of domestic partnership hasn't diminished. The Jakarta team is in position, he informs me, his own jacket joining mine over the back of an imported leather chair. Marco confirmed safe arrival and operational status about 20 minutes ago. In the Foundation delegation, I move toward the bar cart, pouring 2 fingers of whiskey into crystal tumblers. The ritual carries echoes of business conducted in my father's study, though now transformed into something chosen rather than imposed. Arriving tomorrow morning as scheduled. Dario accepts the glass I offer, our fingers brushing in deliberate contact. Torres will escort them personally from the diplomatic terminal. The day's obligations slowly recede as we move through our evening routine, security reports reviewed and acknowledged, operational details confirmed and filed for morning follow-up. The transition from Castellani Group executives to private partnership happens with practiced ease, professional distance giving way to intimate familiarity. The Russian development is interesting, I note as we move to the terrace that overlooks our cliffside property. The Mediterranean stretches vast beyond our grounds, waves catching sunset colors and patterns that never repeat. Strategic rather than random. The timing suggests deliberate escalation. Dario settles into the chair beside mine, close enough that our knees touch. Their intelligence network expanded significantly after the Petrov merger last year. It was only a matter of time before they connected enough dots to identify us. I sip my whiskey, letting the familiar burn center my thoughts. The question remains whether they intend to leverage that knowledge for cooperative advantage or direct conflict. Either way, we maintain control of the narrative. His certainty mirrors my own, the confidence born of 5 years building an operation that can withstand such challenges. The Russians respect strength above all. Our direct approach acknowledges their intelligence capabilities while demonstrating we aren't afraid of what they know. The evening breeze carries salt and jasmine across our terrace, birds wheeling against a sky painted in deepening blues and purples. Security lights activate with subtle precision along the property perimeter, motion sensors and cameras maintaining constant vigilance without disrupting the natural beauty of our surroundings. I've been thinking about the Moscow proposal, I say after comfortable silence has stretched between us. The Foundation's humanitarian corridor through Chechnya could provide cover for intelligence gathering on Russian operations that even tourists can't access. Dario's smile carries sharp edges but genuine warmth beneath. Always the strategist. Even during sunset drinks. His hand finds mine across the small table separating our chairs, fingers intertwining with proprietary shirty. Though I was considering the same expansion possibilities. Of course you were. My thumb traces patterns against his palm, the contact grounding us both in present reality. We've always shared the same instincts, even when we were on opposite sides. Were we ever truly opposed? His question carries genuine curiosity beneath its rhetorical frame. Looking back, it seems more like recognition than opposition. Like identifying the only other person who understood precisely what we were. The observation settles something in my chest I hadn't realized was still restless. 5 years of partnership, of building something neither of our families could comprehend, and still moments arise when clarity strikes anew. The certainty that despite everything that should have kept us apart, we were always moving toward this inevitable convergence. I knew the first night in the library, I admit, the confession emerging easily after years of shared trust. Not consciously, perhaps, but something in me recognized something in you. Beyond the surface antagonism, beyond the family divisions. Dario's grip tightens, his eyes holding mine with that intensity that still strips away pretense. I knew the moment you didn't flinch when I invaded your space. When you maintained perfect composure despite recognizing exactly what I was. His smile carries none of its usual sharp edges, just genuine appreciation. Everyone else saw the perfect law student, the reformed heir playing at legitimacy. I saw the killer they trained you to be, the strategist hiding behind academic precision. The honesty between us feels earned after 5 years of building something true from the wreckage of our former lives. The villa settles around us in comfortable familiarity, security systems maintaining vigilance while we share this moment of reflection. 5 years. I taste the words, measuring their weight. Longer than either of our families projected we'd survive outside their protection. Dario's laugh carries genuine amusement beneath its dark edge. I imagine that's what keeps Salvatore awake at night. Not just that you walked away, but that you've thrived beyond his reach. The mention of my father, biological donor, at least, though I still refuse to grant him the title in any meaningful sense, no longer carries the emotional weight it once did. 5 years of building our own legacy has transformed old wounds into distant scars, painful memories into strategic knowledge. The Jakarta expansion effectively neutralizes his remaining influence in the Southeast Asian corridor, I note with professional satisfaction rather than personal vindication. After that, only the Russian territories remain outside our intelligence network. Always thinking 3 moves ahead. Dario rises, pulling me to my feet with our still joined hands. One of many reasons I claimed you as mine. Heat floods my body at his words, desire still immediate despite years of familiarity. I allow him to lead me inside, the day's business concerns fading beneath more immediate interest. The villa's master suite awaits, designed with both security and comfort in mind, bulletproof windows with perfect views of the Mediterranean, panic room disguised as a walk-in closet, and a bed large enough to accommodate both our need for space and our inability to maintain distance from each other. We still need to discuss the Russian approach, I remind him as we move through our home, though neither of us believes the conversation will happen tonight. Tomorrow, he promises, voice dropping to that register that still sends electricity down my spine. After the Jakarta team confirms operational status and before the Foundation delegation requires a briefing. I laugh, the sound carrying genuine amusement rather than the carefully controlled responses I once maintained. Always so efficient with scheduling. Even for this. His smile sharpens with anticipation as we reach our bedroom door. 5 years of practice makes for expert time management. His hand finds the small of my back, the touch proprietary and familiar. Though some activities deserve all the time they require. Outside, sophisticated security systems maintain constant vigilance. Inside, we've created a sanctuary, not just in this physical space, but in the partnership we've forged. As we cross the threshold into our private domain, the day's professional personas fall away completely, leaving only what's true between us. What remains is what has always existed beneath the surface, two people who recognized themselves in each other. Who chose each other, again and again, despite every reason not to. Despite bullets and family vendettas. Despite the weight of legacy and obligation. Despite everything our families built to contain and control us. The evening stretches ahead, filled with private rituals and shared intimacy that others could never comprehend. The balance we've achieved, power without dominance, strength without brutality, partnership without hierarchy, took years to perfect. Like everything else we've built together, it stands as testament to a truth. Some chains, once chosen, become a form of freedom neither of us found within family walls or blood loyalty. Some bonds, forged through choice rather than obligation, prove stronger than anything legacy or violence could create. As the Mediterranean sunset casts our bedroom in amber and gold, I find myself once again certain of the decision made 5 years ago. The choice to walk away from my father's world. The choice to build something true from the ashes of inherited violence. The choice to belong to Dario, as completely as he belongs to me. A choice neither of us has ever regretted, despite everything it cost to claim. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moonlight streams through our bedroom windows, painting Dario's skin in silver as he sleeps beside me. 5 years together, and I still find myself watching him in these unguarded moments. The sharp angles of his face softened slightly by rest, the predatory vigilance temporarily suspended. In sleep, his features carry echoes of the boy he must have been before his father transformed him into a weapon. I trace the scars on his chest with gentle fingers, each mark a chapter in the story that brought us here. The bullet wounds from the warehouse that night. The knife marks from earlier conflicts. Newer scars from the Istanbul operation 2 years ago, when 3 separate families tried to eliminate the threat we represent to traditional power structures. His breathing remains even under my touch, trust demonstrated and continued rest despite my exploration. In the early months, neither of us could sleep through the other's movement. Old training, old caution, old habits bred into our bones before we could walk. Now, we've achieved another kind of balance, vigilance maintained without sacrificing intimacy. "You're thinking too loudly," he murmurs without opening his eyes, voice rough with sleep and something else that sends heat through my body. I can practically hear the strategic planning from here. I smile, not bothering to deny it. The Russian situation presents interesting variables. His hand captures mine, bringing my fingers to his lips. Always 3 moves ahead. The words carry admiration rather than criticism. One of many reasons I claimed you as mine. Mutual claiming, I correct, though the possessive language no longer triggers the defensive response it once did. 5 years of partnership has transformed what started as a power struggle into something more balanced, more true. Dario shifts, propping himself on one elbow to look down at me. Moonlight casts shadows across his features, emphasizing the predatory focus that attracted me from the beginning. Having second thoughts about our approach? I shake my head, certainty filling my chest. Strategic transparency remains our best option. The Russians already know who we are, or at least they've connected enough dots to make educated guesses. Controlling the narrative means acknowledging what they've discovered while establishing clear boundaries. His smile carries sharp edges but genuine warmth beneath. Calculated revelation rather than continued denial. From anyone else, it would sound like capitulation. From you, it sounds like chess. 3-dimensional chess, I correct, sliding my hand into his hair to pull him down for a kiss that quickly ignites into something more heated. 5 years together, and desire still burns immediate and overwhelming between us. Physical connection that carries none of our early violence but all of its intensity. His hands map my body with deliberate care, each touch proprietary but gentle. The Jakarta team confirms operational status, he murmurs against my skin between kisses. All security protocols activated ahead of the Foundation delegation's arrival.
Thank you so much for reading. I really hope you love this story. Please do check out the next story in the Gods of Monco series, and don't forget to hit subscribe to follow my YouTube account. See you at the next audiobook.